Chapter 251 Chapter 248, The Inner Touch of a Beautiful Girl. Natasha's heart was warm, but when she heard the words of the first speaker of the US Emperor, she suddenly frowned, holding the gun, and heading directly toward the first speaker. Of course, the American Emperor had seen Natasha's actions. After all, their eyes had been on Natasha. They felt cold. They had seen the power of the electromagnetic gun. The moment Natasha fired the bullet, they rushed towards the White Palace. The first speaker entered first, slowly the leaders of other countries, and the Italian president entered the latest. As soon as he stepped in, Natasha shot him to the head. The lumpy head exploded directly. However, Yi Tan's domineering voice was heard by the invisible beautiful girl who had just escaped from the Zerg and entered this battlefield. There was a pitiful look on her face, and tears filled her eyes. She looked very helpless. Obviously this was her toy. Yi Tan, don't you even want me? The beautiful girl said. The ponytails were a little lower. The beautiful girl squatted on the ground as she said. Tears in her eyes were about to burst out. My life on the earth is running out, and I have to go back to shoulder the responsibility. If this is the case, I will never be free again. As a toy, you don't want me. As the beautiful girl raised her head, the delicate face and the light in her eyes slowly gathered. I will definitely let you see me. As he said, the cold light in his eyes suddenly appeared, and he shot at the bug on the side. Boom! The worm suddenly shattered behind the Yushin battlefield, leaving only a pool of ashes. Yi Tan suddenly turned his head. He looked at the pool of black ashes and frowned. Could someone follow them? Without the red dragon, Yi Tan couldn't detect if anyone was following him at all. Yi Tanjuo paid attention to the back, and then continued to order the army to rush towards the White Palace. He could see that although the leaders of the various countries entered the White Palace, none of the bugs and reformed soldiers beside them entered. It can be seen that the Atlantis civilization does not allow these ugly creatures to enter the ruins. Yi Tan was relieved. At least he could enter the palace after he rushed through the Zerg. Seeing Yi Tan turned her head, the beautiful girl couldn't help sticking out her tongue secretly and frowning playfully. Fortunately, she didn't notice. She patted the huge breast in panic. She wants to let her beloved toy see her in a perfect way. A girl's heart will always be like this. She likes the same thing, but she can't see other women like it too. Only she can like it. And Natasha broke out now. Because of Yi Tan's domineering words, her heart suddenly boiled, and the sniper rifle she was holding shot at the insects. Sometimes it can even shoot 3 insects in one shot, which is the power of a second-level hero. And when Natasha saw Yi Tan turned her head to look behind, she also turned her head and looked at it. She felt that there must be someone behind. This feeling comes from a woman's sixth sense. Boom! After Natasha shot a bug, she saw another bug rushing towards her back. Natasha closed her eyes, turned around abruptly, and put a shot directly into the bug's mouth. Nausea. Natasha looked at the bug stuck in the gun with a cold face, and then squeezed the trigger severely. Boom! The worm burst open instantly, and all the intestines in the belly fell directly, and the red blood splashed blood on Natasha's stunning face. Master, you go first, and the humble job will cut you off at the back. Natasha whispered from behind. Yi Tan frowned, letting you break the road behind you alone. Isn't this looking for death? Natasha, I order you to return to the team immediately. Yi Tan, I have never given up the habit of being a soldier. Yi Tan said solemnly. Natasha shook her body, but the master still cared about her, and she suddenly smiled slyly. Then he returned to the army, following the army to move towards the White Palace step by step, for the entire circular fortress. As long as the soldiers outside are weak or injured, the soldiers inside will replace each other. In this way, the steel fortress slowly moved towards the door of the White Palace, and just when Yi Tan and the others were about to move to the door of the White Palace, suddenly, countless black mechas appeared in the White Palace. Groove. Yi Tan scolded. Those black mechas totaled nearly 10,000. Yi Tan turned his head and was about to retreat back. The White Palace had been sending troops. At this time, he was looking for death when he entered, but Yi Tan turned his head, his eyes shrank suddenly, he beeped the dog. and there was nothing behind him. All the black rooms had disappeared and it was a huge open space. Yi-Tan and the others moved madly at the same time. Boom bang. Bang bang. In the blank area, a loud footstep suddenly came out. It was loud and loud. Yi-Tan looked at the back with a heavy face. Slowly, Yi-Tan saw countless black mechas, white mechas, and some huge mechas walking out of the blank area. Those huge mechas seemed to be used by humans for driving. The weapons on the mecha were something Yi-Tan had never seen before. And there are only 2 of this huge mecha, and the number of mechas written in black is nearly 100,000. Yi-Tan saw that there was an uproar in his heart. This is like a beeping dog. There are so many. The rhythm that will kill them all at this time? Get me an electromagnetic cannon. Following Yi-Tan's orders, the electromagnetic cannon floating in the sky immediately began to charge. Master, where do you attack? Natasha stood aside and whispered. Yi-Tan's eyes became cold. Since Atlantis was going to kill them, why should he give them face? Let me launch towards that tower. Yi-Tan said coldly. Natasha raised her head. Her eyes shrank when she saw the tower. And then she showed a crazy look. Yes, as long as that tower is destroyed, the panties that Atlantis shamed will also be removed. At that time, the Red Dragon will be able to send an army into this ruin. What black mecha can stop the army at that time? Natasha immediately started arranging and let the soldiers start preparing directly. Natasha wanted to launch pulse missiles and electromagnetic cannons together, so that when it came down, there was no need to worry about Atlantis's defense. Even if there was blue light, precautions can also be destroyed. In less than a minute or 2, the electromagnetic gun and the soldiers were ready. Of course, these fighters are all fighters in the moving fortress. They raised their arms and aimed at the sky. Launch! Natasha Zhao shouted. In an instant, the black missiles on the soldiers' arms shot directly towards the sky. But the electromagnetic gun did not fire. Boom. Chapter 252. Chapter 249. Lightning Storm. The black pulse missile exploded directly on the blue light shield, and Yi-Tan didn't know. He smiled sharply. As expected, Atlantis was so afraid of death that he even set up defense for the giant tower. But pulse missiles are weapons that can withstand the 3rd-level civilization. You are a small 2nd-level intermediary civilization, and want to block pulse missiles? At this moment, how foolish is it? The blue light bursting out of the pulse missile began to devour the blue mask frantically. Emission. Boom. The electromagnetic gun was launched, and the black afterimage rushed directly towards the place swallowed by the pulse missile. Charge. Natasha didn't give Atlantis a chance to civilization at all, and continued to charge up. Those black mechas were about to rush in, and the attack speed of the bugs and the transformation army became more and more fierce. Boom. Another black afterimage shot towards the air. Yi-Tan watched the 2 black afterimages shot one after the other, and directly ordered the army to start to stand still. As long as the black tower was destroyed, the Red Dragon would definitely support it immediately. He believed that the Red Dragon must be very anxiously observing the remains outside at this moment. That's right, the Red Dragon at the moment was looking at Atlantis with a gloomy expression. His phantom was standing on the flying Pingding, looking very thin and depressed. Master, don't have anything to do. I have called all the legions to come. We have worked hard to find you. Don't have anything to do. If something happens to you, I will let the whole earth be buried for you. The Atlantis civilization is completely erased from the historical galaxy. Standing on the Pingding, the Red Dragon muttered to himself. The voice made people feel very sad. He can't see all the situation inside Atlantis at this moment, and so can all countries. He can't see what their president is now. If they know that their president is now inhumane, will they still stand by? Boom. Suddenly, the huge blue light curtain of Atlantis suddenly shook. The Red Dragon's eyes shrank suddenly, and something happened in the ruins. Otherwise, how could the light curtain of this ruin shake? Someone must be destroying the light curtain of Atlantis civilization. As for those who enter it, only the master has the ability to bombard the light curtain. Is the master in danger? Thinking of this, The Red Dragon immediately controlled the Pingding to fly towards Atlantis. When warships from various countries saw the Tamron spacecraft flying in, all of them were a little panicked. Roll. Suddenly, there was a roar from the spacecraft, and everyone in the planes of various countries who listened to them looked gloomy, and they couldn't get angry. After all, it provoked Yetan, which was a painful price for the Empire. Investigation aircraft from various countries hurriedly flew in another direction, and some aircraft that had not had time to evacuate were directly hit by the Pingding and turned into a bunch of flames and fell toward the sea. The electromagnetic cannon is fully charged, and the bullet weighs 500 kilograms. Will it be launched? In Honglong's mind, the deputy head of the Pingding number reported to him. Honglong didn't say a word, and gave the order directly in his mind. Boom! Below the Pingding, the huge-shaped weapon suddenly launched a huge black iron ball, a sound wave that exceeded the speed, and launched towards the center of the blue light curtain of Atlantis. And before the Red Dragon was launched, Yetan, who was in the ruins, looked at the projectile fired by the electromagnetic cannon, but he didn't destroy the huge tower, but broke a huge pothole. Yetan became anxious in his heart. This electromagnetic gun was modified by scientists and was easy to carry, but its power was weakened, and there was no such powerful power to bombard the giant tower. Boom! It was black again, and a black afterimage continued to fly towards the giant tower. The giant tower just shook, without any damage. Yetan was a little anxious. Those 100,000 black mechas that came from a distance were rushing towards them, very fast. If they arrived, Yetan really had no confidence that he could give the 100,000 black mechas to all days. Yetan suffocated his anger when he thought about it. If he didn't explode Atlantis, his surname would not be Yi. Beep the dog. The future master of the vertical and horizontal universe has been manipulated into this by a second-level literary wise brain, and there is no one. The beautiful girl in the back also saw the overwhelming black mecha at this moment, and her pretty little face almost turned white. Help you, domineering little man. After the beautiful girl murmured to herself, she pressed a light-type invisible brain on her arm, calling for something. And in the deepest part of the ruins, there were clusters of white buildings and black buildings. The ruins brain moved these houses here, and the interior of the beautiful girl's spaceship suddenly lit up. Afterwards, the spaceship rushed towards the location of the beautiful girl invisibly. The speed was super fast, flying directly over the heads of all the black mechas. In less than 10 seconds, she came to the beautiful girl and slowly landed. The beautiful girl cat got on the battleship secretly. She felt that Yetan must have found something. In the battleship, the beautiful girl looked at the dense buttons and whispered with a blushing face, "You want the man I ordered to die. You Atlantis are so brave." Afterwards, the little white hand slammed to a red button. The invisible spaceship began to buzzing thinking, as if it was charging. Boom! Suddenly, the invisible spaceship slammed 2 red rays of light towards the giant tower. At the moment the red light was emitted, Yetan turned his head abruptly, and when he saw nothing in the sky, he suddenly emitted 2 red lights, which immediately blew the dog in his heart. What's more, someone really followed them, and this invisibility technology, no one in the Earth civilization can study it, even if the Phantom in his base is just the simplest invisibility technology. As long as the gun is fired, the body will be revealed. But the one who emits red light in the sky must be the alien who protects the American Emperor. Yetan didn't order an attack. After all, the spaceship was attacking the giant tower. Although he didn't know what the alien came from, he just had to explode the giant tower. If aliens provoke him, there is only one dead end. Yetan turned his head and looked at the black giant tower being hit by the red light, and then began to crazily collapse and shake, and the blue light shield in the sky was flickering. At this moment, the blue mask suddenly condensed countless blue lightning. Rumble, ringing in the air. Fuck. Lightning storm? Yetan blurted out in shock. Beeping the dog. Isn't the blue electric light condensing in the sky the lightning storm in the Red Alert game? Isn't this a unit in the Red Alert? If you beep the dog, Can you have a second-level civilization? Chapter 253. Chapter 250. A beautiful girl appears. And just when Ethan was frantically complaining, Red Dragon's voice suddenly rang in Ethan's headset. Master, this lightning storm is only the most advanced unit of the Red Police. It is a super weapon on par with nuclear bombs, and their research level is not high, so there is nothing surprising that a second-level civilization can be researched. Ethan suddenly had a black line on his face. He was deeply surprised when he heard Red Dragon's words. He didn't expect that the red light would work, and he could contact Red Dragon. Then what's the powerful function of the Red Alert system? Anything civilization can be developed successfully. It's a beeping dog, Yitan said in a grumpy voice. Red Dragon. Yitankson was really beeping the dog at this moment. Seeing the endless relics from various countries, Yitan wanted to complain at that time. What about the golden finger? Why do other people have it? For Yitan's complaints, the Red Dragon was embarrassed on the spot. It directly began to explain from the beginning. Domination. The Red Alert system assists in the dominance of the entire universe. There are countless literary star domains in the universe, and the powerful place to dominate is the Red Alert system. The Master cannot see the future of the Red Alert now, but the Red Dragon can firmly tell the Master that the power of the Red Alert system is far from now. Red Alert has everything in the Red Alert game. But as long as it reaches the universe, it needs the assistance of scientists. And in the universe, the most powerful are nothing more than two types of personnel. One is a civilized scientist, and the other is a mecha pilot. The dominant scientist, to a certain degree, can randomly select powerful civilized scientists. This is where the dominant scientist is truly powerful. Yitan suddenly smiled bitterly in his heart when he heard it. He knew all this, but seeing the lightning storm, he couldn't help but feel a little stubborn. After all, he didn't even have a lightning storm. And now I don't know anything about the universe, let alone arrogant in the universe. It seems that we must plan for the future. At this moment, the huge black cloud in the sky was constantly condensing lightning, and the red light was still attacking frantically. The two people seemed to be racing against time. The electromagnetic cannon is ready to bombard me towards the giant black tower, Yitan said coldly. If the blue lightning were past, Yitan would suffer along with it. Rumble. The lightning in the sky was ringing frantically, and the beautiful girl in the invisible spacecraft looked at the flashing red light on the screen. Her small face turned pale. She knew the power of the lightning storm, which can be said to be a cosmic storm that shrank 100 million times. Although weakened by 100 million times, the power that bursts out is unstoppable by his fourth-level civilized spacecraft. Unless he leaves this place, otherwise, the spacecraft's shield can't stop it at all. But the beautiful girl's pale smiling face looked at Yitan. Her eyes showed a firm look. For her last days on Earth, her toys must not be harmed. At least this little man is very domineering. Thinking about it, that handsome white face suddenly turned red and it was really cute. Boom! Suddenly the lightning in the sky made a roar of thunder. Instantly hacked towards everyone below Yitan. At this time, the electromagnetic gun fired. The black afterimage projectile rushed towards the huge black tower. But the blue lightning in the sky, as thick as a snake, pounced directly below. Protect the Master. Someone in Yitan's warrior crowd roared, and then all flew into the sky and rushed towards the huge lightning. They can die, but the Master can't get hurt at all. The power of the blue lightning was so powerful that it instantly hit the steel warrior flying in the air. Boom! The steel warrior directly chopped into pieces and fell down. Seeing the soldier's death, Yitan's hand clenched tightly, and the aura of anger in his heart gathered even more. The steel and iron warrior died, and then a few more warriors rushed up into the sky, toward the lightning that was flying violently. As for the invisible spaceship on the side, without any obstruction, the thick lightning of the giant python struck the spaceship directly, instantly slicing the exquisite spaceship out. Yitan didn't have time to watch at this moment. His eyes gleamed and looked at the lightning still condensing in the sky. Rumble. The second time is about to start again. Boom. This time the lightning storm slashed directly and instantly smashed on the exquisite spacecraft. The spacecraft's attack was interrupted all at once, and it fell in front of Yi Tan's troops with blue smoke. The small face of the beautiful girl sitting inside suddenly turned pale, and the shield on the screen was crazily reduced. Although the attack was interrupted by lightning, the spaceship was still intact, as if it had only received some attacks. But the third attack is coming. Yi Tan had already lost 100 soldiers at this moment. In order to prevent Yi Tan from being harmed, all these soldiers rushed towards the lightning like moths to the fire. Ah, Atlantis, if I live, I must let your civilization disappear first. With crazy killing intent in Yi Tan's eyes, he roared into the air. Boom! It was the huge thunder and lightning that responded to him. Boom! The huge lightning struck the beautiful girl's spaceship again. But outside, the Red Dragon had already charged up at this moment. Seeing the flickering blue light mask, and the constant roaring noise, suddenly his heart sank, and angrily ordered, "Lock the target and launch." Boom! The electromagnetic cannon fired by the Pingding for the first time directly rushed to the blue light curtain, and the speed was so fast that it instantly hit the light curtain. In an instant, the entire light curtain began to decompose like water ripples. But Yi Tan inside, watching the huge lightning cloud suddenly start to slowly decompose, suddenly smiled coldly. It seems that Red Dragon has fired the electromagnetic cannon. He told Hong Long about all the situation just now, but he didn't expect Hong Long to be so fast. The thunder cloud disappeared, but the huge lightning that struck at the end hit the beautiful girl's spaceship, and the entire spaceship was shaken instantly. The beautiful girl inside, all the instruments in front of her glowed at the moment, and the shield that it opened could not stop those huge attacks. All the internal instruments were destroyed in an instant. The beautiful girl seemed to have been struck by thunder and lightning. Her entire small face turned pale, and a trace of blood had flowed from the corner of her mouth. Laugh. The beautiful girl opened the door of the spaceship and walked towards the outside. If she does not leave here, she will be burned to death. How old is she? Without the protection of Reba, and without the 40 high-level warship, she will be quickly wiped out. He is also a fragile little girl. Seeing that the thunder clouds in the sky disappeared, Yi Tan was about to let the Red Dragon order the army to enter it, but suddenly saw a girl suddenly appeared in the spaceship in front of them. Yi Tan's eyes shrank suddenly. Chapter 254 Chapter 251, Yi Tan, Master of the Universe. The pale little face of the beautiful girl with the perfect body has black marks. Yi Tan narrowed his eyes when he saw that it was a woman. Do aliens look like this? Suddenly, a group of steel warriors, directly thousands of them, surrounded the beautiful girl. The beautiful girl turned pale at the moment, and the white meat mountain held up by the huge chest was constantly undulating. Is this woman the one who helped the American emperor? Yi Tan asked in his heart. Seeing this shy woman with her eyes closed, Yi Tan felt a little disbelief. Bring it up. Yi Tan said coldly. What's wrong with a good-looking woman, as long as it blocks him? Even the daughter of the King of Heaven will kill him. The Iron Warrior alone grabbed the beautiful girl's arm and walked towards Yi Tan. The beautiful girl was brought to Yi Tan by the warrior. Yi Tan pinched the exquisite chin with his hand and looked at it coldly. Sorry. The beautiful girl's comatose little face kept making low muttering voices. Yi Tan frowned when she heard it. What happened to this alien? Why did she say sorry? But Yi Tan was not shocked why the beautiful girl could speak Huaxia, so she could come to the earth, and she could also learn all the languages of the earth. And the moment Yi Tan caught the beautiful girl under the Antarctic iceberg, inside the huge battleship, Liber suddenly opened his muddy eyes. Miss Rumble. The huge iceberg began to sway wildly. The huge ice layer began to split up, and a huge space battleship violently pushed away from under the glacier. Countless penguins, seals, and fur seals rushed around in panic in the face of this terrifying disaster. This huge battleship is the size of 2 Atlantis civilization relics. Rising from under the iceberg is definitely the biggest disaster in Antarctica. Rumble. That huge battleship was very hideous in appearance, with huge cannon barrels everywhere on it, as well as countless square and scaly objects. It looked like a living thing. The huge battleship kept humming and seemed to be preparing something. Boom! The battleship suddenly emitted a bright blue light and flew towards the ruins at a very fast speed. And in the base of Yushan on the 4 islands, the spy satellite headquarters suddenly issued a whining alarm. In an instant the news reached the Red Dragon's ears, and the Red Dragon's heart suddenly chilled. Has it caused the boss? It seems that this woman is still very important to those aliens. There was a gloomy light in the Red Dragon's eyes. Aliens lurking on the earth to help other countries' forces. It feels uncomfortable in Enon's heart. Master, the alien cosmic battleship found in Antarctica, its combat capability is not something we can resist. In addition, the woman caught must have a background. The shape of the battleship will arrive in 3 seconds. After Yitan heard this, the cold light in his eyes suddenly burst out. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, in that huge blank area, the black mechas began to advance again, and the crisis began again. Yitan didn't feel a trace of panic in his heart. At this moment, the sky above the ruins suddenly darkened, and everyone looked up, not almost scared to pee. With huge battleships, all the coastal cities of Cyprus were enveloped. Countless people looked at the huge battleship above as if they had seen a ghost, and everyone was horrified. Is it an alien invasion? In the space battleship, Bilbo was locked by countless battleships as soon as he arrived here. He sneered. Some natives only wanted to lock the battleship. Are you kidding me? Diddy, locked by an unknown warship. Locked by an unknown warship. This constantly reminding signal caused Bilbo's heart to panic suddenly. What's special? His intellectual brain defense system is the highest product of the 4th level Empire civilization, and it is still locked by some natives? Is this kidding him? Reba ordered the brain to get rid of the lock. Did he? There is an intrusion of unknown signals. An intrusion of unknown signals. Boom. Bilbo's brain exploded, and he was beeping the dog. He was specifically aimed at. His battleship was the rarest battleship in the Empire, and the intellectual brain loaded inside was the top intellectual brain of the MIS group. Moreover, this intellectual brain is the only super intellectual brain in their 4th level civilization, and it was invaded by others. Are you sure you are not kidding? Bilbo was horrified at this moment. A little native could do this step. This is definitely not accidental. Who is this kid? The signal invading is Yitan's space battleship. It seems that the battleship is at most a battleship that has entered the 2nd level of civilization. I did not expect that the brains inside could invade his battleship. This had to make Bilbo beep in heart. Diddy, an unknown signal has been hacked and some information is being stolen. Diddy, all information has been destroyed in advance, and the signal is cracking all the information. Hearing these 2 intellectual brain prompts, Bilbo's brain exploded. The intellectual brain in this special little battleship must be level 8 or higher. Otherwise, his brain, even level 5 civilization, would not be able to crack it. It will take a long time. And the higher the civilization, the speed of cracking will increase. Only level 8 civilization can have such a fast speed! Bilbo was furious and panicked. He really wanted to destroy the battleship with one shot, but the young lady was in their hands and couldn't make a move. This kid must be weird. Bilbo's heart is angry, and the old face that hasn't changed for thousands of years is starting to become savage. Who are you? Suddenly, there was an old sound from the huge battleship. The sound of the vicissitudes of life made the entire Cyprus waters clear. Yitan smiled disdainfully. Is this to give him power? Me, Yitan. Domination of the universe. Yitan's voice was emitted from Bingding, and that voice was brighter than that of the Rebo battleship. Yitan's voice was heard throughout the sea, and the entire sea was boiling. The people in Cyprus were deeply shocked by Yitan's voice. Bilbo heard Yitan's rampant voice. His entire face was gloomy. The universe master, dare to say it. Let go of my lady. Otherwise I will let the Earth civilization disappear completely. The battleship made a huge roar again, this time louder than Yitan's. After Yitan heard this, He sneered unclearly. Who should he talk to? Your young lady is in my hands, so you are so paralyzed, Yi Tan said, grabbing the heroine's neck, staring coldly at the huge battleship in the sky, and drinking angrily. Try it, try it, try it. Yi Tan's voice seemed to be amplified by the red dragon this time, and it echoed continuously over the entire sea area. Hiss. The warships of all countries were taken aback. They didn't know what happened, but judging from the current situation, the owner of the huge warship seemed to be in Yi Tan's hands, and this is going to do something. Chapter 255. Chapter 252. Destroy them. Hiss. Bilbo sat in the general control chair, and he was stunned by Yi Tan's overbearing and crazy words. Try it. Did he dare to try? If the young lady confessed here, he would be completely finished. Besides, the young lady was the one he had seen since childhood and was even more intimate than his biological daughter. How could he have done it? Good boy, arrogant enough. Bilbo looked at the cold and calm Yi Tan in the video, and immediately praised him in his heart. In the Empire, who would dare to speak to him like that? Only this kid in front of me. Boy, then you say, how do you want to let go of my lady? Bilbo yelled, staring at him. He is also anxious now. But he has investigated Yi Tan's name. It is a genuine neurosis. One can fix it. The young lady might be strangled to death. Yi Tan suddenly sneered when he heard Bilbo's words. The palms of the beautiful girl he was pinching were sweating, and he was also afraid. What a real space warship! With one shot, Yi Tan could return to the west, destroy the 100,000 mechas around here. Yi Tan shouted. When Bilbo heard it, the frowning brows stretched down. As long as the lady can be released, he would be willing to blow up the earth. Boy, can I believe your words? Reba needs to be sure. You guess. Boom. When Reba heard this, his head suddenly exploded. What the hell is this? I guess. Beep the dog. You. Before Bilbo finished speaking, he saw that Yi Tan's pinched hands tightened again, and the beautiful girl's face suddenly became pale. Okay. Let me do it. I hope you do it, Bilbo shouted. After speaking, the huge space battleship flew out countless small white rays towards the black mecha army that threw in. The white light was very fast and directly hit all the black mechas, and instantly the white light exploded directly on the mechas. Boom, boom. Countless black mechas exploded directly. Seeing that the army of black mechas was directly destroyed, Yi Tan shuddered in his heart. This cosmic battle armor was really extraordinary. It could kill a second-level empire in an instant. Seeing the jealous expression on Yi Tan's face, Bilbo suddenly felt a little arrogant in his heart. Aboriginals are natives. The warship on board, but a military warship, can instantly destroy a second-level civilization. Even you, the Earth civilization, wants to fight with us. It's a joke. Boy, can you return my lady? Bilbo shouted with the air of a heavenly king. Yi Tan suddenly snorted coldly. I said that if you destroyed this black mecha, I will return it to your young lady. You. Bilbo was furious. Although he knew Yi Tan's temperament, he didn't expect to be so rascal. He really felt like a dog. The veins on Bilbo's forehead were violent, and he was really angry now that he was almost exploding. What do you want me to do? You say? Reba shouted thickly. Yi Tan suddenly released two icy rays of light, and looked at the huge battleship in the sky. In the beginning, did you help the US destroy my electromagnetic railgun? Did you help the US conquer the Zerg? Bilbo didn't expect Yi Tan to know so many things, but think about it, Yi Tan has the intellectual brain to crack his battleship instantly, let alone know these things. If Yi Tan used these things to do something unfavorable to Miss, he would be guilty for a lifetime. Libba suddenly seemed old, and his voice began to tremble. The young lady is his life. At the beginning, the young lady only helped the American Emperor resist the attack, and did not let him hand over the bugs to the American Emperor, nor did he ask him to transform the American Emperor's scientists. All of this was his own opinion to make the young lady have fun. Unexpectedly, the young lady could fall into Yi Tan's hands. Is not it? At this time, Yeaton's angry roar came out again. Yes, Bilbo said weakly in a voice of vicissitudes of life. Yes. Yeaton suddenly saw the red killing intent in his eyes. If Bilbo hadn't helped the American Emperor at that time, he might have already eliminated the American Emperor by now. Moreover, his soldiers will not pounce on the lightning one by one to protect his life. Suddenly Yeaton's pinching hand began to harden. The beautiful girl's face became pale again, as white as a piece of paper. Stop it. What do you want me to do before you let my lady go? Hearing Bilbo's anxious roar, Yeaton showed a gloomy smile at the corner of his mouth, like a demon, looking at the sky and saying, "Destroy the American Emperor. Destroy the American Emperor to me." This sound directly shocked everyone, and the people on the battleships of those countries were shocked when Yeaton said this. Are you crazy? If you ruin a country for a little girl, will the old man agree? Many reporters from Cyprus countries started to broadcast the live broadcast. The title is eye-catching. Many people around the world have seen this live broadcast. Although they can't see the details, they can hear the loud roar. In particular, Yeaton's domineering roar shocked everyone in the world. Many people can guess that the huge battleship may be aliens, but now, Yeaton dares to do this against the aliens, which everyone did not expect. But in their hearts, they are still very proud, because we are all Earth civilizations, and Yeaton's strength marks the Earth. How is this possible? The constitution of the universe clearly prevents us from participating in the development of any low-level civilization, especially if you are just about to be promoted to a second-level civilization. When Yeaton heard this, the fire in his heart immediately rose. Shut up. Why didn't you say that when you helped the US Emperor? You tell me this now. It seems that you don't want your lady to live. Yeaton roared violently and said that his hand was getting stronger and stronger. Stop it. I will do it. I will do it. Bilbo yelled anxiously. He is also ready now. He didn't dare to use his brain to calculate Yeaton's next move and attack, because the brain in Yeaton's battleship had already cracked into his battleship. Staring at him tightly, if he dared to make a small move, then Yeaton would definitely choke Mr. Death as soon as possible. If so, it is not worth it for the sake of an American Emperor. Hearing Bilbo's roar, everyone was shocked. Is it really going to destroy the American Emperor? For a little girl, he was going to destroy the American Emperor, a message that everyone could not accept. The weapons on the huge battleship began to ring. Yeaton, as long as I help you ruin the American Emperor, you will let my lady go, and all our grievances will be wiped out. Reb roared in the battleship. Chapter 256. Chapter 253, Blackmail. Was it written off? Yeaton muttered to himself. He raised his head and showed a wicked smile. But in the distant United States, the whole country began to panic, because they were about to destroy the country. It's strange that they don't panic. There are crazy escape routes for people, especially in coastal cities, where groups of refugees are boarding frantically. The empire is about to die, and they will disappear completely. Yeaton, I can only help you destroy the capital of the US Emperor. I cannot destroy the entire civilization of the US Emperor. This will implicate my civilization. Of course, if you feel dissatisfied, even if my civilization is implicated, then I will destroy your entire Earth civilization. Hiss. Many people took a sigh of relief when they heard what Libba said. The amount of information revealed in it is too great. Are there many civilizations outside of their planet? And destroying an Earth, for this old man, is it really as simple as eating and drinking? Yeaton sneered when he heard Bilbo's crazy voice. He only ruined the capital of the American Emperor. So simply let your lady go. If only the US capital is destroyed, then I can do it too, so why threaten you to do this? Yeaton suddenly planned everything in his heart. He wants to make a mistake. Blackmail aliens. Well, as long as you ruin the US Emperor, everything we had before is written off. Yeaton raised his neck and roared. Bilbo didn't dare to say anything anymore. The young lady was pinching in Yeaton's hands, and the information from Mrs. Intellectual Brain was in crisis. If there was a delay, she might actually be planted on this indigenous civilization planet. Bingo. The master will never let him go. Boom. Following Yeaton's words, The huge battleship immediately launched a blue ray and rushed directly to the capital of the American Emperor. The speed is so fast, even in Cyprus, everyone just saw a blue light fly by in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the blue light exploded directly in the newly built capital of the American Empire. Boom! The huge blue firelight, very spectacular, exploded instantly before everyone had time to react. Countless houses, ground, high-rise buildings, cars and other architectural human beings are directly shrouded by the blue light and become piles of debris. The blue light is extremely hot and can catch up to half of the sun's heat. Even half of the provinces and cities next to the newly built capital have been hit. Many human beings didn't even make a scream, and turned into a pile of black scum. Master, the US capital has been destroyed. The voice of the Red Dragon rang in Yi Tan's ears. Yi Tan was not told about the Red Dragon's invasion of the huge battleship, because in this crisis, the Red Dragon activated some authority. As long as the battleship dares to deal with Yi Tan, Hong the Dragon has a way to make the battleship blue itself. And what was paid was the wise brain of Hong Long. Red Dragon didn't tell Yi Tan about all this, because Red Dragon, guess what? When Yi Tan received the news from Hong Long, he immediately showed a successful smile. Yi Tan, let go of my lady. What I promised you has been done. Should you also fulfill your promise? Aboard in the battleship. I said that as long as you do these things, I will let your lady go. What I said is that the grievances with you are wiped out. Hearing Yi Tan's words, Bilbo suddenly rushed toward his brain with a rush of blood in his chest. Peeping the dog. So he was so tricky. Yi Tan, do you really want your Earth civilization to disappear completely? If you really want to see this scene, I will get what I want. After Reba let out the roar of resentment, the huge battleship began to move, seeming to be ready to completely destroy the Earth's civilization. Poor Bilbo did not find out about the situation in Yi Tan base at all. If he knew that the Red Police base was Yi Tan's lifeblood, Bilbo would definitely destroy the Red Police base at all costs. Of course, this is also impossible. There is a Red Dragon. It was equivalent to the 8th level when Mengzi Brain, and it was impossible for Bilbo to invade the Red Police base. Try it. Your lady is really beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful woman. Try it to see what it feels like. That should be a refreshing feeling. Ha ha ha. Yi Tan pinched the beautiful girl who was still in a coma and smiled wildly while stroking her face. Dare you, a native of the Earth? If you dare to do this, I won't let you go to hell. Ha ha, are you? Do you think I dare? Yi Tan picked up the beautiful girl and walked aside. At this time, the Red Dragon driving Pingding landed in the ruins. Yi Tan, no, I am willing to give you what you want. Bilbo's rapid roar was roaring, but Yi Tan did not respond at all, and continued to walk towards Pingding. Tens of thousands of steel warriors flew out on the Pingding, each holding an electromagnetic gun, standing straight to the side, welcoming the return of the master. Seeing Yi Tan stepping into the battleship Pingding, Bilbo's brain was about to explode, his scalp became numb, and he killed countless people with a sound. From the Empire's 3rd level civilization to the 4th level civilization, he belonged to that veteran level, the kind, but now, being forced to such an extent by a hairy boy is simply the greatest shame in his life. Yi Tan. When Bilbo saw Yi Tan walk in, he let out a grieving roar. Swish. Bilbo took his small battleship and flew towards the ruins. He was really anxious. If the lady was given that by Yi Tan, it would really be a beeping dog. How precious is the identity of the young lady? How could an indigenous civilization be harmed? It must not happen at this time. And just when the small spaceship arrived at the ruins, it was instantly locked by Yi Tan's tens of thousands of steel soldiers. Bilbo didn't dare to rush into it. What if Yi Tan got mad and killed Miss? At this moment, the crowd of tens of thousands of iron warriors suddenly gave up away. The projection of the Red Dragon came out, and the Red Dragon remained as before, unable to see any features at all. It was just a black mist of human form and a pair of red eyes. And the look that can roughly be seen. Wisdom brain? Bilbo's eyes shrank sharply, but he saw the look in the red dragon's eyes. This was simply not something that Wenming's brain could do. "Are you Yitan's intellectual brain?" Ulbo asked grimly, and then roared, "You are an 8th level literary wise brain. Why would you help an indigenous person?" The ethereal expression of the red dragon suddenly sneered. Looking at that, Ulbo disdainfully said, "Then what are you going to do with the 4th level civilization here? If you try hard, the next second will be your death date." Chapter 257. Chapter 254. Come on. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Ulbo was shocked. Is even a small brain so arrogant? But Ulbo believes in everything that Red Dragon said. This is the existence of an 8th level intellectual brain. As long as it is all electronic equipment, it can become the most powerful weapon of this intellectual brain. In the universe, there was once a time when a super brain rebelled against humans. That is the existence of an advanced civilization, because when the brain was created, the most perfect restriction was not set, allowing the brain to take advantage of the loopholes and break all restrictions. Later, powerful robots were created, thus becoming the first robot race in the universe. And this race became very powerful under the control of that intellectual brain. Even the civilization that created it could not erase this race. In the end, it became bigger and bigger, and no super civilization dare to erase this robot race. Even if there is, it can only be achieved by the supreme civilization, and the supreme civilization is at the center of the star field, which is not accessible to their border civilizations. Therefore, he can completely believe that this red dragon brain is absolutely capable of making him return to the West instantly. Ulbo was suffocating in his heart and looked at the red dragon savagely and angry. "Diddy, the host is entering a dangerous period. The host is entering a dangerous period." At this moment, the smart brain watch on Reba's wrist suddenly reminded that Reba's heart suddenly raised when he heard this. "Miss is in crisis now, can't wait any longer." "Wait, Miss will really to let Yitan come out. I must pick up Miss. Miss is dying and can't wait anymore. I want to treat Miss." Ulbo yelled at the red dragon. The fuzzy shadow of Honglong suddenly showed a smile of disdain. "If you want to pick it up, just pick it up. I tell you, this is not your civilized empire. It's not that you can do whatever you want. Here, there is only the master. Whether you are a dragon or a snake, you have to give me a plate here. Go." The red dragon said a lot of very domineering words, which directly suppressed Ulbo's heart. At this moment, Ulbo's heart was upset. "Can you give me something to Miss? If you don't have these things, Miss will be completely finished. By then, your Earth will not be better. It will not be good for everyone." Ulbo is soft at the moment, and his old face is gone now. If he hadn't deviated from the order given by the lady and helped the American emperor with disdain, perhaps so many things would not happen now. And Yitan wouldn't treat her like that. "What?" Honglong said coldly. As soon as Ulbo heard a play, he hurriedly said, "It's the repair fluid. As long as it is not a super injury, as long as the repair fluid is taken, it will be repaired slowly. My lady is in a crisis now. I ask you to help me send the medicine in." Ulbo shouted anxiously at the moment. The expression on his face was like a parent at the door during the college entrance examination, with an anxious look on his face. Honglong's red eyes didn't have any fluctuations, but deep in his internet thinking, he was very excited. It was a repair liquid. What he could use for his lady must be a powerful potion. It would be great if he could come. "Okay, I can help you with this request." But when Ulbo heard that the person in front was happy, he heard the red dragon say again, but his heart sank suddenly. "But what? You give me a dozen first." "Damn it. It's numb to the singer." Ulbo's heart exploded, so I beeped the dog. "What are you talking about? If you want a dozen, I say you immortal bored." The expression on Ulbo's face was like riding a roller coaster. It was black, green, white, and hideous. It was a beeping dog. Impossible. How much effort our empire took to get such a bottle. I still bought it from a higher civilization. If you want a dozen, dream. Ulbo said coldly. He is really crazy now, and they don't know that it was Yitan that they had lost their minds. They also thought about it. If you say something about the advanced civilization of the universe, I guess your Earth will be highly explosive the next day. Tate, what's arrogant? It's just bullying too much. No, don't forget it if you don't. Anyway, the ruler won't care or die. Boom. Reba's brain exploded. What the hell? Don't care if you live or die. Doesn't that mean? Reba didn't dare to think anymore. Let's talk about it. What are you going to do to deliver the medicine to my lady? Ilbo took a deep breath and stared at Honglong Dao. Seeing Ilbo's aggrieved face, Honglong suddenly sneered, letting you pretend to be such a strong direct bombardment of the Tanwai electromagnetic railgun. Is this terrible? A dozen potions. As soon as Ilbo heard this, the blue veins on his forehead suddenly burst, and the muscles on that old arm were bulging. And he couldn't help it now. Are you playing with me? A dozen potions? Is that something that our 4th level civilization can produce? You might as well grab it. Ilbo roared frantically while clamoring with the red dragon. Rushed away. The Iron Warrior took a look and hurriedly began to pull Ilbo up, not allowing Ilbo to rush forward. Come or not? Honglong had only one sentence. The angry Ilbo almost committed high blood pressure and fainted directly. We don't have that many Bleevil enhancers. Our civilization can only produce Cleavel enhancers, and there are not many. As soon as the red dragon heard it, there was a drama. Is the strengthening of the Dominion coming? Okay, bring us all the BC grade, and I can help you bring in the repair fluid. Ilbo's head was buzzing. This is really to blackmail him, isn't it just for helping the American Emperor? Thinking of this, Ilbo's heart became even more angry. He just wanted to find out the first speaker of the US Empire and slap him to death. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't be so embarrassed in front of an aboriginal who had just entered the 2nd level civilization. Ilbo obtained the potion and directly gave it to an Iron Warrior. After watching the Iron Warrior step into the battleship, Ilbo let out a sigh of relief. He is not afraid that Yitan will not use it for Miss. If she has something to do, let the entire Earth civilization be buried. In the Pingding, Yitan Xing commanded some army to collect energy stones in a crazy manner in the Black Mecha. He was about to explode with excitement now. The Black Mecha fragments all over the ground, and countless shining energy stones. If they were all taken to the base, they could exchange nearly as many energy points, and then the violent soldiers could explode as many. This time the relic has gained so much. When the base develops, it will be the day when the Tamron Empire will rise. Chapter 258. Chapter 255, Decange. As soon as Yitan finished commanding the soldiers, he received news from Red Dragon. He did not expect that Red Dragon would blackmail Ilbo so many rare potions. He originally only took this girl as a hostage, so that Ilbo's huge battleship could be used by him, and then he would be able to gorge and escort him. But his thoughts fell through. He didn't expect this girl to be so badly injured. As a result, the potion in the hand of the Iron Warrior walked towards the girl, who was now curled up on the sofa. Yitan took out a conspicuous bottle of blue medicine. Inside the bottle, there was a blue firefly, which was very beautiful, as if it were a dream product in a fairyland. I'm sorry, I couldn't help you. The girl's pale and trembling little lips said softly. Yitan frowned. She kept repeating these words since he saw the girl. Who is she? Sorry. Yitan didn't talk nonsense, and gently opened the girl's mouth with his hand, and poured the blue potion down. After taking the medicine, the girl's face began to ease. After Yitan helped the girl up, he walked towards his big bed. His heart was excited. This time his chance to improve is coming. Seeing the piles of small bottles of medicine in his arms, Yitan was so happy to die. Honglong, how is this medicine taken? Are there any precautions? Yitan said in his headset. And the red dragon outside the pingding number directly answered Yitan's question through the internet. Master, the medicine has been tested. There is no problem. You can take it directly. This medicine is very effective for strengthening the master. Hearing what Honglong said, Yitan was happy, took out a big pot, poured all the medicine into it, and stirred it evenly. With his big mouth open, he poured directly into his mouth. Crazy. Fuck. The red dragon's voice suddenly sounded in the room. The steel warriors guarding the room directly pulled their legs and ran towards the inside. Seeing that the master had already drank the potion into his stomach, he immediately took off the steel suit and buckled it into Yi Tan's mouth with his fingers. The situation is as if the Dominator has robbed them of food like crazy. There's no way. It's about life and death, and care about respect or disrespect. First save life and talk about it. Beat the dog. And you drank everything at once. What do you think this is? Water? At this moment, Yi Tan's head began to swell, and his whole body began to get hot. Suddenly, his consciousness disappeared. Break free of the soldier's arms and sit cross-legged on the bed. The potion began to have an effect. When everyone saw it, they were stunned. Their hearts ran away. The dominance was over, and no one was killed. But they were bursting with energy. The red dragon outside just saw Yi Tan drank all the potion suddenly, and he blew out angrily. Fuck. Reba was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Quickly bring the master over, beat the dog, and drink all the potions. Isn't this a death hunt? Quickly, you can vomit as much as you can, or the master will be finished. Hong Long cursed from the side. Ulbo on the side is really confused. What's the situation? Drink all the medicine directly? Damn it, beat the dog, beat the dog. How can anyone dare to do this in the universe? Isn't this looking for death? Didn't you tell Yi Tan that you can't drink the medicine together? Ulbo yelled. If Yi Tan is finished, would these loyal troops kill the young lady and bury him? This is the issue that Reba is most concerned about. Fuck, I just said that the medicine has no side effects, but the master drank all of it. So I beat the dog. Hong Long shouted at Ulbo in a humanized voice. Roaring made Ulbo stunned. It makes sense. Reba took a deep breath. He didn't know what to say now. I really feel sorry for their subordinates when I meet such a master who can be dead. After receiving the news from the soldiers, Hong Long's network almost exploded, and he couldn't spit out a drop. Is the domination really going to explode? The red dragon directly eliminated all the people in it, and now everything needs to be borne by the master. They couldn't help at all. The combined energy of that potion could burst an ordinary person in an instant. Fortunately, it had been strengthened before domination, and it did not burst so early. Just when all the guards went out, the beautiful girl lying on the bed started to slowly wake up, and all of this, the red dragon was aware of it. The beautiful girl woke up, her body was basically restored by the potion. This shows how powerful the potion is. She blinked her beautiful eyes like a pool of crystal spring water, clear and transparent, and looked at with beautiful eyes. Looking around, I feel very strange. And her oval-shaped, soft and pretty face, with bright red and soft cherry red lips, fragrant and pretty yao nose, beautiful and delicate chin, looks gentle and charming. Against the soft light, she looks like the fairy of Yoki who descended from the sky, and the beautiful face of the country and the city really seems to be ashamed to close the moon and sink the fish. The beautiful girl blushed immediately when she saw Yi Tan sitting on the bed. Yi Tan was shirtless at the moment. This made the beautiful girl's heart a little bang. The beautiful girl walked on tiptoe to Yi Tan, but looking at Yi Tan's flushed face, she felt something was wrong in her heart. Looking at the strengthening potion bottles scattered around, his face was suddenly startled. Did Yi Tan drink all the potions? If this is the case, isn't he in a critical situation now? Generally, he will be crushed to death in such a situation. But what should Yi Tan do? The beautiful girl's heart began to become anxious and confused. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and her face flushed. Rubbing the corners of her clothes with her little hands, she lowered her head shyly and said with a blushing face, "Do you really want to do that? But will it hurt?" After the beautiful girl finished speaking, she suddenly stuck her tongue out. Looking at Yi Tan slyly, the beautiful girl carefully took off Yi Tan's clothes, and then slowly took off her own clothes. The incomparable beauty of the beautiful girl, icy muscles and bones. The skin on her pretty face is crystal clear. There are both gorgeous and shy pink, and holy and noble innocence, as well as the unbearable dusty and charming 10,000 kinds the amorous feelings are cleverly integrated in Yiren. The celestial fairy descended to the earth, and the 9 heavens profound girl came to the dust, which is indeed the most precious gift in the eyes of men. The beautiful girl took off all the clothes and was naked against Yetan, but the huge hot temperature on Yetan's body suddenly made the beautiful girl sweat all over her body. Her delicate and plump breasts undulated violently, accompanied by crystal beads of sweat slowly rolling down. The smooth and slender legs were now covered with a layer of sweat, flashing seductively under the light. Luster. The beautiful girl closed her eyes and took a deep breath. If there was a delay, Yetan would really die. She didn't want Yetan to die so early. After all, her heart was already on Yetan's body. Chapter 259. Chapter 257. The Cognition of the Universe. Red Dragon did not speak, staring at the beautiful girl with red eyes without saying a word. The atmosphere and the entire air seemed to freeze, in a state of drying up at any time. The beautiful girl left, and flew towards outer space on the huge battleship Whittlebow. Without a trace of hesitation, he flew directly towards the universe to an unknown area. In the room, Yetan's hot red skin began to slowly return to normal, and on the big bed, there were little red blood stains everywhere. Many sheets were also wrinkled. Lying on the bed, Yetan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling above his head. Now his head is very relaxed, and his body has become more vigorous. Yetan didn't check his body immediately, but did it suddenly, looking at the sheets with a panic look. He was forced to do it. Yetan looked around in a daze, his heart tumbling. It was a beeping dog. Yetan closed his eyes, thinking about everything. Yetan, remember to come to me. Love you, Avril. The crisp and soft voice kept circling in Yetan's mind and was directly engraved in Yetan's heart. Yetan opened his firm eyes and raised his head. His eyes seemed to be looking at a distant place. Although I have never known you, you will be my woman from now on. Wait for me, Yetan solemnly said, and then sighed. He didn't expect that he wanted a little girl to rescue him, and he was still an alien. Yetan got out of bed helplessly, folded the whole bed sheet wretchedly, and put it somewhere cherished. Dominate. Hearing the Red Dragon's voice, Yetan broke away from the warmth of constant memories in his mind. Red Dragon, help me check my body. Master, please hear. The Red Dragon's phantom suddenly appeared in the room, leading Yetan towards the other rooms of Pingding. Yetan and Honglong came to a huge room, which contained countless fitness supplies and some advanced equipment, which seemed to be used for body testing. Master, this is an all-out test machine. As long as you bombard it, you can test how powerful you are. In addition, this test machine is the same as the universe test. Yetan nodded after listening. This test machine looks like a treadmill, but the front is indeed a huge dumbbell-like object. Yetan took a deep breath slowly, and then, his eyes condensed, and the whole person suddenly violent, and the aura on his body was even more terrifying. If an ordinary person stood by, he would be stunned by the aura at this moment. Bang! Yetan's fist hit the drum bell directly, and the fist target suddenly shook. Then the screen on the testing machine showed a series of numbers 2000 kg. Yetan took a breath. He didn't expect that his current strength is so strong that he can already be equal to the second-level Steel Warrior. A single punch can smash people from start to finish. Yetan slapped his lips, feeling that all this was incredible, that human beings could be so powerful. Master, at this time the speed and agility test machine, Red Dragon said without any shock on the side. Yetan watched a long line running. It seemed that it depends on how much he can run in a second. Yetan was ready, and ran toward him in an instant. Did he? The speed is 30 meters per second. Yetan's eyes were wide open, and he was looking at him. He ran 30 meters in an instant. Can this keep Yetan from going crazy? According to a second-level fighter, even Natasha would only take 14 per second, around meters, and he has surpassed Natasha now, which is incredible. Congratulations to the master, you have become an A-class fighter. Yetan looked at the numbers above for a moment. He still didn't know the level defined in the universe. Master, there are many races in the universe, and humans are the largest race in the cosmic civilization, but humans can strengthen, evolve their own cells, and improve their own strength. However, human strengthening does not succeed in every kind of medicine. For the civilized empire, it was all researched by many powerful scientists, and mass production could not be achieved at all. The medicine was not perfect, and there was a strong failure rate. Therefore, we humans can only rely on technological civilization to improve our own power. In the universe, self-strengthening levels can be divided into SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Each level has a clear power stage. For example, the current level of domination is 2000 kilograms. level fighters, and ordinary people are levels. Every time you upgrade your level, you need to strengthen yourself 10 times. That is, the next time Dominator wants to become a level fighter, you need to strengthen yourself 10 times. Of course, in the universe, only those empires with more than level 4 civilization can have 1 or 2 level fighters. And this time the master can become an E fighter. It is pure luck, but you drank all the potions in one gulp. If you are an ordinary person, you will be blown up by the powerful force at the beginning, or it was not because the system had strengthened you at the beginning. Yes, so you didn't have any accidents this time, and she was there to help you, so this time I just passed the death. In addition, the strengthening of the master this time has not been fully absorbed, only a small part is absorbed. When the master slowly adapts to the strength will continue to be imposed after a lot of exercise. In the universe, the personal strength is not the most important. In the universe, people admire Mecha. Mecha? Yi Tan's eyes shook. There are many relics of mechas. Those 100,000 black mechas are really terrifying. Even with a red alert, they almost planted in this relic this time. Yes, the master in the universe, as its own strength is strong, but it cannot break the laws of science. Human beings cannot breathe in space at all, so even if they have a strong power, they can't show much at all, unless they are the most powerful. Powerful SS-class fighters can use their own power to explode a city in an instant, but they can't breathe in the universe. Therefore, only Mecha is a powerful weapon respected by cosmic civilization. The SSS rank is still very far away from the master. In the universe, even the supreme civilization has only one S-rank fighter, and that warrior, in their empire, can become a god. The power is really terrifying. The Mecha is created for the enhancers. It has powerful own power. When equipped with the Mecha, the power displayed is even more terrifying and powerful. After all, a powerful Mecha, if the driver's brain is agile, if you can't keep up with your degree and your own strength, it's trash. After hearing everything Red Dragon said, Yi Tan finally had some knowledge of the universe. Chapter 260 Chapter 258, M45 Mecha. And this time Red Dragon actually told Yi Tan so much, Yi Tan could think of it with his toes, because Red Dragon saw Yi Tan's strong heart. That Avril had left the earth, and for Yi Tan, as long as the ruins are conquered, is it still far to conquer the entire earth? So Red Dragon told Yi Tan about so many deeds in the universe this time, just to vaccinate Yi Tan to go to the universe. After Yi Tan checked his body, he and Hong Long walked outside the Pingding. As soon as he arrived outside Pingding, Yi Tan saw that all the troops were gathering, already gathered at the gate of the White Palace. Yi Tan's eyes lit up, looking at the White Palace and muttering to himself, "Do you think it's safe to hide in here?" Set off. Yi Tan screamed while standing on the high platform. In an instant, tens of thousands of troops immediately began to move. The heavy footsteps of Bump walked towards the White Palace. Yi Tan also followed the army towards the White Palace. As soon as he entered the White Palace, Yi Tan was shocked by the scenery in front of him. The inside and outside of this White Palace were nothing but a cave. Inside, it is an empty space without any buildings. Nothing, empty, but black in appearance. Ha ha ha, Yi Tan, you still come in, come in. Then you go to die. Suddenly, a group of black and crushed bugs rushed in the distance, lying on the head of the first speaker of the American Emperor, his whole body scarred. And in the mouth of his Zerg troops, there were red blood stains everywhere, as well as many corpses that were semi-mechanically modified by troops from various countries. Yi Tan sneered when he saw this scene. He was really a beast. He actually ate all his allies and increased his strength. Roar! Suddenly, the first speaker suddenly hissed up to the sky, and his voice was so exuberant that the entire black space was filled with that kind of screaming sound, very harsh. Roar! In an instant, the countless black bugs rushed towards Yi Tan's steel troops. The soldiers screamed directly and shot directly at the bugs. The black bugs that rushed to the front were instantly exploded by the electromagnetic gun, and the black and red blood splashed directly everywhere. Kill! After Yi Tan let out a long cry, all the soldiers immediately drew a huge machete from their backs and rushed towards the army of insects frantically. In outer space, that huge battleship, Bilbo was standing behind Avril Lavigne at this time. Avril's eyes were red, and she looked at the blue earth silently with a look of dismay. Miss! When Avril Lavigne heard Bilbo's words, she didn't move. She just looked at the earth sadly, thinking about Yi Tan's past. Love is such a strange thing. Yi Tan Ming is her toy. Why don't you know when? Yi Tan's shadow is in her heart. Yi Tan, I hope you can grow up as soon as possible. I am waiting for you, Avril Lavigne said lightly. And Bilbo, who was behind Avril Lavigne, looked at the earth with a gloomy face at the moment. He knew why the lady had gone back now, because if one day it was known that she had been to this planet, that's what happened. Even if it has nothing to do with the earth, those people will involve the earth. In order to protect the young lady no longer escapes this time, and has grown a lot. If she wants to protect her little man, she needs to become stronger by herself. This is also the strong temper of the young lady. Bilbo, who saw her growing up when she was young, was very clear about Avril's inner thoughts. Miss, can we go now? Bilbo sighed. Avril Lavigne shook the little head and looked at the blue earth and said, Liber, Atlantis civilization has the final trump card. Do you remember the M45 Thunderfan armor? Bilbo's eyes shrank. The M45 Thunderblower armor was the first powerful armor of the human race against the Zerg. It was 10,000 square meters high and 5,000 square meters wide. It was very huge, which was equivalent to the existence of a fortress. If what the lady said is true, isn't it that the Atlantis civilization is the lying M45 Thunder armor? Although in the universe, Elfangia has been updated to more than a dozen generations, but the power of the first generation is not what a new level civilization can contend. Yes, I just checked the Atlantis civilization ruins with the optical brain and found that all their buildings are made of mecha parts. As long as Yi Tan attacks the ruins will activate the Thunderfan armor. Although this Thunderfan armor needs hundreds of thousands of people to control. If there are not so many people, the power will be greatly reduced. But there is no human control, only intellectual brain control. That power is not something that Yi Tan can resist, so I help him. Bilbo heard what the young lady said behind him and nodded in agreement. The Thunderfan armor was indeed not something they could contend. I don't know how the Atlantis civilization got this first generation Thunderfan armor. And in the ruins, the Steel Warriors had already fought against the Zerg at this moment, and more insects were killed. The blood, like the Songkran festival, was splashed with black blood everywhere. Ha ha ha, Yi Tan, even if you kill us all, you don't want to dominate the whole earth. I tell you, your end is coming. Ha ha ha. The first speaker screamed crazy. And Yi Tan heard the arrogant words of the first speaker, and the soldiers around immediately became vigilant. Yi Tan knew that the mind of that guy usually had no hole cards, so he wouldn't be so arrogant. Ha ha ha, are you scared? Yi Tan, I didn't expect you to be afraid of one day. You will be finished, completely finished. Ha ha. Shut up. Yi Tan yelled coldly, and then the windy man rushed towards the first speaker of the American Emperor. The first speaker saw Yi Tan rushing, and he was a bit shy. He began to levitate wildly and ran towards the distance, and the inner area of the White Palace was so big, where could the first speaker go? Go with, die. Yi Tan yelled at the first speaker and brushed it. In less than 3 seconds, He immediately came to the monster that had been transformed into an oval or knot. Yitan, don't come over, your end is coming. Don't come over. Chapter 261 Chapter 259, a mecha that explodes the sky. Yitan, don't come over, I tell you, your end is coming. The first speaker yelled in horror, and went crazy backwards toward the back. But Yitan looked at the first speaker with a crazy bloodthirsty face, holding a machete in his hand, and walked slowly towards the first speaker. Don't come, fuck, don't you pass. Have you ever passed you? Yitan interrupted him directly when he heard the loud words of the first speaker, slashing at the head of the first speaker. What? With that knife, Yitan cut out the huge Roshan body under the head of speaker number 1 in an instant, and the thick black blood kept flowing out. And the expression of the first speaker became very frightening, very distorted and hideous. That Roshan is already connected with the mental line of his brain. Roshan is now his body, and Roshan was severely chopped by someone at this moment. This is no different from Diao Chao, making the first speaker tremble. The body kept throwing out blood. It hurts too much. He has never experienced such a pain. Yitan, you will die one day. No, today is your death date. The first speaker was close to collapse at this moment, and he yelled at Yitan frantically. Hey, Yitan sneered, even if you die, I won't die. With that said, Yitan held a scimitar in both arms and slashed towards the huge Roshan. Puff. This time, Yitan gathered all the strength with his arms and cut directly towards the first speaker. The power contained in those arms can tear a car into an instant, let alone this Roshan. The first speaker didn't make any sound, and was cut in half by Yitan. The black blood that Roshan rushed out directly splashed Yitan. Yitan's icy eyes saw the death of the first speaker. The powerful anger in his heart and the past obsession dissipated a lot in his heart, and his whole heart stretched for a while. Hey! Yitan walked on the splashing blood of the first speaker, and the steel feet were very sticky on the black blood. It was also very disgusting, because the first speaker's stomach was full of bodies that had not been digested by the dead. The corpses were ugly and disgusting as if they were corroded by sulfuric acid. The intestines seemed to have turned into a black plastic bag, and they were very soft and sticky. Yitan Qian endured the nausea and was about to walk around the White Palace. Yitan wanted to see what secrets this White Palace had. And many soldiers have already turned on their scanners, and they are constantly scanning. And those black bugs were killed one by the steel warriors, and the entire inner black hall. The ground became even darker. Just when Yitan was still searching for the secret of this palace, the white hall on the outside and black inside suddenly began to creak crazy. Boom! Crack! Yitan and the soldiers' hearts tightened. What happened to this? Master, no, this white palace is the head of a mecha. We leave here immediately, or we will always be trapped here. What? Yitan's heart was startled. This is the head of a mecha. What a joke. Yitan has never seen such a big mecha, which made Yitan feel an uproar. Suddenly, the entire White Palace began to sway wildly, stronger than a magnitude 12 earthquake. Retreat. Yitan gave orders in the combat channel. When the soldiers heard the command of the master, they all activated the fire-breathing devices and flew towards Yitan, protecting Yitan from flying away quickly. The shaking frequency in the entire space is getting higher and higher. Outside, at the door of Cyprus and the warships of various countries parked in the distance, countless people came out at this moment, looking at what happened to the ruins with a dumb face. But as the ruins became more and more dynamic, they saw something. They all gasped in shock. God, is that Transformers? An American officer standing on the aircraft carrier asked incredulously. In the ruins in between, the countless black houses were madly moving towards the White Palace department. The White Palace suddenly rises, revealing a huge flat triangular mechanical head. And those countless black mechanical houses, like Tetris, began to piece together continuously. And the white triangle-shaped mechanical head also began to slowly rise. And then a huge mechanical mecha was almost pieced together, with only one defect, that is, the lack of a black mechanical square on an arm. And that mechanical cube was bombed by Yitan with electromagnetic artillery. Intruder, kill. The huge mechanical mesh screamed towards the entire sky, and then the huge mecha arm slammed into his triangular head. Hiss! Everyone heard what the huge mecha yelled out, and they didn't know why. All human beings in the world seemed to understand it. However, Yetan and the others knew that this was an electromagnetic wave used by the Atlantis civilization, which was transmitted to everyone's mind and could hear all the messages clearly. It's over, Yetan and the others must be inside. Now Yetan is completely finished. Ha ha, yes, Yelomo is going to die this time, and all countries will return to normal. If this continues, sooner or later we will destroy the country. Ha ha, Yetan is dead, then his base is Arhan Bangtsis. No, their base itself is Arhan Bangtsis. The thief Yetan stole our country's technology. On the internet, patriots from various countries continue to criticize and talk, especially Han Bangtsai, who is the most powerful, and their shamelessness has reached a state. And when everyone thought that Yetan was about to die, Yetan in the mecha's head suddenly flew out of the White Palace gate when the mecha's mouth was about to close. Flies to the other side frantically. Fuck, so big. Are all the mechas in the universe so big? Yetan came out, and when he saw such a big mecha, he was shocked in his heart. Master, this mesh is only a weapon in interstellar war, not a single Zolgia mesh. The conditions required by this mecha are too harsh. Therefore, in the universe, this mesh is like the aircraft carrier of the Earth, the symbol of a civilized empire. Yetan understood it after hearing Honglong's explanation. Red Dragon, are there any shortcomings in this mecha? Yetan asked on the channel. The mecha behind him was rushing towards them frantically, at a speed that could cross a sea in just one step. Yetan didn't understand the speed of the steel suit, it was beyond the existence of sonic wave, but now, the mecha simply used to fly. That's right, you must have never seen a mecha floating on the water. The mecha is just like a dragonfly on the sea, and the speed is super fast. Fuck. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Yetan roared. Chapter 262 Chapter 260, Old Demon Yi. The black mecha floated on the light power water while chasing Yetan crazily. At that level, it seemed that Yetan owed the mecha hundreds of millions. But the black mecha didn't seem to have any extra energy or fired any weapons, which made Yetan puzzled. Red Dragon, has it been scanned yet? Yetan asked anxiously. Although he didn't know what powerful weapon the mecha had, he couldn't help feeling a little panicked when he saw the huge figure. Master, the black mecha is not something we can deal with at all, unless the huge battleship that girl is riding on can crush this mecha. Honglong said in Yetan's headset. The Red Dragon scanned a circle, but did not detect any shortcomings of the black mecha. On the contrary, in his detector, the combat power of the black mecha was soaring crazily. That is simply going to exceed 10 million. The strength of the steel suit is so great that even the electromagnetic railgun at Yetan base did not have the ability and combat effectiveness to kill this black mecha. Avril Lavigne. Yetan muttered in his heart, and thought of Avril Lavigne's cute smile before leaving. Suddenly Yetan's eyes flashed brightly. You must be strong. Keep flying. I don't believe that his mecha of this size will consume a lot of energy. Yetan roared. Subsequently, tens of thousands of steel legions followed Yetan and flew in a certain direction, and the mecha behind followed vigorously. The place where Yetan flew was the sea all the way, and the huge black mecha light floating on the water had trampled on many small fishes and shrimps. There are dead fish all over the sea, because the mecha's feet are all huge flamethrowers. Where is that? As soon as Yetan entered a sea area, he saw the hint of being locked in his helmet. Yetan's heart was shocked. His steel suit was produced by the base, and it was much stronger than the Earth, but now it was locked down. This surprised his heart a little. Master, there is the Han Bangtsai country, and their radar was introduced from the US, called the H-56 satellite. This was successfully studied by the US only a few days ago, and Han Bangtsai seems to have turned to the US. H-56? Yetan muttered to himself. Yes, dominate. This is a new type of weapon, an anti-missile system. The biggest highlight is its combat altitude. It can be intercepted at altitudes above 40 kilometers in the atmosphere and below 180 kilometers outside the atmosphere. The incoming ballistic missile is known as the world's only land-based system capable of intercepting ballistic missiles inside and outside the atmosphere. Yi Tan suddenly sneered when he heard that, claiming to be the number one in the world. Where do I put my spy satellite, Master? The most powerful part of the H-56 satellite is the same as the spy satellite. It can steal intelligence. Furthermore, H-56 can defend an area with a radius of 200 kilometers. Half of China's country is shrouded in it. As long as China launches satellites and missiles, the Korean stick will know immediately. This is also the first ambition of the US to dominate the Earth. One step: let the world not deploy H-56 satellites targeting China and domination. After Yi Tan listened, his eyes sank, and the anger in his heart rose. This American emperor was so shameless and kept the entire Huaxia closely monitored. It seemed that Han Bangzai would know if Huaxia made any actions in the future. The American emperor can also know. Even all of Huaxia's intelligence could be stolen by Han Bangzai. Go. Let's set off towards Han Bangzai, Yi Tan said coldly, and Hong Long's eyes lit up. Very good. As expected to be Yi Laomo, he was ugly and reported on the spot. This is to destroy Han Bangzai. That huge pair of big feet can be regarded as half a city, and it is unimaginable to go with that foot. Will Han Bangzai disappear? At the Han Bangzai Deployment Bureau, looking at the two huge signals displayed on the H-56 system, they were shouting anxiously for investigation. At this time, a general came. The inspector hurriedly stood up and saluted the general. General, it is detected that Yi Tan and the Black Mecha are passing by our waters, and we have been locked down. As soon as the general came here, he heard the inspector say that it was locked. Suddenly thunder rang in his mind. Fuck. The general went up and slapped the inspector fiercely, pinching his neck and shouting, I curse a purse. Who made you lock your target? The general's lungs were about to explode. If it is locked, will old Demon Yi get nervous and rush towards their country? Definitely not. Yi Lomo is too late to escape at this moment, and he will definitely not run towards his own country. Even if they come, we have the H-56 system to deal with them. And just when the general was lucky in his heart, suddenly, the H-56 system suddenly issued a burst of sirens. This General Han Bangzai was shocked. Is he really here? The general smiled more ugly than crying. Boom. The countless small things in the room bounced up suddenly, and the whole room began to shake. What happened? The inspector asked in a daze. And when the general heard this, he was beeping the dog. Especially Yi Lomo, you locked. Now Yi Lomo has come to you to settle the account. And he also asked what's going on. The general was not angry, and kicked directly towards the belly of this man. Quickly, inform the president that Yi Tan has come to our country with mecha. The general roared toward the room, then slammed the door and headed towards the military base. Now the situation is getting more and more dangerous. The huge mesh, they are not invisible, so big, it is simply beeping. In the coastal city of Bangzai, South Korea, in front of the huge mecha, a group of weak steel legions flew toward the Han Bangzai Empire. As for the entire coastal city, a huge hole was stamped out by that huge black mecha, and the entire surrounding city, like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Countless houses, as well as humans and other creatures, are madly fleeing for their lives, but the huge feet are really too big, and countless people can be trampled to death with one foot. Yi Tan's eyes lit up when he saw such a powerful combat capability of this mecha. What if this mecha was used by other countries? Yi Tan thought. A crazy smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Yi Tan continued to rush towards Han Bangzai's country. His action was to destroy the entire Han Bangzai country. This is also very Yi Tan, Yi Laomo. In Huaxia, countless screen names saw that huge black mecha started raging on the Korean stick, and all their eyes lit up, and they looked at them excitedly. That's right, H56 some time ago has already aroused the anger of countless internet names. Chapter 263 Chapter 261, Ruined Empire. 666. Let the Black Mecha smash the Korean sticks to pieces, right? Let them pretend to be the Korean sticks day by day. Yes, to kill Han Bang-tsai, we need to call on everyone to fight against Han Bang-tsai. The motherland does not need you to go to the battlefield or raise military expenses, but you must have the backbone of a Chinese person. What H56 system Bang-tsai came up with, just don't want it arrogantly. We should boycott Korean products. Everyone in China knows that there is no idol in front of the country. Upstairs is right. Han Bang-tsai has been very rampant these past few days, with the support of the US Emperor, and now he has become the second dog of the US Emperor. He should let the Black Mecha crush this country to pieces. On Huaxia, netizens commented one after another. The H-56 system defensive missiles all happened when Yi Tan was closely investigating the US Emperor. As soon as that system was researched by the US Emperor, it was purchased by Han Bang-tsai and began to be deployed. Moreover, the scope of the investigation directly enveloped the entire China and half of the country. In the future, whether it is launching rockets, or taking off aircraft, missiles, etc., the system will be able to blast down, and it will be able to closely monitor China's every move. This is something Chinese people cannot tolerate. In the Han Bang-tsai country, President Han was shocked by the series of conditions detected by the system. He did not expect that Yi Tan dared to bring a Black Mecha to their country. Vice President Han Bang-tsai's lungs were about to explode. The capital of Han Bang-tsai, the whole city was shaking slightly. What the hell is going on? Isn't Yi Tan in the sea? Why did he come to our country directly? Who can give me an explanation? The vice president yelled at everyone in the conference room, and everyone in the conference room bowed their heads, not daring to answer Han Xiao's words. Isn't anyone answering now? Is just looking for death? Mr. President, I think we should evacuate as soon as possible. The capital cannot be kept. The secretary trembled to the South Korean president and said that he dare not call the vice president now, because the life and death of the president is unknown, and the vice president now holds great power. It is not his little secretary who can be stunned. Vice President Han's face suddenly sank. Retreat? We still have a place to retreat. Why don't we use the H-56 system to blast Yi Tan and the others down? The Black Mecha is for Yi Tan, not us. As long as we can blast down the prodigal Yi Tan, the dog, the Black Mecha will return the same way. When the people around heard the vice president say this, they panicked and said quickly, Mr. President, we all know the strength of Yi Tan, and our H-56 system can't knock Yi Tan down at all, and that the system only played an accurate locking role, and it had no effect on Yi Tan at all. When Vice President Han heard this, his stomach exploded. This is not good. That is not good. Can you just watch Yi Tan trample his country from beginning to end with his Black Mecha? Listen to my order. No matter if you use a nuclear bomb or whatever, you must blow Yi Tan down to me. Even if our country is in ruins, I will make Yi Tan pay the price of blood. Hearing what the president said, everyone nodded in agreement. Although they couldn't beat them, they could delay a little time. If they could let Yi Tan die, it would be no worse than the honor they would get by defeating a country. At least on the earth, there is no country that can destroy Yi Tan. Didn't you see that the US Emperor has been completely disfigured by Yi Tan? Lock the target, ready to launch. At the H-56 defensive missile base, the system was reminding that, on the screen, the huge black mesh, with a group of fleece-like steel army in front, could not help it. The black mesh was simply too big. It was hard to see Yi Tan and the others in the entire video screen. General, the target has been locked. Do you want to launch? The technician who was beaten into a pig head looked at the general and shouted respectfully. As for the general's gloomy expression, he clearly knew that this was pushing the country into the abyss. But if he didn't do this, he would also enter the abyss. Could it be that today is the day when the country is destroyed? The general roared inwardly. But a grimly expression on his face said, launch. Aim at Yi Tan for me. Hit hard. With that said, As the system issued the attack command, the countless missiles hidden in the country flew directly towards Yitan in front of the Black Mecha. And Yitan was carrying the Black Mecha, dangling around the Han Bangtsai National Military Base and important units at the moment, all of which were provided by Red Dragon. Come this way. Most of Han Bangtsai's military bases were destroyed by the Black Mechas. No matter how terrifying your military bases were dug in the depths and defended alive, it was just a kick. It instantly became a pit. In his helmet, Yitan looked at the ruins of Han Bangtsai's country, and was immediately satisfied with excitement. Although the Black Mecha behind him was super fast, and seeing the power of the attack made Yitan take a breath, but the speed is still far behind Yitan. Swish. When Yitan was happy, suddenly countless missiles appeared in the sky, flying towards Yitan and the others. Go away, Yitan yelled in the channel, and the whole army immediately dispersed, and those missiles passed directly by the Iron Legion and exploded on the Black Mecha. The Black Mecha was wearing a blue electric current shield. The gunpowder missiles suddenly exploded on the electric current. It didn't hurt Mesh anywhere at all. Seeing this situation, Yitan's eyes suddenly became cold and paralyzed. Since you are all shameless, let you disappear completely. With that said, Yitan led the Iron Legion to fly towards the capital of Han Bangtsai, where their country tycoons existed. And in the capital of Han Bangtsai, where the boss is. Boom. Suddenly, the whole room shook violently. Mr. President is not good. The Black Mesh has arrived in the capital. An official ran in a panic and shouted. Suddenly, all the high-level faces in the entire conference room sank. They can no longer sit still. If it hadn't been for the national weapons, some of them would have been fired. Withdraw. Immediately let the people of all provinces and cities begin to evacuate, heading towards the sea, which is partial to Huaxia, and the country cannot keep it. The solution that the vice president can come up with now is to send the people of Han Bangtsai to China, and Yitan will definitely not run towards China, and let alone bombing the Black Mecha. Didn't you dare to go without seeing old Mo Yi? They would even destroy the country directly. After passing by Han Bangtsai, the air sirens in that city rang frantically, and countless people began to rush towards Russia and China. Chapter 264 Chapter 262, Extinction Plan. Yitan rushed towards Han Bangtsai's capital with biting eyes. The killing intent in his eyes was so strong that Han Bangtsai actually fired at him, wanting to die by himself. Then they must die first. Tens of thousands of steel warriors flew towards the capital of Han Bangtsai, flocking around Yitan very fast. Within a few minutes, Yitan brought the huge Black Mecha to the capital of Han Bangtsai. That huge Black Mesh, when it first came to the capital, instantly smashed all the tall buildings to pieces, and there were human escapes and calls everywhere. Run. The Mecha is here. We are out of help. Run away. And President Han was standing in a high-rise building with a large group of people looking at the huge Black Mesh. The president now looked dead, and it seemed that they had angered Yilomo and came directly toward their capital. Is the empire really going to end? The capital, which is the largest city in Korea, is more than twice as powerful in economy and defense as the surrounding cities, and many nuclear power plants have been built. When Yitan took the Black Mesh and was about to trample on the capital, the mesh suddenly stood motionless in the middle of the Korean capital. Yitan and the others also stopped, looking at the Black Mecha that suddenly did not move. The Han Bangtsai were also horrified. The Black Mecha stood there so upright, even President Han was shocked by the move. They didn't know what happened. However, this must be an opportunity. Although I don't know why the huge mecha suddenly stopped moving, if you attack at this time, it might be able to destroy the Black Mecha. Just when everyone was puzzled, the Black Mecha suddenly burst out with a blue light. This blue light seemed to be composed of electric current, and the surrounding wires and the nuclear power plants were all madly towards it. The Black Mecha is charged with electricity. Master, stop the mecha from charging. The mecha can only keep walking. Once the charging is completed, it will be the end of the world and the mecha can use weapons. Red Dragon's voice just fell. Several nuclear power plants suddenly exploded next to the capital of Han Bangtsai. It is caused by current overvoltage. Yi Tan's eyes condensed. It won't work if this continues. Red Dragon, immediately activate the electromagnetic railgun and attack me towards the back of the black mecha. Yi Tan said in the channel that the back neck of the mecha is his weakness, and there is the general control room. If that is destroyed, the mecha will be completely paralyzed. Following Yi Tan's order, in outer space, the huge black-shaped unit weapon flew towards Han Bangtsai's capital. This time through the transformation of scientists, the electromagnetic railgun has already possessed defensive capabilities, and it has also installed countless small nuclear fusion generators that can fly quickly in space. As the electromagnetic railgun was preparing, Yi Tan was not idle, and ordered tens of thousands of steel troops to attack Han Bangtsai's nuclear power plants that he didn't know how many years of struggle had been built. In the pursuit of this road, Yi Tan tried. The electromagnetic guns of the soldiers could hardly break the outer layer of the black mecha, let alone attack. Yi Tan's troops began to madly destroy Han Bangtsai's countless nuclear power plants, and the black mecha began to looting frantically, absorbing energy. Master, the electromagnetic gun has reached the designated position. Are you ready to attack? In Yi Tan's headset, the Red Dragon's voice said. Yi Tan showed a ferocious smile and said, "Prepare to launch." Yi Tan's order was reached. In the universe, the huge black electromagnetic railgun began to charge up frantically, and the blue light was continuously compressed and compressed. Reach a certain degree of compression. Boom! The silent electromagnetic orbit shook abruptly, and the blue-black ball rushed straight towards the capital of Korea. Entering the atmosphere, the black projectile burst into flames, and the speed was so fast that it dropped to a height of 2,000 meters on the ground. Still crazy shock. Yi Tan held his breath and watched. The glowing fireball was about to hit the neck of the black mecha. At this moment, the black mecha's eyes suddenly lit up, and a huge arm was directly swept towards the sky. Boom! The huge black arm collided with the projectile, and a huge noise broke out in an instant, causing countless people in the capital of Han to cover their ears, and even for some weak people, a little blood came out of that ear. One can imagine how terrifying the shockwave that erupted. And the black mecha arm had been punched through a huge hole by the mass bullet. At this moment, activate the weapon. The extinction plan unfolds. At this moment, the black mecha suddenly said that the entire sky was full of mechanical voice, which was constantly circulating in the sky. Master, hurry up. The black mecha is starting to use strike weapons. This is a strategic level mecha in the universe. The weapons deployed are even more powerful strike weapons. It can be roughly calculated. If the strike weapon hits Han Bangtsai will instantly destroy the country, and its power will be able to withstand the power of a nuclear bomb, etc., even stronger than the power of a nuclear bomb. Hearing Hong Long's words, Yi Tan's heart slammed. Unexpectedly, this black mecha could be charged so quickly. It is estimated that all the power of the entire Han Bangtsai was sucked away by the black mecha, right? At this time, the black mecha had no broken arms, and suddenly began to gather energy frantically toward the air. The black arm was directly covered by blue electric light at this moment, as if it were a huge electric thunder rod. Go! Yi Tan saw that the charged arm was facing him, and his heart was bitter, and he beeped the dog. Didn't he just take a few energy stones from the ruins? Does it need to be so crazy? Yi Tan ran away. That black arm was still charging wildly. In outer space, Avril Lavigne looked nervously at what was happening on the screen. Ulbo, start attacking, and you must not let Brother Yi Tan suffer any harm. Ulbo nodded when she heard what the young lady said. This was the last time the young lady helped Yi Tan before she left. From now on, she will rely on Yi Tan to work hard. Of course, Reba is not optimistic about Yi Tan's growth. After all, their Earth civilization, that is, a mere second-level primary civilization. If a civilization wants to upgrade to a civilization, it is not just talking, but requires a lot of technology and weapons to be able to ascend. It even requires conditions such as plundering land and increasing the power of civilization. These were too difficult for Yi Tan, who had never been out of the universe. Good lady, Ulbo said. He began to control something continuously in the console, in front of the huge battleship, suddenly and slowly stretched out a huge fort. Chapter 265. Chapter 263, Avril Lavigne is gone. The huge battleship stretched out a large fort, and all of the fort was built with a sudden and construction beyond ordinary people's understanding. On the outside, it looks very hideous and black technology. Get authorization from the captain. Thunder Cannon 367 is ready to start charging. The charge is complete, the target is locked. Do you want to launch? Hearing this news, Ulbo didn't say a word, and directly shot at the screen. There was a slight vibration in the building below the barrel, and of course, there was no sound from the fort exposed in space. I saw that the fort shook abruptly, and a blue beam shot directly towards the Earth. And Yi Tan, in the capital of South Korea, was madly running for his life. Master, Miss Avril has not left yet, and helped us launch a beam strike weapon. We don't need to run away. Miss Avril will definitely solve this black mecha, Hong Long said in Yi Tan's headset. In fact, Hong Long always knew that Avril hadn't left and stopped in the universe. It's just that Red Dragon didn't tell Yi Tan. After all, Yi Tan wouldn't be distracted at this time. When Yi Tan heard this, he immediately stopped in the air, eyes brightly looking at the blue light beam behind him. Avril Lavigne. The blue light directly hit the black mecha, and did not directly hit the back of the neck. This was the difference in strength. There was no need to aim at all, and it could still be killed. When the blue light beam hit the black mecha suddenly settled in the distance, and the body was swaying slightly, making continuous clicking sounds. What's going on? Yi Tan asked puzzledly. Master, that beam is not an energy beam. It seems to be a fiery beam based on something. It is the same as a windproof lighter. The beam is blue and strong, but when it hits an object, it will burn wildly. All the instruments in the black mecha should have been burned by the beam, so they couldn't move. Yi Tan was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect technological weapons to be so powerful. It seems that weapons and objects in life are closely related. Boom! The black mecha exploded in an instant, exploded in the capital of Korea in an instant, and broke apart. And when Avril Lavigne in space saw the black mecha being destroyed, the sense of loss in her heart suddenly became more severe. She was leaving. Avril Lavigne looked at Yi Tan in the video with an uncomfortable and disappointed expression on her small face. Miss, we must go. We have interfered with the development of this civilization. Someone will know about this. If we leave now, we may be able to save Yi Tan. If we do not leave, the detection signal in the universe will be if we can detect the signal fluctuations of super civilization. We will definitely send people there. At that time, even if we accidentally, the Earth civilization will be exposed to people. Furthermore, there is no danger on the Earth anymore, and the rest will depend on Yi Tan to develop. We must believe that Yi Tan, he will surely build civilization, and then you can meet each other there. Although Ulbo said so, he still murmured in his heart, how could Yi Tan, a native of the Earth, promptly drive the Earth's civilization? This is simply a dream. When Avril Lavigne heard what Rab said, she suddenly showed a short-lived smile. Yes, it should be believed that Yi Tan, this little man, can take a year to raise an aboriginal who has just entered scientific and technological civilization to 2-level civilization, that level 3 civilization, level 4 civilization or even higher civilization is still far away. Yi Tan, my little man, am leaving. You must cheer, wait for you. After Avril Lavigne finished speaking, she became stronger. Seeing that the lady was in a better mood, Ulbo directly activated the spaceship jump button without saying a word. Ulbo didn't want to delay any longer. After all, after a long time, there will always be some accidents. On the Earth's Yi Tan, seeing the blue light beam disappear, he felt a sense of loss immediately. Now the base can't get out of the Earth at all. It's all because my civilization hasn't developed at all. Otherwise, Avril would not leave so early. To protect him. Master, the Pingding has been launched. heading for the universe. Yi Tan immediately clenched his fists when he heard Red Dragon's words. Level 4 civilization would definitely do it. Then he could be with Ivi's son. Seeing that the black mecha was blown to pieces, Yi Tan dispatched some fighters and began to constantly search for the energy stone in the black mecha. But Yi Tan and some other warriors flew towards the Atlantis civilization. Although at this moment the bare piece of Atlantis civilization seemed to be a big disk similar to UFO. But the only difference is that in the middle of the ruins, there is a huge black tower. That tower is where all the essence of Atlantis civilization lies. That is, where Atlantis' wise brain lies. As soon as Yi Tan arrived at the ruins, he saw the Pingding flying down from the sky. Master, Miss Avril has left. Yi Tan was a little disappointed when he heard that when the black mecha exploded, he shot the Pingding and flew towards the universe, wanting to delay Avril Lavigne for a while to meet the last time. But in the end, he didn't expect to get this news. Yi Tan took a deep breath twice, calmed down, looked at the black tower, waved his big hand, and instantly all the steel soldiers rushed towards the black tower. Close to the black tower, no unexpected situation occurred, and the closed black door below the tower suddenly opened as if it was just for Yi Tan and the others to come to Joa Mountain. Yi Tan didn't know. He smiled sharply. He didn't believe what else this Atlantis wise brain could do. Yi Tan led the Iron Warrior towards the tower. Entering the tower, Yi Tan was shocked by all the buildings in the tower. This whole one seemed to be an electronic instrument tower, with electronic instruments everywhere. It is estimated that this is the base camp of Atlantis Wenzai Brain. Intruder, hello. Suddenly a gloomy mechanical sound rang behind Yi Tan, and suddenly the soldiers were all holding electromagnetic guns and pointing towards the back. There was nothing behind them, and the people who opened them were still driving. But Yi Tan didn't turn around, because at the moment the soldiers turned around, there was already a projection in front of Yi Tan, and it was that Atlantis wise brain. Before Yi Tan was speaking, the red dragon suddenly appeared beside Yi Tan. His red eyes were full of bloodthirsty feeling, and one hand was pressed against the head of Atlantis Wenmingzi. Chapter 266. Chapter 264. The Red Dragon Who Can Absorb Ether. Yi Tan was taken aback by the sudden movement of the Red Dragon, and the intellectual brain of the Atlantis civilization is even more daunting. He never thought that someone could press on his head. But when the black shadow of the Red Dragon pressed his hand on the head of Atlantis civilization, the whole Wenmingzi brain began to twitch frantically. The entire human figure composed of network data began to change wildly, and the features on Hong Long's face gradually became clearer. Fucking, isn't this data absorption? Yi Tan blurted out in shock. That's right, the Red Dragon is madly absorbing all the information of this brain, and the Red Dragon still uses a very comfortable expression, which looks very wretched. Yi Tan was dumbfounded. You said that you should just assimilate the information. With such a lustful expression, it is really beeping. The intellectual brain of the Atlantis civilization was suffering from the Red Dragon's absorption of information, and howled frantically. He and the Red Dragon were not at the same level of civilization at all, but he was just a human intellectual brain. And the Red Dragon is the brain of the 8th level or higher civilization. Moreover, this is not the same as the plot I thought. I haven't said a few more words. Why is it like this? Zinao was still thinking wildly when he was madly drawing information. Wow! After a while, I saw that Zibrain suddenly turned into a pair of shining pieces of data, slowly dissipating from the air. The intellectual brain of Atlantis civilization was over, and Yi Tan thought of this for the first time. And the Red Dragon became even more ethereal at this moment, and the Black Shadow's face already had a humanoid silhouette, and even 2 willow eyebrows could be seen, very feminine. What the hell? Yi Tan feels distorted no matter how he looks at Hong Long's beauty. Master, I have mastered all the technology and information of Atlantis civilization. Red Dragon seemed to have seen Yi Tan's awkward eyes, and said in a hoarse voice. Yi Tan heard the hoarse voice of Hong Long, and said in embarrassment, okay. Don't we have all the technologies of Atlantis civilization? Yes, Master. We have mastered all the science and technology. In addition, I also learned all the data of the Atlantis civilization, such as where they have developed in the universe, and where are their energy stones. Wait. When Yitan heard where the energy stone was at the end, his eyes lit up. What he cared about most was the energy stone. With the energy stone, he was king. Master, when Atlantis broke into the universe, it was only a secondary civilization intermediary, and it did not reach its peak. It just had contact with cosmic civilization. In the prehistoric period, Atlantis civilization mainly developed machinery. Civilization is the opposite of all the information we see. Atlantis civilization survived by selling mechas. In prehistoric times, the entire Earth was controlled by Atlantis civilization. No other civilizations appeared, and Atlantis civilization saved a fortune. When the huge savings were ready to purchase ownership of the Earth, the crisis broke out. Just as the Atlantis civilization was preparing to purchase the right to own the Earth and register the Atlantis civilization, a group of bandits came to the Earth. They are wandering interstellar thieves in the universe. Their weapons are sophisticated and all technological levels are above the Atlantis civilization. Under the attack of interstellar thieves, the civilization of Atlantis completely died out, and all the resources and civilization of the Earth were wiped out by thieves, and even some powerful weapons were used to plunder and kill most of the predators on the Earth. This is the approximate growth history of Atlantis civilization. After hearing this, Yitan nodded. Didn't expect that the Earth still owns this thing. What's the matter with ownership? Yitan asked what he wanted to ask most. Domination and ownership represent the right to belong to the planet, and the right to own the planet is the formal civilization race. With the planet to which you belong, your civilization can be recognized by the universe and can continue to develop. And if it is a civilization that is not registered, it will be treated as a cosmic bandit. Of course, this has a premise, that is, it is not necessary to register planet ownership in the second-level civilization. But more than the third-level civilization, it has not registered its own civilization. The origin star of the race was wiped out by the Universe Federation. After hearing this, Yitan nodded. There is nothing wrong with it. If a civilization wants to be strong, it also needs a planet, so the ownership of this planet must be registered. Master, I have sent soldiers to take all the power stones of Atlantis civilization, and I told the master the good news that the Red Dragon is ready to upgrade. After the upgrade, it will bring a lot of energy to the base. Great benefit. When Yitan heard this, his eyes shrank, and his brain can also upgrade. Seeing the puzzled look of the master, the Red Dragon explained, Master, the Red Dragon upgrade is connected to the base, and each time the Red Dragon upgrades, it must absorb more scientific and technological knowledge and the intellectual brain of each level of civilization. The Red Dragon can be more humane. This is also what the system agreed to at the beginning. Master, if I upgrade, all the base construction time will speed up. Red Dragon muttered to himself. Of course, Yitan didn't hear this passage. If Yitan heard it, he would be shocked. What was shocked was the existence of the Red Alert system and the identity of the Red Dragon. After Yitan learned everything, he returned to the base. On the Pingding ship, and the bigwigs from all over the world were all dead at this moment. And the high levels of various countries, seeing Yitan come back, know that their country leaders have been killed by Yitan, or changed the leader. Over the years, it has been the world of peeping dogs. Have you ever seen such a thing of changing the country's boss every few days? Ever since Yilomo's accident, the country tycoon has been constantly changing, as if an individual could be the tycoon. Yitan returned to the base. The Red Dragon hadn't appeared before, and Yitan knew that the Red Dragon was upgrading. Having nothing to do, Yitan began to count all the energy stones he obtained this time. But internationally, there was a lot of tranquility, and everyone didn't even know what happened. There were UFOs, the huge warships, the black mechas, and the news that Han Bangtsai was almost wiped out. These things left everyone at a loss and knew what had happened. but the bigwigs of all countries had all replaced them. The first sentence of these new bosses is to prohibit all netizens from discussing anything that has happened these days. These newly appointed bosses are waiting with anxiety. They dare not take any action now, because they don't know what Yi Tan got from the ruins this time. Chapter 267 Chapter 265 Extension of Authority. Although they really want to destroy Yi Tan's base now, they dare not. Yi Tan didn't know about the wait-and-see of the bigwigs from all over the world, and continued to count all the energy stones. With so many energy stones, all the remaining units of the Red Alert can be unlocked, right? If all are unlocked, is it still far to dominate the Earth and build civilization? Is it still far to leave for the universe? Yi Tan King points out all the energy strength. Looking at the truck of energy stones gleaming in the sun, Yi Tan is very excited. If all these energy stones are absorbed, how much will the base be violent? Although Yi Tan still doesn't know what the universe is, but the base can develop at such a high speed, Yi Tan is already very excited. Just when Yi Tan put all the energy stones into the mineral base, the Red Dragon was upgraded. Yi Tan hurried back to the base. Looking at the Red Dragon, it was still the same as before, but the humanity on his face was much clearer and very feminine. Yi Tan felt awkward when he saw this. Is this Red Dragon the same as Eiffel in the future? Does he look like a woman? Yi Tan looked at Red Dragon after complaining in his heart. I want to know if there are any benefits after this upgrade. Master, the Red Dragon has been upgraded, and because of the upgrade of the Red Dragon, the system rewards the master of a benefit, that is, as long as all units in the construction unit list are built, they can be built through the energy stone. Okay? Yi Tan narrowed his eyes, and accelerated the unit construction through the energy stone. Wouldn't it be possible to build a fighter in a second? Master, 100,000 energy points can accelerate time by half, 1 million energy points can reduce all construction time to a neat tenth, and 10 million energy points can turn time into an instant. That is to build in seconds. Of course, each time is 1 hour. Within this hour, the master construction time can be reduced. Of course, the master also needs to have a lot of energy stones. After Yi Tan listened, he almost cheered and took a special aim. What is the difference between this and RMB players? This is so powerful. As long as you steal money, you can speed up and blow up. Although the energy point was high, Yi Tan didn't worry at all. Although he didn't have that much money to use in an instant, the time that could be reduced to a neat tenth was also very shocking. Yi Tan couldn't imagine how many energy points could be exchanged for that truck of energy stones. Master, and congratulations, Master is about to step into the universe, and the system will start charging. What the hell? Yi Tan's jaw was about to be dislocated in shock. What does the charge mean? Domination? That's it. All the other permissions of the base have been opened. If you want to add to the system construction list, you need Ghanaian energy points to dominate the technologies that you invented or looted in the future. You produce. Yi Tan understood that there was a beeping dog in his heart. This system was simply a pit wall, and he had to pay the energy stone. But Yi Tan thinks about it and feels nothing. This base vehicle is simply a kind of god, which can be built with a chemical substance. If you don't pay energy points, then there will be ghosts. Yi Tan sometimes really wants to dismantle the base car to see what it is inside, but when the base car is finished, Yi Tan will follow suit, giving Yi Tan 100 courage, and Yi Tan dare not dismantle the base car. However, Hong Long said that all the units were unlocked. This was Yi Tan's concern. Yi Tan adjusted the unit list, and indeed, the dark units all lit up uniformly. Yi Tan pinched his chin and looked at the unit list with a smile. The first to appear in the construction unit is the main unit. First level intensive camp. The first level enhanced battalion allows all the first level soldiers and wolf dogs in the base to increase their combat effectiveness and become a second level existence. Energy points required to build, 100,000 energy points. Construction time, 6 hours. When Yi Tan saw those 100,000 energy points, his mouth grew big. Your sister, should the system see me getting so many energy stones and start to cheat me? Groove. Yitan's heart was about to explode. With 100,000 energy points, Yitan didn't dare to think about it before. If the previous system said it, let's see if Yitan can beat the system's shit. After swallowing, Yitanping recovered his mood and continued to look down. The second one is the main unit. Copy center. The replication center is to connect the existence of the barracks. What kind of units are built in the barracks? The replication center will build a soldier for free. If you are lucky, burst out super units. You can also copy superheroes for free. The production time is the same as the barracks production time. To build energy points, 300,000. The construction time is 12 hours. Seeing the number of energy points, Yitan trembled and took a calm breath. He was afraid that he would be mad to death. Why didn't he grab so many energy points? But when he saw this useful unit, Yitan was very excited. After thinking about it, the barracks will be added with a replication center. At that time, the barracks and replication centers built with other base vehicles will be added. When the time comes, the acceleration time will be used in the payment. Bing, isn't it as simple as cutting vegetables? Moreover, when the countless barracks are violent soldiers, there will definitely be many super soldiers, which is simply not necessary. Yitan could already imagine the scenario of dominating the universe, and countless fighters cheered. It's so exciting. Yitan eased his mood and continued to look down. So much good news brought to Yitan today can make him so excited to death. This time it was for the defensive unit. Nuclear bomb. Yitan directly ignored that nuclear bombs are not needed for civilized empire wars. Nuclear bombs are okay against regional countries, but wars against civilized empires are useful and even pollute the air. Yitan continued to watch. Lightning storm. When Yitan saw these 4 words, his eyes shrank suddenly. This time he saluted the attack of a lightning storm. That power is simply terrifying. A super weapon has the same meaning as a nuclear bomb attack. The charging time of the lightning storm weapon is 4 s. After the activation is completed, a large-scale lightning and thunder will appear in the designated area for a period of time, which will greatly damage the important light-armored buildings in the enemy base and cause serious chaos in the production and defense of the enemy base. The enemy's radar can even be paralyzed during lightning storms. Note, you cannot activate 2 super weapons at the same time. The construction time is 24 hours. To build energy points, 300,000 energy points. Yitan rolled his eyes. He already knew that the more powerful the units behind, the higher the charge, but with this weapon, even if it comes from the second level of civilization, Yitan has a way to deal with it. Yitan continued to look down. This time it was the barracks. Yitan held his breath and watched. He didn't believe that there would not be a super unit this time. No. Chapter 268. Chapter 266. Terrorist. Yitan continued to look down. This time it was the barracks. Yitan held his breath and watched. He didn't believe that there would not be a super unit this time. No. What the hell? Yitan's eyes were so wide that they called a circle, and he roared blindly. Master, because you are about to rush out of the universe, the Red Police unit can no longer provide you with other units. Unless the Master can find a better unit in the universe, after the scientists transform it, can the unit appear? Hearing what Hong Long said, Yitan suddenly felt like a deflated balloon, paralyzed, and there was not a single unit in the barracks, which meant that his Uncle Yuri would not appear. Think about it, too. Uncle Yuri was the subject of a superpower test messed up by Stalin, and there are not many superpowers on the Earth, and they use some specialties that are more powerful. In the universe, there are many ways to transform people. There are also many weird monsters in the universe. They have extracted some genes, transformed humans, and become genetic warriors. However, such warriors generally have a very short lifespan and are forbidden to use in the Universe Federation. Yitan continued to look at the heavy factory unit. Apocalyptic tank. With 2 125mm Dragon-style cannons, the Apocalypse tank is equipped with a second set of cutting tracks on the huge chassis, so that it can crush almost anything that is too long to stand in the way of the apocalypse. In order to further compensate for the poor speed of this tank, a magnetic drag fork is now installed as a second weapon. In essence, this thing works like an industrial grappling hook. For example, it is used to drag high-speed enemies to the side and stuff it into a meat grinder articulated track, as its name suggests. Grind metal. The Apocalypse tank is even more powerful, and his advantages are very clear. Invincible. The Apocalypse tank can run over all the things that have survived the power of the main gun. Even a main battle tank, like a small car, can be easily crushed into slag by the tracks of the apocalypse. Insidious toe fork. Apocalypse can use electromagnetic toe fork to effectively capture other vehicles, or simply drag itself to the side of the building. However, electromagnetics consume a lot of energy, so the main gun cannot fire when the electromagnetic drag fork is used. Anti-armor dedicated Altdorf. The smaller tank is nothing to fear for Apocalypse. The limited field of view of the crew plus armor-piercing shells means that it is powerless against ultra-small targets. Is infantry. The commanders also admitted that Apocalypse needed air defense support. After Yi-Tan read all the information about the Apocalypse tank, the whole person was not good. Then the legendary Apocalypse tank finally came out. Looking at all the information, it is not a grade higher than all the tanks on the Earth. It can even compete with the tanks of the second-level peak civilization. The construction time is 3 hours. The construction energy point is 10,000 energy points. Yi-Tan sighed with peace of mind when he saw the number of energy points. At least it wasn't that big. He could still accept it. Yi-Tan continued to watch, and there was still a gleaming light. I wonder if it was that powerful tank. Think of the Gwingling group composed of hundreds of steel torrents when playing Red Alert, instantly crushing many countries. I wonder if this unit is Gwingling. When Yi-Tan prayed in his heart, the light suddenly appeared, and then all the information appeared. Light prism tank. Yi-Tan became excited when he saw that it was the Gwingling tank. What's so special? If the Gwingling tank appears, it means that their base is not far from successfully researching Gwingling weapons. Gwingling tank uses prism reflection technology to create a tank with a prism reflecting beam, which can be said to be a moving prism. This tank is the product of Mr. Einstein providing the Allied forces with the optical technology. The weapon is a light rim, so it will scatter out, which is very effective against infantry. At the same time, it is also good at knocking down defenses at a distance. But its armor is thin and slow, so it is not suitable for attacking tank units and fighting alone. The combat capability is great, and an enemy base can be demolished quickly. The construction time is 6 hours. The construction energy points are 10,000 energy points. After watching the Gwingling tank, Yi-Tan was trembling all over. He was excited. He really didn't expect that the Gwingling tank would appear. After looking at the Gwingling tank, Yi-Tan continued to look down. Base car. The necessities that can build another base. With him, the dream of contending for the universe is no longer a dream, but a reality. With it, you can build all units without limit, on the premise of more energy points. The construction time is 12 hours. The energy points to be built are 1 million energy points. When Yi-Tan saw the energy points built, his whole person was not good. With 1 million energy points, this was nothing short of money grabbing. But when a base is built, the base can be developed everywhere. Will Yi-Tan become an immortal body? Yi-Tan was a little skeptical, because Red Dragon said that as long as the base is not destroyed, Yi-Tan will live forever. Doesn't this mean that if the base is not abolished, he will not die? But Yi-Tan must believe that this system will not be so kind. And now he has to dominate the universe by himself. What about in the future? But Yi-Tan continued to watch. There were no other units, and even the shipbuilding base did not have any units flickering. This is over? Yi-Tan asked silently. Yes, domination, all units have been opened, and of course there are hidden units, which will only be available after the domination is upgraded. Of course, there are some units with the first-level civilization that are impossible to appear, but we have the technology of the Atlantis civilization and we don't need other units at all. After Yi-Tan listened, He nodded in satisfaction. If so, it would be perfect. Red Dragon, I still don't understand how the fortified battalion was upgraded based on? Yi Tan asked. He understood that the first level fighter was upgraded to the second level, but he didn't know whether the second level fighter was the same level as the universe. Master, the fighters are upgraded according to their own level. Of course, the level is similar to the cosmic level. For example, a first level fighter is an E-level fighter. Yi Tan nodded when he understood, so he could understand. Otherwise the red alert system only give one-sided information. Then Red Dragon, can all units in the base be upgraded, such as strengthening their base? Yes, the masters can be upgraded, but the requirements for upgrading require the masters' scientists to research and upgrade the level of the construction unit. As soon as Yi Tan heard it, his heart was boiling. If so, it would be perfect, and it would circulate. Chapter 269 Chapter 267, The Third World. According to the research of the base unit, the scientist sells the researched technology and obtains the energy stone. The energy stone is put into the base to build more powerful weapons, so that the level of civilization will rise. And it is not far away to see Avril. Yi Tan thought fiercely in his heart. Standing aside, Hong said at this time, Master, the time to dominate the earth is coming soon. Once the base riots succeed, the master needs to consider for the future. Yi Tan's eyes were bitter. The earth was about to end. It was about to rush into the universe, and all the things on the earth must be resolved as soon as possible. But for the future of the base, Yi Tan has already thought about it. The second base vehicle must wait for the return of the expedition, which is currently exploring the universe, to see which planet has more minerals and build it on which planet. In this way, there will be one more. Moreover, the number of mining vehicles in the base doubles every time a main base is built. For example, there are now 34 mining vehicles in the base. The main base built for the second time will produce 68 vehicles, and a base is being built. That is, more than 100 vehicles, constantly doubling. Yi Tan needs to wait for the expedition to return, and begin to fight for hegemony on the earth, and all who refuse to accept it will be killed. Yi Tan had a murderous look in his eyes. Master, all energy points have been checked out, a total of 14 million energy stones. Yi Tan heard, damn, there are so many, worthy of a truck of energy stones. Although 14 million energy stones, why does Yi Tan feel that it is not enough? Red Dragon, give me 1 million energy points to shorten the time. Give me 2 hours. In addition, I started to give me crazy rioters and tanks, as well as scientists. First, build all the units for me. Soldier. It's the master. The red light in the eyes of the Red Dragon flashed. The base originally had a small number of soldiers. Fortunately, this authority was opened this time. Otherwise, the number of violent soldiers in the base would have to wait until next year. Moreover, in the universe, it is not enough to have a large number of people. There are so many human beings. Why have they been invaded by the Zerg for so many years, and the Zerg has not even been wiped out? It's not quantity, but quality. If tens of millions of fighters are SS-class fighters, then needless to say, the entire universe is yours. What you say is what you say. But that was also a wishful thinking. This time all the permissions were activated, and the energy points required by all units soared. And with these tens of millions of energy points, it is difficult to burst out more soldiers, not to mention that many of them are used to build units. Master, did we buy the ownership of the earth first? Yi Tan frowned. This purchase right was necessary. After all, if he bought the right to own the earth earlier, he didn't need to worry about being treated as a shady household. Then the establishment of an empire would be natural. I don't believe that the earth belongs to Yi Tan, and there will be rebellion. If someone commits a crime, then the Universe Federation will deal with these people. How to buy? Yi Tan asked with a frown. If he went to the Universe Center to buy, Yi Tan would definitely not kill him. Master, the signal node of the Earth has been opened. As long as we enter the civilized network under the jurisdiction of this star field, we can purchase the right to use the Earth online. Yi Tan heard. This is good, At least you don't need to move, you can enter the universe to see what is going on with cosmic civilization. Yi Tan and Hong Long came to a secret research room, and the black and red helmets were placed in the nutrition pool. According to the operation, Yi Tan lay in the nutrient pool and put on a holographic virtual helmet. As soon as he put on the holographic virtual helmet, Yi Tan felt black before his eyes, and then a bright light and a huge white gold sign appeared. Yi Tan seemed to be here in person at this moment, which made people feel very strange. Yi Tan looked at the huge white gold sign, and within a second, a voice rang in his mind. Master, language and text are all synchronized, and then Master will have no language communication difficulties, let alone become illiterate. Hearing the Red Dragon's voice, Yi Tan nodded, and indeed, the huge sign in front of him turned into a Chinese language. The third world. The third world? Yi Tan muttered to himself. Master, the information left by the eradication of Atlantis civilization shows that this third world was created by the supreme civilization. As long as the entire universe can find signal nodes, it can be connected. The people in it are all. It is a virtual human, so to speak. It is like a virtual world here, so it is called the third world. After hearing this, Yi Tan nodded. He could understand all this. Wow! After a bright light flickered in front of Yi Tan, the huge sign suddenly opened like a gate. Yi Tan walked in slowly, with the wise brain of Hong Long by his side. Yi Tan was not afraid at all. Entering the third world, Yi Tan's eyes were pierced by light, and he opened his eyes and saw that he had come to a huge square where humans were walking everywhere. When Yi Tan saw these human beings, his eyes were almost bewildered. Damn it, ancient people. For some ancient people with long hair, Yi Tan was completely confused. What kind of ghosts are these? There are even ancient people. Master, these ancient people, like the Earth, have just entered the stage of development, but to be able to appear here, they must have been captured or discovered some kind of relic before entering it. Yi Tan stopped, and the tremor in his heart eased a bit. I don't know if any ancient people have entered here before. This huge square is full of people coming and going, and the voices are noisy, but these people only keep their heads low, not in line with other conversations. Of course, there are also some people who get together and continue to discuss loudly. Red Dragon, what do you do now? Master, go ahead and you can see some buildings, and this square is full of people who come to register civilization. Yi Tan nodded. It seemed that he hadn't entered the third world at all, and this was the entrance. As long as he registered civilization, he could enter the third world. Yi Tan walked towards the front. After passing through the crowded area, Yi Tan finally came to the huge golden palace in front. At the gate of the hall, there are already many people who are waiting. Standing at the door, Yi Tan suddenly thought of some questions. Red Dragon, do you know the coordinates of our Earth? Hearing Yi Tan's question, the Red Dragon was obviously taken aback. Yes, he didn't check the coordinates of the Earth. The Red Dragon hurriedly began to check all the information of Atlantis civilization. Without hearing the Red Dragon's voice, Yi Tan was really beeping a dog, but he didn't know the coordinates. Chapter 270 Chapter 268, Prince Jin Yao. Master, the coordinates have been inserted. Number 45,454,566. Area 6567. Yi Tan let go of his heart when he heard this. If he didn't know where the coordinates were, he would be a beep. During the time Yi Tan was waiting, there were fewer and fewer people in the front line, and more people in the back line. It can be seen that the work efficiency of people in the third world is very high. But at this moment, the back began to irritate, and Yi Tan turned his head to look. It turned out that someone was jumping in the line. The person was dressed in black sportswear, looked like a dude, and screamed at an old man with a very arrogant expression. The old man was the one who was cut in by this man. What to look at? Old stuff. Are you rich? Look at what you are wearing. It must be a first-class civilization. Terrapin. The man said sharply. The old man said with his head lowered and did not say a word. The man was right. They are a first-class civilization. Today is to check the ownership of the planet. After all, with the ownership, you can get the blessing of the Universe Federation. The registered civilization is like buying a house, while the Universe Federation is the police. If someone pays their attention, the Federation will take action. So the old man's planet is also a planet that is often visited by space pirates, and there have been wars throughout the year. So he came this time to see if he can find some suitable deals here, and the other is to ask whether the ownership is sold. How much is it? Being scolded by this dull boy, the old man just lowered his head and did not speak, but he had an unwilling look in his eyes, because a civilization is also dignified. But now he is so insulted by others. His heart is really unacceptable. Yeah, not convinced? Aboriginal civilization. Do you know who I am? I belong to the Jin Yao Empire, and we are the pinnacle of the second-level civilization, not comparable to those of you natives. If you are not convinced, believe it or not, and kill you. The man said, with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Then I stood in front of the old man with ease, and when the people behind were about to get angry because the man jumped in the line, they heard the words said by the man. It was the pinnacle of second-level civilization, and all of them kept their heads down. Don't dare to speak, continue to line up. Humphrey. The man suddenly sneered when he saw that everyone was silent. But Yi Tan saw this scene, did not speak, and continued to wait. Is this the universe? The civilizations are divided into different levels, the strong are respected, and the weak shut up. However, if that man dared to intervene in his team, would he be able to punch his Xiang out with a punch? By the way, Red Dragon, can you attack people here? Yi Tan asked. Master, this is the entrance to the third world. It's just a virtual holographic simulation world. It hasn't really entered the third world. It is impossible to attack people. In the real third world, everyone is bound to have pain, so injury in the third world will also be painful in reality. Ha ha ha, turtle, you don't even know these. Did you come to ask for the price? If you ask, get out of here. The man looked at Yi Tan arrogantly and contemptuously before Red Dragon finished speaking. Yi Tan's eyes condensed, and he looked at the man with cold eyes. What to look at? Go behind, hillbilly. The man was not at all afraid of Yi Tan's cold eyes, and continued to say unruly, Master, although this is the entrance to the third world, the Red Dragon can affect this man's holographic helmet and turn him directly into an idiot. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yi Tan's intent to kill also came up, but thinking that he had just come here, he couldn't let the civilized elders discover that he still waited for revenge in the third world. Turtle, can you go? Yi Tan didn't intend to trouble this man, but the man ran to Yi Tan and said arrogantly. Yi Tan frowned when he was about to fight. At this time, several men in black and blue uniforms walked over. On their arms, there was a pattern engraved on them, and the words were Civilized Federation Inspectors. What's the matter? Don't you know if you can't make a loud noise here? The inspectors of the Universe Federation came over with a blue virtual electric stick. Master, this is the police of the universe. The entrance to the third world is for them to suppress. It is the same in the third world, and they have photobrain current chips in their hands. The virtual helmet has an impact, causing pain to the human body. After Yi Tan heard this, he calmly looked at everyone, and his heart was more alert to the blue virtual electric stick. Ha ha, brother Liu, long time no see. The man with an unruly face shouted to an inspector. There was also a winking expression, which looked very wretched, and the Inspector Liu saw the man's cold expression suddenly smile. Yeah, isn't this the prince of the Jin Yao Empire? Why, which planet is registered today? Inspector Liu said with a smile. And that dude didn't dare to be arrogant anymore when he heard it, because although the brother Liu was born in a third-level civilization and had no power, he belongs to the Cosmos Federation Inspector, which is difficult for anyone to do. The location is very popular. Even if he is the prince of the second-class civilization, He can't be arrogant in front of the inspector, and there are even many things that the inspector needs to do. But no matter what, it is impossible for this inspector to deny him face, because their Jin Yao Empire is a subsidiary civilized empire of Freya's 4th level civilization. Ahem. Brother Liu joked, I came today just to give feral civilization a run. When Brother Liu heard this, his eyes suddenly narrowed. That's level 4 civilization. Okay, then you can just line up. Just say hello if you have something to do, and we brothers will help you, Brother Liu said, and several inspectors around him also smiled and nodded their heads. Okay, Brother Liu, you will pay attention to the light brain, you know. The prince of the Jin Yao Empire said with a wretched expression, and those inspectors all smiled. Who doesn't understand? The prince will give them gifts after a while, and it should not be a small amount. Who doesn't want something like money? Brother, tell me, did someone provoke you? Brother Liu said with a solemn expression. They trembled. As long as they were given money, it was to look for them. Brother Liu, it's no big deal, just a guy with short eyes stands in front of me. The prince of the Jin Yao Empire said. In an instant, several inspectors of Brother Liu had cold eyes and looked at Yitan. The electric rods in their hands are all flashing. Chapter 271 Chapter 206 Tinine, slap on the face. Several inspectors of Brother Liu looked towards Yitan, with upright faces, as if Yitan was a robber, and they were the policemen who were obliged to capture Yitan. Yitan also heard what they said just now, and suddenly sneered with disdain. Looked at everyone quietly. Boy, are you blocking the way of Prince Jin Yao? Why are you waiting for it? Brother Liu said gloomily. The cold expression in Yitan's eyes became more and more severe, and the people who looked at Brother Liu and others had goosebumps all over their bodies, and they were a little flustered. What kind of look is this, so terrible? But they, as the inspectors of the universe, will not be afraid, because this is their territory. Boy, tell me your number. I suspect you belong to the Cosmic Thieves group. Brother Liu shocked everyone when he said that. Everyone in the line took a deep breath and moved backwards. Cosmic Thieves, but the rats across the street that everyone in the civilization of the universe shouted, because they do no evil, as long as they are a low-level civilization, they will instantly invade, kill, rob and abuse. Yitan's eyes sank. Did he use this method to persecute himself? It seems that you are really looking for death. Get out. Yitan shouted coldly, with a huge killing intent in his eyes. In an instant, Liu and the other inspectors were shocked, and then the virtual electric rods in their hands suddenly began to charge. Boy, I think you belong to the thieves group. Now I will headshot with both hands. Let me check your number. If you dare to resist, kill it on the spot. Liu pointed the electric baton to Yitan. Yitan's eyes are getting colder and colder. This is the so-called, if you don't look for things, will others come to you? Master, you don't need to do it. There will be a good show in a while. At this time Hong Long suddenly said. Yitan was taken aback. What's the good thing? At this moment, in the palace, several men in suits walked out and watched as everyone came over. Xiao Liu, what's the matter? What happened? A man with sparse hair on the top of his head was a little obese, looked at the Inspector Liu and said. When Brother Liu saw the man appear, he hurriedly lowered his posture and said to the man, Director Wang, I suspect this person is a pirate group, so I am preparing to investigate. As Brother Liu said, he did not dare to look up, even the dude behind him did not dare to speak. This Director Wang, named Wang Mao, is the director of the entrance to the third world, and he is also the fourth level of the Freal civilization. If one of the heads of the army angered him, then several people on the scene would be finished. Oh, the pirate group? Wang Mao said and looked at Yitan, feeling a bit different. Although this man looked young, he was not what they said. As the supervisor, can he not know the dirty trades underneath? The princess returns to China these days and cannot happen in his area, otherwise the above will be unhappy. Here, you should show your number. This is their main responsibility and our responsibility. Of course, if there is no problem with your number, we will not embarrass you. Yitan saw that a decent person finally came out to speak. At least not like those who were guilty of crime and seeking death. I'm here to buy planet ownership. I haven't coded yet. Oh, Wang Mao nodded. This is quite natural. After all, most of the people who come here are not coded, and all of them follow the formal process to purchase ownership. Hey, Director Wang, do you think he is like the manager of a planet? He must be a spy sent by the pirates to collect information on some of our low-level civilizations so as to plunder. The dude arrogantly said again. After listening, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, this kind of thing had happened many times before, and the man in front of him was too young. It's not like the manager of a planet at all. But Wang Mao narrowed his eyes. If the princess hadn't returned to China these days, he would have arrested this improper man according to his previous temperament, and severely tortured him again. But now, I can't cause trouble at all, and there is a big person inside. That big person, but the real big person, who doesn't know what the wind is, went to the entrance of the third world to investigate. What is the task arranged by the princess? This made Wang Mao suffocated in it, and now he dare not get angry. He can only endure it. You said that you bought the right to use the planet. Do you have enough money? Wang Mao said in a cold voice at this time. Correct. Yi Tan said coldly. Okay, come with me, and I will take you through the formalities. If you don't have that much money, you should know what we will do. Wang Mao said with squinting eyes. Wang Mao is also out of anger now. He has always been tens of thousands of people, one person on the top, here, who dares to speak to him like this, so shameless. And when the dude saw Wang Mao's expression, he immediately snickered in his heart. Isn't this looking for death? He actually angered Wang Mao. He is a famous little belly chicken intestine. The dude looked at Yi Tan with disdain, and Brother Liu looked at Yi Tan with an expression that deserved it. With Wang Mao leading the way, Yi Tan and others came directly to the palace without having to line up. As soon as Wang Mao came in, several administrators ran towards Wang Mao and followed them. These were Wang Mao's doglegs and those who cheated on Wang Mao. Wang Mao brought Yi Tan directly to a window. Looking at one of the light groups inside, he thought, give this person the right to belong to the planet. Good sir. The light group said directly, and the red dragon in the virtual helmet of Yi Tan saw the countless light groups in this window. His eyes were red. If these brains were swallowed, what would happen? The red dragon watched gloomily. If the dominance does it, the red dragon will do it too. It is paralyzed. Isn't it an enemy of the civilization of the world? Anyway, in the end, it will also be an enemy of the universe, and it will be an enemy of them, not as good as it is now. Sir, please show the planet coordinates. That light brain. Without saying anything, Yi Tan directly pressed some characters on a virtual template in front of him. Yi Tan could understand these characters. After all, they were all synchronized, and everyone around is watching. As Yi Tan wrote out the coordinates, a blue earth appeared on the screen, which was very beautiful here. The civilization level of the planet is being scanned, all the information on the planet is being scanned, and the notes are being made. Ding. After scanning, the gentleman belongs to the highest civilization commander on the planet, civilization level, intermediate pinnacle. When the people around heard it, they took a sigh of relief. What is the meaning of the pinnacle of second level civilization? And he is still in charge of civilization. What does that mean? It means that this young man has the wealth of a planet. Chapter 272. Chapter 270. First class citizen. Everyone's horror. Ding. Scanning all the data in this star field. With the sound of the light brain, a blue invisible light burst out in the dark universe of the Earth, rushing towards the entire blue Earth. No one on Earth felt this invisible light. And all the general information on the Earth has been collected by the blue light. In the third world storehouse, that Wang now was analyzing. Hey, when the results come out, you will know what is going on with this person. He must be a member of the pirate group who came here to steal information. The dude boy said arrogantly and incredulously from the side. The people around are obviously not optimistic about Yi Tan. After all, to have the right to use the planet, one must collect 1 million cosmic coins. This is not a small amount. For a second-level civilization, of course it can be collected, but it takes 1 or 2 years. If it fails to develop, it will take 10 years of development to get together, and within 10 years, the planet of secondary civilization will be patronized by pirate groups long ago. So everyone still couldn't believe that the young man in front of him would have millions of fortunes. Just when everyone looked at Yi Tan disdainfully, the light brain made a sound. Ding. Analyze all the data on the planet, and the planet's comprehensive civilization level is the pinnacle of second-level civilization. Wow! When everyone heard it, they didn't believe it for the first time, that his civilized empire actually belonged to the pinnacle of secondary civilization. Isn't this nonsense? Brain, this must be fake. Even the pinnacle of second-level civilization, it may not necessarily be the master of this planet. The dude roared with a frantic look. Is this making a big cosmic joke with him? A man who looks too young than him actually possesses an empire with the pinnacle of second-level civilization. And the pinnacle of civilization, his empire's stalemate. No, it must be fake. The dude snarled crazy in his heart. Everyone also agreed to nod their heads. A pinnacle of second-level civilization is not necessarily owned by this young man. At this time, Gwing now gave him the answer. Ding. After scanning, the planet is still in a state of divided civilization, but according to the facts, this gentleman is the most powerful civilization on this planet, and the unified planet has come to an end. According to the military force of the gentleman, it can be relaxed. Unify all civilizations. Everyone was stunned, and the news really shocked their hearts. This young man is really in charge of the second-level peak civilization. They have to believe that this is the light brain of the supreme civilization and has never missed it. The land of the dude was already in the distance at this moment, looking at Yi Tan with a look of anger. But Yi Tan looked at Gweng now with a sneer. After Hong Long's explanation, Yi Tan already understood that this optical brain is only the result of analyzing the data of the people and some low-level countries, as well as many videos and other data. And the highest procedure of their optical brain is that they cannot intrude without authorization to manage the ownership of the civilization. So Yi Tan didn't worry that his base would be discovered. And the pinnacle of the comprehensive secondary civilization refers to the relics owned by various countries on the Earth plus all the technological integration of the Atlantis civilization. At this moment, everyone on the spot was shocked and stunned in the distance. The people who lined up behind Yi Tan and the people at the entrance of this third world, few were the pinnacles of second-level civilization. Even if it is a small level, it is much worse. Many people feel a little bit cold in their hearts. In the universe, higher civilizations must not provoke them. Who knows, one day the overwhelming battleships will stop outside your planet. Sir, do you register this civilization? Optical Brain is now speaking. Optical Brain is just an intelligent brain program, so it doesn't care about the expressions and inner activities of people around. Still proceed in accordance with the procedures. Yes, sir. There are two options for registering civilization. One is that to register the ownership of the planet, you need to pay 1 million cosmic coins, and the planet's annual cosmic coins earned from the universe requires 30% of Ghana's tax. This tax comes from the maintenance and escort costs of the Frey Tier 4 civilized battleship. From now on, Mr. S planet does not need to worry about being invaded by pirates. In addition, every transaction in the universe is escorted by the Freel civilization. After hearing this, Yi Tan nodded slightly. This first option is a bit interesting. Although it is about planet ownership, it will also be monitored by level 4 civilization. And after hearing what they said about this tax, it seems they to establish a distribution on the Earth. It is the same as a country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Although their name is to protect the planet, but haha. Yi Tan sneered in his heart. No answer. Continue to listen to the second option. Sir, the second option is to upgrade the level of the planet. Pay 10 million cosmic coins. You can upgrade to a silver-class planet, without paying taxes, and even the Ferris civilization will send 10 A1-class space frigates. In addition, so will be promoted to the first level of the universe. The right to use Ferris 50 battleships can be dispatched at any time. Hiss. When Gwen Brain finished speaking, everyone around him took a deep breath. What is a first-class citizen? It is issued by the high civilization in the universe. As long as you have the symbol of a first-class citizen, you can be equivalent to a third-class civilization. The Emperor. Even you can call any civilized battleship. This is a terrifying thing. Moreover, in the universe, 10 million want to buy a citizenship title. It's just a joke. In the universe, a citizen's title has been fired to more than 100 million. And more conditions are needed. But what is so special about this? Why is it open to this young man? This is unprecedented. Even director Wang Mao is stunned. How long has he been here? 10 years? 20 years. Beep the dog. How come I have never seen this thing? What does it mean that 10 million universe coins can give him a first-class citizenship right? So why are you kidding me? I am a manager who has no rights as a citizen. He is a young man with a second-level peak civilization, and he is given a citizenship title, and it is still 10 million cosmic coins, so I beep the dog. Director Wang Mao frantically complained in his heart. Even the dude has a distorted face. The unspeakable feeling in his heart, as if he is a clown, and just acted a face-slapped scene for others. Yi Tan still doesn't understand the rights of first-class citizens, and is listening to Hong Long's explanation. Domination. A first-class citizen is equivalent to a symbol of a rich man. In the universe, the first-class civilization symbol is made by a high-level civilization. As long as you carry that symbol, even if the sixth-level civilization wants to move, you have to weigh it. But if the master is dead, it will anger a sixth-level civilization and living a high-level civilization. That level of civil rights is of no use, unless you are a 10th-level citizen. Even if you are a level 8 civilization, you will not dare to move. But according to all the information of the Atlantis civilization, it is impossible for a level 10 citizen to exist. And even a level 3 citizen is rarely seen. Chapter 273. Chapter 271. The King's Gift. The first meeting with Bilbo. When Yi Tan heard what Red Dragon said, his eyes suddenly brightened. This thing is a good thing. Yi Tan thought about his future path. It must be a route to ruin the entire universe. It would be impossible for other civilizations to deal with him. Perhaps Yi Tan's future path will surely provoke many civilizations to deal with him, so this civil right must be obtained by Yi Tan. But no money. The energy coins obtained from the Atlantis civilization are full of calculations, exactly 1 million cosmic coins, but now that this appears again, it is simply a beep. Everyone looked at Yi Tan nervously. The situation is different now. Yi Tan is now a first-class citizen. If he buys it, everyone at the entrance to the third world will have to fawn. Just when everyone was watching nervously, then Yi Tan suddenly said to Guangnao, "No money." Everyone. Director Wang Mao, rich playboy. Everyone was stunned. What is this? If you didn't speak for a long time, you suffocated this fart. Obviously, Guangnao hadn't encountered this kind of situation before, and stopped on the spot without speaking. But the daddy and the others, with a sordid smile on their faces, laughed and laughed. Ha ha ha, a native is a native, but you can't eat a piece of cake in front of you? Hey, what is this? Ha ha ha. The dude mocked. Everyone also showed disdainful smiles. Ha ha ha, citizen, what a good right this is. In front of you, if you don't have money, let me come. Ha ha. Yes, that is, this guy, really interesting. In the universe, how expensive a citizen's rights are, now only needs 1,000 universe coins. This guy actually said no. Ha ha ha. Just when everyone laughed at it. At this time, a hearty voice came from a distance. Who said he didn't? Everyone turned their heads to look, and there was an old man in a black straight suit with a bright light in his eyes, and he walked over with mighty and domineering steps. Behind him, he followed several ordinary men walking towards them. Yi Tan frowned when he saw the visitor. Wang Mao was shocked when he saw the incoming person, and he came out. This is the high level. The people around didn't know who the old man was, and they all whispered with their heads down. Who are you, old man? tell you, you can't intervene in the things here. The dude stood beside Wang Mao and looked at the old man disdainfully. At this point, Wang Mao's heart seemed helpless, as if he had fallen directly into the abyss. And my heart really wants to pinch this stuff next to him to death. Is this person special? Can you provoke it? I beeped the dog. But the old man's cloudy eyes suddenly released two bright lights, and looked at the dude with contempt. What do you look at? Not dead? Haven't you seen Director Wang here? Before the boy had finished speaking, Wang Mao grabbed the virtual electric baton from Brother Liu with a fierce and frantic look and drew it towards the boy's face. What? How could the thin nerves of the dude boy withstand such a powerful data current attack? And the whole person twitched on the ground. He looked at Wang Mao with a broken look in his eyes. He didn't know why this happened or why he treated him this way. Old. Wang Mao respectfully shouted at the old man in front of him. Hiss. The dude cast his eyes and fainted. When Wang Mao said the word Lao, he knew he had kicked the iron plate. That was the steward next to Princess Friel's civilization empire, and he was also the empire's war preparation general. It provokes Lao so much. Can his civilization still exist? As for the people in the queue around, they don't know what happened. After all, they haven't entered the third world, and they are still buying the ownership of the planet, so they don't know about this old man. But looking at the expressions of Director Wang Mao and the dude, there must be a lot to come. And Yi Tan's frowning brows, his eyes fixedly looking at Lao. How could Lbo appear here? Is it the Avril family that governs this star field? Yi Tan, we met. Lbo walked to Yi Tan and smiled kindly. As soon as Wang Mao heard it, he beeped the dog. I wonder if Mistil came to sit here for several days in person, and Gwingmin felt like a convulsion today. It turns out that L was always waiting for this young man. Only then did Wang Mao seriously start to look at the young man. The situation is completely different now. This is the most powerful general of the civilized empire in the 9th star territory. He is also a second-level citizen. If he offends anyone, he cannot offend the old man. The identity of the old man is now different. The princess of Pharaoh's empire, who has recently made a lot of noise, returns to China, and will inherit the throne during this time, and the identity of this old man has risen to the next level. Yi Tan looked at Lbo with some surprise, and saw that Lbo's information was too large. He never knew that Avril Lavigne was in charge of this star field. Boy, why are you shocked? I waited here for several days to wait for you. The king already knew about you and the young lady. In addition, in order to thank you for letting the young lady take back the child's mind, the king began to take over the empire. All the responsibilities. That's why I prepared such a great gift for you. Yi Tan smiled unclearly. From Aliba's words, Yi Tan can deduce that Avril Lavigne has now begun to take over the empire, and his father, who doesn't know what he and Avril do now, just thought Avril could take over the empire. It is all his credit. Lbo smiled. He came to pass on a message for the young lady, and also called a facade for Yi Tan. After all, in the universe, it is not the kind of slapstick on Earth. Moreover, everything needs to be developed. With the rights of a first-class citizen, Yi Tan's development will be accelerated. Thank you, Miss Avril Lavigne, for me. I am very happy to be with her. Reba smiled and nodded. This kid still knows, not frivolous. It seems that the person the young lady identified is still reliable. Registration of civilized money. I will give you a pad. Remember to pay me back in the future. With that, Lbo went on. He could not stay with Yi Tan for a long time. Although the king thanked Yi Tan, the lady went back. As if he was a different person, he began to obey the king's words and began to take over the empire. This move surprised many people. It was too abnormal. Therefore, within a few days of the entrance of the third world, Lbo discovered that many intelligence agents of the empire were monitoring him. It seems that the king is not relieved. After Lbo left, the people on the side dared not breathe. Just now they laughed at others for not having money to buy civil rights and lost a big cake. But now, they have money to buy, and they will become first-class citizens. This life is simply amazing. Chapter 274. Chapter 272, Tenglong Civilization. Sir, please name your planet. Does this need to be said? Yi Tan said directly, Earth. Please name the civilized empire. Tenglong, hiss. This name appeared in the ears of the people for the first time. It is rare to call yourself an empire after the dragon, because the dragon represents the supreme symbol. So few people dare to use this name, because they are afraid of taboos, and this young man actually uses dragon as his name. So arrogant. Sir, please tell me your name. Yi Tan. As soon as Yi Tan's words fell, Gwing now said, Mr. Yi Tan, congratulations on your first-class citizenship, numbered H6789. Fair binding is permanent. Congratulations to Mr. Yi Tan for obtaining all the rights of ownership on the earth. No one is allowed to offend all the interests of your empire. If someone offends, the Universe Federation will not forgive. I don't know if this Gwingbrain's words are to Yi Tan or to the people around him. The people around have their heads low and dare not speak. The Cosmic Federation is the largest organization of mankind. It can be said that every planet has its shadow. Afterwards, a blue laser suddenly shot out above the counter of Guangnao, and shot it towards the back of Yi Tan's hand. Before Yi Tan could react, there was a golden triangle mark engraved on the back of his hand with a diamond-shaped dot on it. Sir, this is a first-class citizen's ID card, so don't worry, sir. Yi Tan nodded, and everyone around was watching with envy. Even Wang Mao didn't dare to speak, he just stood and watched respectfully. No one owns first-class citizens in his third-tier empire, and first-class citizens go to their civilized planets, and their civilized planets must be arranged with great fanfare. With the right of ownership, Yi Tan went offline and disappeared from the entrance of the third world. In reality, Yi Tan woke up. Looking at the sky outside, it was already dark at this time, but Yi Tan couldn't sleep at this moment, because this trip to the third world brought him too much information. For example, Avril was the successor of the fourth-level civilization Freel Empire. Also, if you own the Earth, the Freel civilization will send the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the Earth. Before that, you must unify the Earth, and everything is under your control. All the units for the Master have been constructed. In addition, the base is building a mobile fortress palace in the sky according to the architectural drawings given by the Master. Yi Tan heard that at such a fast speed, it seems that this acceleration is still powerful. In addition to the Master, our 10 electromagnetic orbital racers have been launched, and they have been locked in the sky above the country that can be ranked. As long as the Master gives an order, their national football will instantly become ruins. Yi Tan didn't know. He smiled sharply. Everything is ready. Then every country, are you ready? Report all the troops in the base. Yes, Master. There are now more than 200,000 second-level fighters in the base, with 30,000 engineers and 10,000 scientists. In addition, scientists have eliminated the tanks in the system and upgraded after rebuilding. After that, the tank can already be exchanged from the system. Yi Tan lighted his head with satisfaction. With such a large number of second-level warriors, he can now dominate the entire planet. After all, these are second-level fighters, not ordinary fighters. Moreover, there are 10 electromagnetic railguns. Yi Tan showed a terrifying smile. 10 electromagnetic railguns? What kind of horror is this? Can those countries withstand such a powerful attack? Red Dragon, can all the empire buildings be completed tonight? Yes, the Master. As early as before, we have hollowed out the entire Freeland region and built a huge suspended chassis, which can completely lift the entire Freeland region into the air. Yi Tan has some questions. What about the remains of the second island? Master, the ruins on the number 2 island. We didn't find it when we hollowed out the bottom. According to inspections, the ruins seem to be small, so we can also take them away. When Yi Tan heard about the small things about the ruins, he immediately wanted to send out the ruins to see what it was. Do you seem to see the idea of domination? The Red Dragon said. Domination? The ruins of the number 2 island can't be moved right now. At least we can't move until we reach level 5 civilization. because I can feel that the ruins are full of danger." Yi Tan nodded helplessly. The red dragon said that he could not move. Then he could not move. If they provoke an unbelievable existence, then their base will not be kept. What happened to the Atlantis civilization remains before their eyes. Anyway, the Imperial building will be completed tomorrow, which is also good news. Red Dragon, tomorrow morning, tell the world. Tamron Empire will hold its founding ceremony tomorrow. It's the master. Red Dragon was a little excited. After how long it took, the day finally arrived, and the first goal was about to be completed. In addition, I will hold a press conference for me tomorrow. I want to let the interstellar universe come and tell the world. In addition, I also have to let the powers of all countries submit to me. Those who do not submit only kill. Yi Tan said coldly. This thing doesn't need to be done, otherwise when the Earth starts the cosmic path, aliens will inevitably come on the Earth. By then, the Earth will not be unified, and the matter will happen. And that night, many famous people from many countries, as well as new leaders from various countries, all received an invitation, which turned out to be an invitation from the Tamron group. This is the first time Tamron has moved since the Atlantis civilization. In the past few days, everyone thought that what happened to the Tamron group and what was gained from the ruins alive. They were studying hard, but unexpectedly, they sent it today. I wrote an invitation. What is this? Shocked. Or is it necessary to let them go to Tamron to watch the technology they acquired? In the hearts of the big bosses, the first time they didn't want to go, because they did not necessarily end well. But they have to go, because Tamron is completely different from before. It has stood on the heads of various countries. Also, this year, how many bigwigs have died in various countries, and now every empire has no heart Sochi. And gradually there are signs of differentiation. Now the world's largest power is the Tamron group, so this invitation is a must. And reporters from all over the world were very excited when they saw the invitations sent by Tamron. Although the Tamron group was cruel and murderous, they never hurt the person they invited. After all, they had never seen Tamron kill the remembered message. And journalists from various countries are speculating what will happen to this invitation. Chapter 275 Chapter 273, Shocking News. On this new day, a very depressed breath spreads across the earth. On the earth, many people can feel that something big is happening today. Moreover, it is a very important matter. And just after 9 o'clock in the morning, all the Earth's electronic instruments and video screens have changed. When everyone saw the red frame, their eyes suddenly shrunk. Fucking Tamron video, red frame. Which country was bombing this time? When everyone thinks so, the picture suddenly changed, and it was encountered in one place. There was a huge city floating. Yes, it was a huge city. The civilization city of Atlantis was twice as large as the two provinces of China. The area is so big. It is the size of the 3 solar nations. On the floating city, countless golden palaces and several faint virtual golden dragons hovered constantly. The buildings in the entire suspended city must be interesting from the sky above, because the entire building complex is built according to the Chi Bagua diagram. The Sadao domain is the center of the Bagua diagram. The 2 black spots are Yi Tan, the strongest force in the base. This means that Tai Kai gossip, the sides are upside down, the middle does not move, and it never falls. And in that city, there are countless heavily armed soldiers patrolling and walking around. At the entrance of the city, there is a huge Nanshan gate, which is very similar to the Nanshan Gate in Journey to the West. In the middle of the pillars are carved the 4 characters of the Dragon Empire. Everyone looked at these 4 characters, and their hearts shook. Is the Tamron group about to establish a country? The picture turned again, and the picture came to a huge venue. On the field, there are countless people constantly walking around. But everyone in all countries took a breath when they saw the people on the screen. Fuck. Isn't this the new president of Germany? Look, isn't that the president of Han Bangzai? Since Han Bangzai was destroyed by the Black Mecha some time ago, most of their countrymen have fled to China. Now their country is not a country, and people are not people. I heard there is still a famine. What's that? Look at the newly promoted president of the American emperor. Now he is not sitting there obediently like a kindergarten child. TSK TSK, the US emperor is now finished, and there is no more spirit. Dear immortals, I just want to ask, what is going to happen to so many leaders of countries together? Every time Yitan is anxious about this kind of news, 1 or 2 presidents will die. This time I don't know which country it is. The boss is dead. Just when everyone in the world was at a loss, all of the Venya staff in the scene fell silent. In the field, a large group of steel fighters suddenly ran out, standing by the side of the field with an electromagnetic gun in their hands. Everyone in the world is holding their breath. This is for trouble. And in the venue, the tallest platform, Yitan walked out, with a lingering light in his eyes looking at the bigwigs of various countries gathered below. This floating city was transformed overnight by scientists and engineers. Because of the existence of the system, everything is exchangeable, so it only needs to be built. If anyone in the universe knew that this huge project was completed overnight, they would be shocked and speechless. Yitan walked to the high platform, looked at the bigwigs from all over the world and the reporters from all over the world, suddenly sneered. This smile immediately surprised the people present and around the world. Every time Yitan sneered, something big would happen. This time, everyone, I asked you to come today to tell you something. First, the interstellar age will start. Wow! The bigwigs from all over the world stood up with horror on their faces, and even countless people around the world stood up in shock and stunned. Yitan looked at the screen with an incredulous look. Excuse me, Mr. Yitan, does the interstellar era start? Does it mean that aliens will come to our planet? A foreign reporter stood up and asked. This also asked everyone's heart. Yitan looked at the foreign country and remembered. Of course, within this period of time, cosmic civilization will be stationed on the Earth. Wow! Following Yitan's words, all the people on the scene are not good. If the universe civilization is stationed on the Earth, wouldn't it mean that the Earth will actually welcome aliens? Mr. Yitan, I believe everything you said is true, but how exactly is the cosmic civilization distributed? As someone asked, a smile hung on the corner of Yitan's mouth and said, in the universe, our Earth civilization belongs to a civilization that has just started. In the universe, there are countless civilizations. Of course, you have always imagined things in your mind. The stars are nothing but humans. Humans are one of the largest races in the universe. Furthermore, the alien that comes is just a powerful civilized Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the universe, guiding the development of Earth civilization. After everyone listened, there was an indescribable feeling in their hearts that the aliens were about to come to the Earth, and their Earth was just a beginning civilization. Mr. Yitan, are aliens harmful to our planet? There is no harm, because of me. Yitan has already purchased the rights to the entire Earth, so our Earth has a well-deserved identity, and in the universe, there are also powerful organizations called the Cosmos Federation. They are like one national police. Our planet will not be attacked by other civilizations. Once there is an attack, the Universe Federation will investigate. When everyone heard what Yitan said, everyone's hearts immediately boiled, and the bigwigs of all countries started to whisper to each other with their heads down. The Earth now belongs to Yitan alone. When people all over the world hear this sentence, they feel even more unhappy in their hearts. They have always believed that the Earth belongs to everyone, but now it has become Yitan's private product, which makes many people feel unhappy in their hearts. Mr. Yitan, do you mean that the Earth belongs to you alone? One asked sharply and did something that ordinary people would not dare to do, because Yitan was in front of him. Yitan sneered and asked the name sharply. The Earth belongs to everyone, and I, just the one who paid, is also the one who manages the Earth. Of course, you think the Earth belongs to me. People are wrong. Then I want to ask everyone, do all the territories of your countries belong to you? Why don't you separate their territories and allow those countries suffering from suffering and disasters to move over? If you can't, Don't ask me if the earth belongs to me alone. Chapter 276. Chapter 274, Shocking News. Yi Tan's words directly caused all the reporters to lower their heads without saying anything. And the person who just spoke sharply had an angry look on his face. Yi Tan's words directly caused reporters like them to slap their faces. Why? Because these reporters are guilty of conscience. But the reporter seemed to be very unwilling. He stood up again and asked sharply towards Yi Tan, Mr. Yi Tan, as far as I know, all the countries on our planet have no access to alien civilization. And Yi Tan, but sir, do you have any invisible activities with aliens? Wow! As the reporter said such words, the entire venue began to irritate. The reporter was too courageous. Isn't he afraid of death to talk to Yi Tan like this? As for the bigwigs of various countries sitting in front, they did not bow their heads to think, but were quietly watching Yi Tan, because they wanted to know what Yi Tan wanted to do. Yi Tan must have nothing good to find them. Hearing this reporter's words, Yi Tan's eyes were full of cold light. Yi Tan, don't bother to do any transactions with aliens. On the contrary, some of your senior executives have done transactions with foreigners. Besides, Yi Tan, let you come today, not for you to open to me. The trial meeting, Yi Tan yelled. Then one of the Iron Warriors standing on both sides of the field directly slammed the trigger. Boom! The sharp-speaking reporter was instantly blown to the head by an electromagnetic gun. In the field, it exploded directly, and the blood of the red silk splashed all around the reporters. These reporters didn't dare to gasp. This is Yi Tan's lair. Even if they kill all these reporters, their country will not speak out. And many people were shocked by what Yi Tan said. What is meant by high-level people in various countries and some people trade with aliens? Are aliens always on Earth? This conjecture suddenly made many people's hearts chill and horrified. Next I will tell you the second news. That is, the Earth should be unified. Bang! The big guys from all over the world just sat up all at once, looking at Yi Tan with a horrified expression. When people all over the world heard the second news that Yi Tan said, they all watched the video in shock. When I registered to own this planet, I knew that our Earth would not be the indigenous civilization discriminated against by aliens. And we are a big family, that is Earth civilization. If aliens come to us Earth, when the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was established, it was discovered that our planet had not yet formed a united front. Then we faced cosmic pirates. At that time, wars will be everywhere. I believe that everyone would not want to see this. Yi Tan said this sentence with cold eyes, and stared at the bigwigs of various countries. And the bigwigs from all over the world have a hideous and distorted look. They knew it would be like this. Yi Tan must have no good things to come to them. Is this the price? Yi Tan, do you want to fight against other countries? A big guy looked at Yi Tan coldly, and everyone around him looked at Yi Tan with a gloomy expression, wanting to know what Yi Tan would do. Yi Tan didn't know. He smiled sharply, shook his head and said, No, I don't like war or murder. When everyone heard it, they immediately despised in their hearts. Niang, there is no more murder in this century than you, old demon Yi. You said that you don't like war. Who bombed this and that every day? But the Earth must be unified. The light in the eyes of the bigwigs from all over the world was shocked. This is true. Yi Tan said this. It seems that there is no room for it. Yi Tan, you will regret doing this. You are provoking me to wait. Several big powers stood in front and said sullenly, that look was like Yi Tan owed him millions. Yi Tan saw the looks of the big guys, and suddenly sneered. Really? What do you mean when you hear it? Could it be that Yi Tan has even more powerful cards? Isn't he afraid of the counterattack of all our countries? And the few big country bigwigs standing in front, behind them, the dozens of small country bigwigs, with their low heads, all showed a gloomy look, and then restored their majestic appearance. All stood up and turned towards Yi Tan, shouted, Qatar is willing to belong to Tamaron. Israel is willing to belong to Tamaron. Poland is willing to belong to Tamaron. The entire venue suddenly became chaotic, and even countless people around the world went crazy and violent. Does the country belong to Yitan? How is this possible? Although we are not a big country, we are not afraid of Yitan. Why? Why is this happening? What are our country leaders doing? The big powers standing in the front all turned their heads and looked at the dozens of big powers behind them in horror. Are they crazy? Qatar? What are you doing? Do you know the consequences of doing this? The British tycoon yelled at the Qatar country tycoon. The relationship between the two of them was very ironic in private, but the British tycoon would never believe that his good brother betrayed him. The Qatari boss smiled sullenly, avoided the camera, and said to the British boss, "Give up, Mr. Yitan's armed forces and technological civilization are no longer what we can deal with. Do you want to make our country's people suffer disaster?" The British tycoon collapsed his pale face and closed his eyes in despair. Yes, he had a strong relationship with Qatar before he became president, but he has not been president for a week and his bench has not been warm. Is it going to move? But what's the use of resisting? The general situation has already gone towards Yitan and the others. The bigwigs of various countries in the front are all in the same mood. They have not lifted the president for less than a week. The former president was killed by Yitan, and so did the vice president. What about them? It's just some newcomers who are familiar with the situation in the country. But now, when Yitan didn't firmly control their own power, they even made such a show. And now they would have no hope at all. Yitan stood on the high platform, with a cold smile looking at the dozens of surrendered bigwigs. Those people are all his own. If you don't believe these big countries, what else is there? People all over the world are staring at their own country leaders on the screen. They are all citizens of a big country. There are already in their bones the factor that cannot bow their heads. They can't tolerate becoming slaves of the country, not to mention the country to one person. Yitan, just your daydream. It is impossible for our stick country to surrender. At this time, Han Bangtsai stood there and shouted out loud. Chapter 277 Chapter 275, Unification. Yitan sneered disdainfully when he heard Han Bangtsai's national tycoon turned out to be a birdie. It seems that this Han Bangtsai country is insane. Many people in their country have already gone to China. In their Han Bangtsai country, there are not many people anymore, and there are militants. When the system was deployed, countless people were opposed to it, and the Black Mesh rushed into Korea, which made countless people not see the country's prosperous future, so they all had to go to China and didn't want to experience it. War. This is also why this big guy Han Bangtsai is so arrogant and provocative of Yitan. Because he was smoked by the right, he was already possessed. And the other big guys are a little worried, because Yitan dared to say so under the global attention. He must have made up his mind. Therefore, these big guys from all over the world are watching to see what Yitan, the old demon, will do. But Yitan's eyes were cold at the moment. He knew that there would be someone at the venue this time, but he didn't expect it to be such a small country. A small country with a total population of only 50 million, and now there are not many people left in a small country, so there is no confidence to stand here. Since you want to destroy the country, then I will fulfill you. After Yitan said coldly, everyone on the scene held their breath. Is Yitan coming for it? The electromagnetic orbit in outer space began to move towards Han. The charge is completed. The target is locked. Is it a large-scale strike? In Yitan's headset, the electromagnetic track ran over Han, and all the weapons were ready. Emission. In the center of the Sky Fortress, in the red police base car, the Red Dragon directly ordered. Following the Red Dragon's command, the Red Death frame changed directly. Appearing in Han, everyone's eyes are wide open, their hearts are constantly trembling, because they are about to see a country instantly wiped out. The total land area of South Korea is only the size of the 2 provinces of China, or even less. And that electromagnetic railgun can destroy the entire Han with one shot. In outer space, the electromagnetic railgun shook violently, and the huge recoil directly ejected a black projectile, which rushed directly towards the Earth. The speed is super fast, already twice the speed of sound. With the addition of gravity, the speed is even higher. The red firelight appeared in the red video screen, and all the people in the venue immediately took a breath, and everyone numbed their scalp and shouted, "Crazy, crazy, crazy." And the big man Han also had a pale face, looking at the fiery red light ferociously. "Do not!" Big Han screamed. But everything is too late. Boom! In Korea, the red projectile directly collided with the entire country, and instantly collapsed from the capital. The land was almost overturned by a super dump truck. Countless houses were directly smashed into slag, cars were directly smashed by shockwaves, and many Koreans were directly shocked by invisible shockwaves into piles of rotten meat. Yeetan. The big guys in Han's eyes were full of bloody red light, staring at Yeetan, and roaring at him. "All of this is your own responsibility. I said that if I dominate the earth, I will not need any people as support. I will use force to make you surrender. However, if I unify the world, I will not participate in your country. The politics, just let me give you all your force." Yeetan's cold drink directly awakened everyone. The hearts of all the big guys went straight away. Beep the dog. "You won't say it earlier. Why do you say now? If you just handed over the force to you, we can still be president and manage the country. Do we need to be so nervous?" The big guys from all over the world are madly complaining in their hearts. They are also rejoicing. Fortunately, they didn't provoke Yeetan just now. Otherwise, their current country is probably in ruins, right? But the big brother Han directly split from his heart and rushed towards his brain. Puff! Big brother Han sprayed out a mist of blood and fell backward abruptly. A steel warrior stepped forward, and everyone thought that the steel warrior wanted to see if the big man Han was still alive. But the next scene directly horrified the bigwigs of all countries. The steel soldier stepped forward, took the electromagnetic gun directly, and slammed the trigger at the head of Han Dao. The red-framed video screen was also facing up close. Boom! That head, like a watermelon, exploded directly, and the red blood was flowing rushing, directly filling the entire small area. The moment the steel soldier raised his foot, the blood was as sticky as mucus. The big guys from all over the world didn't dare to breathe at this moment. They thought Yeetan was really crazy, too crazy. If he didn't agree, he would blow his head. Is there any king? The UK is willing to belong to Tamaron. France is willing to belong to Tamaron. Germany is willing to belong to Tamaron. American Emperor. People around the world have been shocked. Has such a thing really happened? Are we living in a fake world? Why is the country so unbearable in front of Yeetan? For 5,000 years, except for the heroic Genghis Khan of China, who has unified the entire earth. At the beginning, Genghis Khan only unified more than half of the earth. But now Yeetan has unified all the forces on the entire earth. Now, let's talk about the third thing. Now that the interstellar era has begun, and in the universe, there are countless civilizations. Every planet has a powerful civilization that protects the people of the planet. And our Earth has only one civilization. It is Tamaron civilization. I, Yeetan, will lead the Tamaron civilization. We people on Earth rush into the universe and become the first civilization in the universe. When Yeetan said this, all the people on the entire Huaxia were boiling. The people on Earth are us, and the dragon civilization is us Huaxia. Global unity is also our Huaxia people. After that, the entire red border disappeared. People knew that the pattern of the Earth had been settled. They didn't know what was waiting for them. Whether it was the cruel slaughter of Yelomo or a stable life. In the venue, reporters from various countries were sent away, but all the bigwigs from various countries stayed because they want to discuss with Yeetan all the next things. But did Yeetan really discuss with them instead of others? Chapter 278, Chapter 266. Suppressing the Storm City management on the field. Big powers from various countries and dozens of small country leaders came to the center of the Sky Fortress together. Qatar, what will happen to you and us? Is it really just to hand over all the armed forces to Yeetan? The Qatari national gang did not speak, but still had a cold expression, which made the British gangster a little bit inside. How is this going? Qatar won't be like this. How come since I came here this time, it seems to be a different person?" Everyone was not talking along the way, and the whole atmosphere was a little weird and depressing. They walked for more than 10 minutes, and finally came to the door of a huge conference room. At the door, there were rows of steel soldiers standing side by side. Big bosses from various countries walked in, but their bodyguards were all blocked out. In the meeting room, Yi Tan's thin and powerful body was sitting upright in the first place. The big men from various countries sat on the table according to the signs of their own countries. But under them, there was no one talking in the whole scene. It was very quiet, which made the big powers feel a little guilty. After each calm, there was a big explosion that made people collapse, and this kind of explosion was Yi Tan's Suo. Their hearts trembled a little. "Mr. Yi Tan, are we now?" the new German boss said. He now has to fawn on Yi Tan, who is now the only boss with the right to speak on Earth, who's saying I'm a big guy. See if I can screw his head off and use it as a chamber pot. The big guys also looked at Yi Tan with a harmless expression. Yi Tan sneered and said, "You said, if a country has no force, will they continue to conspiracy with cavalry in private?" Yi Tan said, still looking at the bigwigs of various countries. When Yi Tan saw the big men like this, their hearts became even more guilty. Isn't that obvious? It means that if they surrendered their force, would they continue to form an army in private? "Mr. Yi Tan, since I handed over all the armed forces to Mr. Yi Tan, it is because we care about the lives of the people, and we don't want to start a war. I love peace." Love peace. The big guys also quickly agreed. Yi Tan sneered with contempt in his heart. It was the American emperor who was talking at the beginning. He said this now, "Wouldn't it be funny? Believe you, sows can climb trees. What if I don't need you anymore?" Yi Tan said, smiling at the Huaxia boss sitting on the side, and the Huaxia boss smiled. He understood what Yi Tan meant. But the bigwigs of various countries don't understand. One by one stood up in horror, and tremblingly shouted, Yi Tan, what do you want to do?" After that, the bigwigs from all over the world looked at the other bigwigs and found that their faces were all gloomy. "His smile is very evil." Could it be? Everyone was shocked. I saw the writers directly peeled off a layer of skin from their faces, revealing a Chinese appearance. This moment even more shocked the hearts of all the big brothers. The leaders of these countries have been replaced by Yi Tan. "Ah, we too? That's right. I don't need you to be able to squeeze your country, so see you again." After Yi Tan finished speaking, those dozens of big country guys took out a round pistol from their pocket and scanned the whole body of these big country guys. After the red light was scanned, the pistol shot out a narcotic bullet in an instant. They hit their eyebrows directly, and then their bodies began to tremble crazily, and the whole person began to lie on the ground and twitched, and then the fat on their bodies began to shrink crazily, slowly turning into dry corpses. Seeing the fate of the bigwigs from all over the world, Yi Tan said in his mouth, "This blood gun is really powerful. It just evaporates all the blood. It's okay." Of course, this gun is the technology that Atlantis civilization used to end their civilization. Although it is at its peak in the universe, as long as it is a third-level civilization, this weapon is researched, but this weapon is not counted. It's too perfect, so the third-level civilization uses more high-tech weapons. Red Dragon suddenly appeared beside Yi Tan and said. Yi Tan nodded. It was the first time for the Huaxia boss next to him to see Red Dragon. He knew that this was Yi Tan's intellectual brain, but he didn't expect it to be so humane, and the head of China was a little longing for the cosmic age. Because the beginning of the interstellar era directly sublimated the hearts of all the bigwigs. It is no longer a country to country battle, but to upgrade the civilization of one's own country and make a name in the universe. Chief, all the high-level leaders of the countries have been invaded by my people. In the future, you will form your Earth Federation and manage these countries. Don't worry, I will also help you. As long as it is a high-level country, it is still terror elements I've invaded, so don't worry. Yi Tan said to the head of China. Hearing this news, the head of Huaxia was very excited. Will Huaxia become the only major country on the planet to succeed? Although the most powerful force on the earth is Yi Tan, from now on, All the management of the earth is their Huaxia. This made the head of Huaxia very excited. After sending away the head of China, the bigwigs of all countries returned to their own countries as usual, and then began to trade the country's armed forces. There are also all the scientific and technological materials of various countries. And Huaxia directly took the position of the leader of the Earth Federation and sent troops to the national systems of various countries. On this day, the world seems to have changed, and countless anti-gravity sports cars continue to fly towards countries carrying some soldiers. These soldiers are engineers that Yitan has never used. Suppress the violent city management. Suppression city management has been stationed in every city in every country. There is a button in the waist of this town's police officer, and a silver tile is hung on the back of the waist. The combat power can be equivalent to the second-level fighters, but the combat capabilities are not comparable to the second-level fighters. Their responsibility is to manage the city, suppress the mob. As soon as the anti-violence city management was released, there were still some people who were not afraid of death. The people who died laughed at the city management as too funny, and took a brick and thought that the world was number one. Yitan didn't have much skill, so he used bricks to suppress countries. Isn't it cute? But the end of the ridicule of these people is that a brick is directly killed on the street, and they will not give up until they have beaten their brains into fleshy existence. This happened in every city. All of the people were put under control at once. Whoever wants to die should provoke the city management. That guy is like a dog. Chapter 279. Chapter 277, Star War Mesh. After the entire Earth was unified, which stone in Yitan's heart seemed to be crushed directly, from the so-called ease to the unity of the earth. It only took less than a year for this day to be recorded in the annals of history. Just unify the entire earth. This is the unprecedented first time that there have been humans on the earth for so many years. Master, eradicating all the science and technology of Atlantis civilization. It seems that their civilization is only out of the universe now. And their warships are very simple. Each time they go to the Starfield civilization, it takes a lot of time, maybe a year to return home once. Yitan frowned. He didn't expect Atlantis civilization technology to be so backward. This speed is even slower than Pingding. Master, the 19 second-level scientists lurking in the US have been captured and returned. After modifying the chips in their minds, they can already serve us. Now there are second-level scientists in the base, and there are more than 30. The scientists in the base are too slow to upgrade. Is there a way for them to upgrade quickly? Yitan sat on the chair and said calmly, Master, the internal scientist of the base needs you to upgrade the barracks. Only after you upgrade the barracks, all arms will become second-level scientists. When Yitan heard this, his eyes lit up and he upgraded the barracks. Although he now has an enhanced training facility and enhanced potions, these are all first-class products. If he was upgraded to second class, wouldn't the power in the base skyrocket? How many energy points are needed to upgrade the barracks? Master, it takes 100 million energy points to upgrade the barracks. What? Yitan stared at the red dragon dumbfounded, with an incredulous expression on his face. 100 million? Robbery? How many energy points does our base have? I rely on. To master, it takes so much to upgrade the barracks, because there are many scientists in the barracks, as well as soldiers and iron soldiers, etc. These units are included, and even superheroes are included. If the master upgrades the barracks, superheroes will appear. The odds will be much greater. Yitan rolled his eyes speechlessly, saying nicely, but how to get these billion energy points? Grab it. As if seeing the troubles of the master, the red dragon's red eyes rolled and said, Master, in fact, we can obtain energy stones in the third world. Oh? How do you say? Yitan asked. Master, I entered the third world last night and got a glimpse of the current situation. The most prosperous thing in the third world now is the Star Wars Mesh game. This game is a game set up to simulate all mechas in reality. Players can experience the mecha by just registering for the game. And there is also a gambling game in the game, and we only need to bet against others. We can get a lot of cosmic coins, and exchange energy stones at the Cosmic Federal Bank. Then we can have energy stones. Yi Tan was taken aback. Playing games? Red Dragon, that's a cosmic game. How could I? After the Red Dragon heard it, he smiled sinister and bloodthirsty. Master, you have me. Trust me, you won't lose. Yi Tan suddenly laughed when he heard Hong Long say this. That's right, there is a red dragon hanging on the wall. Who is afraid of whom? Apart from anything else, Yi Tan went directly to the laboratory, lay in the nutrition cabin, and put on a helmet. As soon as he put on the virtual helmet, a door suddenly appeared in front of Yi Tan's eyes. The door suddenly opened. Yi Tan adjusted to it, and then walked in. Entering inside is a huge city, and there are 3 or 4 huge sky cities in the sky. Red Dragon, how are we going now? Yi Tan stood on the crowded street, looking at all kinds of human beings. These human beings are all different in skin and hair color and eyeball colors, and their appearance is no different from that of human beings on Earth, but the universe is also wonderful, and none of these human races are identical. Master, you will enter the world of Starfighter Mecha by silently reciting the Starfighter Mesh. After Yi Tan listened, he closed his eyes and recited the Starfighter Mesh. In an instant, Yi Tan disappeared directly in place, and no one around him felt strange because it was normal. When Yi Tan opened his eyes, he was shocked by the scenery in front of him, because in front of him, there is a huge warehouse, and the door of the warehouse is open, and inside are all some tall and mighty mechas, but they are all within 5 meters. At the gate of the warehouse, standing a mature woman who was so familiar was walking towards Yi Tan in a swaying manner. Yi Tan knew that it was the brain of the game without looking. Welcome Mr. Yi Tan to Mecha World. The account has been bound. Is it named after Yi Tan Civilization Empire? Yi Tan is not stupid. It is not that he has never played games before. When the base is so boring, let the whole army accompany him to play games. Yes, ding. Congratulations to Yi Tan for registering successfully. The username is Tamron. I wish you a happy game. With that, the intellectual mature lady disappeared directly. Yi Tan walked towards the huge warehouse, entered the warehouse, and looked at the rows of weird mechas. Yi Tan was hot inside. These mechas were all high-level existences. It is estimated to be the most powerful mecha in the universe. Yi Tan walked to the first mecha, which was a very straightforward mecha. The mecha was holding a big knife in one hand, and a huge simple barrel in the other. Appears very powerful and domineering. Yi Tan looked behind him, but by this look, all the mechas disappeared. Master, now you can only have one mecha. If you want the latter, you need to deliver Cosmos coins. The latter have tens of millions. The performance is better, but I don't agree with the master to buy those mechas. Yi Tan curled his lips and said, I don't agree. He has a lot of energy points now, so that he won't throw all the money into it. Yi Tan said. He climbed in from the ladder beside the mecha. Entering inside is a small area, without any seats, only a screen in front. Yi Tan really wanted to complain. Peeping the dog. There was nothing. As soon as Yi Tan stood in the middle, there appeared one after another robotic arms, and these robotic arms began to wear something towards Yi Tan. It was like the mecha fighter wearing a sensor in the Pacific Rim. Yi Tan was immediately put on by the full suit, and then the huge screen appeared and lit up. Inside the screen is the first viewing distance, and Yi Tan can see it very clearly. Yi Tan subconsciously lifted his footsteps and walked towards the gate, but this lift, as if there were a few tons of weight in his thighs. Fortunately Yi Tan was still comfortable. Chapter 280 Chapter 270 The Funny Old Mecha. Yi Tan adapted, driving the mecha, as if drunk, and walked outside. As soon as he got outside, all the scenery in front of Yi Tan changed. He came to a huge square. In this square, there are countless mechas standing here, flying constantly in the air, and some even moving their guns towards the sky. And before these mechas, there is a line of words. 20 sets a gambling game, 10 million universe coins. 5v5 gambling game, 100,000 universe coins. Such people are everywhere in the huge square, and their mechas seem to be much better than Ethan's. Fuck it, look there. Isn't that a Class B mecha? Someone even drove that mecha to the gambling channel. Is it my dizziness? Haha, it's really true. He's just getting started. Look at him walking. Oops, he fell down. Haha, laughed at me. Quack. I haven't seen this in many years. I remember that I was better than him when I first started. Anyway, I learned mecha since I was a child. But now, haha, it's funny to me. Is this guy drunk? The whole scene noticed Yeetan's mechas, and everyone looked at them mockingly. At this moment, Yeetan really felt drunk, because the first time he drove the mecha, nothing was tunable. It feels like sitting in a huge roller coaster. Master, this is the gambling channel. The first step to detonate the universe is to start here. Red Dragon said in Yeetan's headset. Yeetan stood up on his mecha with a cold look in his eyes, the huge sword in his hand, leaving behind him. He looked like an ancient hero. Detonate the universe, and let your boiling master arrive. Yeetan rolled in his heart. Red Dragon, how many universe coins do we have now? Master, there are still less than 10,000 universe coins. You can set up a gambling game. This is a low-level channel, so the set amount is above 1,000 universe coins. Okay, press all the universe coins on me. There should be a lot of people fighting against me. Yeetan ridiculed himself coldly. On the way he came, he asked about the Red Dragon. This is a virtual world, and the Red Dragon happens to be a brain, so it can assist his fighter armor without any mistakes. In the third world, the brain cannot enter. Although Yeetan didn't know how the Red Dragon came in, Yeetan believed that the Red Dragon was a product of the Red Alert, so it was more powerful. All the mechas around saw that the drunk mecha was standing there, and none of them knew what had happened. But then, a sign was hung up in front of the mecha. 1v1, bet 6,739 cosmic coins, any mecha is fine, as long as you knock the opponent down. Everyone looked at them, and then a dumb expression appeared on their faces. The oldest mecha of Class B would challenge everyone. Ha ha ha, I'm so ridiculous. Is this product better than it came from? Even challenged us with the most rubbish Class B mecha, and the head was flooded. TSK Tusk. This kind of mecha can be cut in half with a single knife, and I want to challenge any mecha. I really can't do it. More and more people noticed, and directly surrounded Ethan's mecha, and shouted with ridicule. All of a sudden, everyone in this channel knew the news and ran to Ethan to watch it. Red Dragon, why did no one challenge us? Could it be that we have less money? Yeetan frowned and said, there were more and more people watching around, but no one challenged. When the Red Dragon heard it, he rolled his eyes. No one challenged. If you look at all the mechas around you, they all have a red light, which means that they are willing to fight you. But why they didn't enter the battle? That's because the anchor who hosted this game. It is estimated that no one would be willing to host a Class B mesh battle. Because this is simply an insult to the anchor. The Red Dragon hadn't spoken yet, and the scenery in the screen changed, and he came to a huge stage, very big, without any obstructions in the middle, and on the opposite side there was only a hideous looking, gorgeous streamlined, well-aimed mesh standing opposite. At this time, an audience stage appeared on the left and right of them, and there were very few below, only a few mechas who had just joined in and laughed at him. On the audience stage, sitting a gentleman with glasses, with golden hair that I tasted, looked impatiently at the mecha in the venue and shouted. Audiences, what we saw this time was a battle between the Rookie Chicken and the Hand of the Blood Demon. First of all, our Rookie is driving a Class B, the oldest mecha, a mecha out of the universe, and a Class C mecha against our veteran Gorify End. First of all, I don't need to introduce Class B mechas. These Class B mechas are all mechas that everyone drives in kindergartens. They only wear a giant knife that can't cut the armor, and there is no one. Any powerful cannon to deal with the Hand of the Cleavel Gorify End is simply a big joke. Ha ha ha, Bozy, why do you say so much? Our Rookie likes to be abused by me. Can you control it? As soon as the supervisor finished speaking, The mechas in the audience laughed. Ulbozi is also the anchor of this battle. What does the anchor do? It is a setting in the game. It can also fight privately and openly. However, the public battle requires the anchor to come forward. If the anchor is good, many people will give him rewards. This is also the livelihood of the anchor. But Ulbozi thinks that today is simply unlucky. Everyone is unwilling to take the rookie business, because they think that rookie is a rookie. There is no good anchor, a waste of time. It is estimated that no one will give a reward. Okay, the countdown to the battle is about to end. Let's watch this battle between the rookie and the hand of the Gorify End. Ulbozi shouted weakly at May I. In the battle circle, Yi Tan couldn't hear any outside voices, and could only see the mecha audience and the anchor below the stage, as well as the enemies he was dealing with. Master, this mecha is of the C series, which is much stronger than the B series of mechas. The name is called the Hand of Gorify End. In his arm, there is a huge melting furnace. Each hand has a C series. The giant cannon can instantly destroy our mecha, and there is an electric lightsaber after the Gorify End. As long as it is stabbed by that electric key, our mecha will be completely scrapped. Yi Tan nodded solemnly in the mecha. The two mechas were no longer in the same level at all. It was like an egg smashing a stone. Master, don't worry, I will control the mecha to ensure that the mecha on the opposite side will become a mess. As soon as the Red Dragon's voice fell, the countdown to the huge sign in the center had become 0. Yi Tan hadn't reacted yet. The mecha on the opposite side sent out several missiles directly on his shoulder, and rushed towards Yi Tan mecha. Fuck. Yi Tan didn't move, but the mecha moved directly, and the mesh audience in the audience, all of them watched with wide eyes. That is the C-series shell. As long as it hits the B-level mesh, it will be completely scrapped. At this moment, the mesh moved. In the orbit of those few flare cannonballs, he stooped to hide. All the mecha spectators were dumbfounded. Even that Ulbozi was dumbfounded. What's the situation? This is the C-series shells. Generally speaking, only C mecha can escape. But how can this rookie mecha dodge the shells so much? When everyone was still in a daze, the antique mecha bent over and slid towards the hand of the Gorify End. The pilot of the Gorify End's hand now has a hideous look. Oh, the cannonball escaped unexpectedly, but can you avoid a large-scale attack? After that, the Blood Demon directly made an action with both hands, and the mecha directly ejected countless shells, rushing towards the antique mecha in a large area. And at this moment, Chapter 281 Chapter 279, War of Mecha. Just when everyone was stunned as the overwhelming missile rushed towards the antique mecha, the mecha that Yi Tan was driving didn't move, just stood there quietly. Did he admit his fate? Know that he can't hide it? Several mecha spectators stood there mockingly said. And just when everyone thought it was impossible for this antique mecha to escape, the standing mesh actually started to slowly squat up, and the legs of the mecha driving Yi Tan no longer compress the springs of the legs. This is, Ulbozi muttered to himself. Boom. At the moment that the overwhelming missile rushed to the antique mecha, the mecha piloted by Yi Tan jumped up and rushed into the air. In an instant, those overwhelming missiles directly exploded into the air. On the spot, even the driver of the hand of the Gorify End was dumbfounded. What's the situation? This is a class missile. Even if the opponent is the hand of the Gorify End, it may not be able to dodge, let alone jump. How clear and precise is the time required for this? And if it is wrong, it will be attacked. Isn't it a novice, but a platinum master? When everyone was still stunned, the mecha suddenly jumped from the sky, and the mecha under his feet rushed towards the Gorify End's cell phone. Seeing the sliding of the antique mecha, the hand of the Gorify End hurriedly activated the electric wave defense. The attack of the hand of the Gorify End was powerful, but he was relatively vulnerable. The Red Dragon driving the antique mesh saw that the hand of the Blood Demon had activated the radio wave shield, and suddenly sneered. He is a wise brain. He can know all your shortcomings. The left-handed artillery of the mecha piloted by the Red Dragon began to buzz and charge the moment it slipped. The hand of the Gorify End saw that the artillery was lit up. His face suddenly sank, How could he be passively attacked? The hand of the Gorify-End was against the defensive cover, and the barrels of both hands were moved directly to the arms. Two huge barrels were added to the arms, and the mecha of the hand of the Gorify-End was taken out from behind. A long sword hilt, not too big or too small. The long hilt suddenly lit up with a bright light. The C-Series laser sword. This is a big killer. The hand of the Gorify-End even took out this kind of weapon. Is the hand of the Gorify-End scared? The opposite is just a novice, a fluke. Everyone discussed fiercely. They think that the laser sword out of the hand of the Gorify-End is simply overkill and wasteful. If they are allowed to go up and attack at close range, this antique mecha can be hacked to death with a single shot. And just when the hand of the Gorify-End activated the laser sword, the antique mecha rushed in front of him. Boom! The antique mecha didn't say anything. It fired directly at the interval of activating the laser sword Gorify-End's mobile phone. This gap means that every time the laser sword is activated, a large amount of power is needed to supply it. You are still turning on the radio wave shield. Isn't the current more unstable? The artillery instantly tore through the mecha defensive cover of the Gorify-End's hand. Immediately afterwards, a knife was slashed towards the head of the Gorify-End's hand. The pilot of the hand of the Gorify-End panicked. The plot was not developed like this, but in front of him was an antique mecha. Why is it so? Start the artillery. The mecha of the hand of Gorify-End shouted from the cockpit, and then the arms of the mecha began to violently eject missiles, and the laser sword of the hand of Gorify-End slashed towards the big knife. The speed of the laser sword is not twice as fast as that of the big sword of the antique mesh. In an instant, the laser sword rushed to the antique mecha broadsword. It's going to be cut. The hearts of everyone at this moment were all lifted up. Watching nervously. This is a head confrontation, and the hand of the Gorify-End will definitely win. They don't believe that an antique mecha can stop so many powerful attacks. Look! The antique mesh artillery seems to be charging. With his sharp eyes, Huang Bozi just saw that the antique mesh artillery was still charging in this crisis. Fuck. It's true. Is this guy a pervert? How can a person be charged and swung a knife vigorously in this crisis situation? What everyone saw was dumbfounded. But the fact is that the antique mecha actually started to charge continuously in the abdomen of the Gorify-End mobile armor. But the big sword is still swinging downwards. What a powerful consciousness is needed to make this step. No one knows. The brain in the Gorify-End's mobile phone has reminded him that the antique mecha is charging. If it hits the mecha will be completely scrapped. This battle is won by the novice, and he is in the cockpit. Inside, his face is covered with sweat, looking anxiously at the constant bombarders. All the shells directly rushed to the arm of the antique mecha in the abdomen, because as long as the charging barrel was destroyed, he could kill the antique mecha on the opposite side. And that antique mesh didn't seem to be evading it, letting the hand of the Gorify-End be bombarded. That arm was directly shelled by the hand of the Gorify-End into piles of scrap iron with green smoke. The driver of the hand of the Gorify-End sneered, a mecha that would only play tricks. Now that your barrels are destroyed, what can you do? Seeing the big sword slashing towards him, the Blood Demon's cell phone armor was directly a laser sword slashing past. Boom! The laser sword and the broad knife hit directly together. The sword broke into two segments in an instant, and fell directly down, but the antique mecha didn't seem to give up, because the radio wave shield of the Gorify-End's hand was no longer useful at this moment. Because he fired. This is the opportunity. Crack! The blade with the broken blade was directly inserted into the head of the Gorify-End's hand. The mesh is damaged. 45% of the remaining energy. Faced with the constant beeping, the Blood Demon's cell phone armor was desperately anxious. Fortunately, his cockpit was not in his head, otherwise he would have been slashed to death just now. It's over. This antique mecha is completely finished. I admit that I can't do everything that the antique mecha did just now, a mecha audience muttered to himself. A mecha pilot next to him narrowed his eyes and whispered, "No, I think the battle is still won by the antique mecha." Although the antique mecha does not have any power to attack, Have you ever thought about it? Why does the antique mesh keep close to the Blood Demon cell phone armor? Don't forget, the best and powerful thing about the antique mecha is not the ability to attack far, but the power of the mecha. Hearing what the audience next to him said, the eyes of the surrounding people suddenly shrank. Yeah. The antique mecha was the former War General mecha, it was just eliminated. Chapter 282 Chapter 280, Lightning Mecha. And in the battle, at this moment, the antique mesh is constantly hammering the chest of the Gorify-N mobile armor with its only hand, because there is the driver's cabin of the Gorify-N mobile armor. Just bomb the hand of the Gorify-N will completely fall down. Faced with the inseparable fist and fist of the antique mecha, the Gorify-N mobile armor is now too much to bear, and the defense of the mecha is constantly decreasing. And that Zinao keeps reminding. The driver of the Gorify-N mobile armor became more anxious. Seeing that his mecha and the antique mecha were already stuck together at this moment, it seemed as if two huge transformers were hugging each other. No, if this goes on, sooner or later I will be killed. The pilot of Gorify-N's hand analyzed in the cabin, then turned off the laser sword, and wanted to use his fist to hammer open the antique mecha. This way I have a chance. Just when the hand of the Gorify-N wanted to attack the antique mecha with his fist, the heavy and slow-moving mecha suddenly stopped attacking his chest, but used fluent and fast speed to pull out and insert it in the Gorify-N. The broken knife on his head. After getting the broken knife, at the second before the Blood Demon's hand had reacted, it instantly inserted it directly into the Blood Demon's chest. Immediately, the Blood Demon's cell phone armor immediately stopped its movement, and directly fixed it in place, still making a fist in its hand. Have you won? Everyone watched nervously. In the field, the Blood Demon's cell phone armor fell slowly. Boom. The loud sound of falling to the ground directly awakened all mecha audiences. Everyone was dumbfounded and really won. They didn't expect that an antique mecha, coupled with a novice, would have beaten the hand of the Gorify-N. Are you sure they didn't kid us? Even the yellow buns looked incredible. He never believed that an antique mecha would kill a Blood Demon's hand. This is simply unexpected. With the end of the battle, Yitan's mesh was directly restored to its full blood state. What he had just watched, the Red Dragon fight, was fluent and refreshing. He wanted to try it, but now the overall situation is important and his reputation must be improved. Come up, in this case, more people will challenge him. The place to detonate the universe starts here. And what everyone looked at was called Huanqing Liulai. When everyone was about to leave, the antique mesh didn't leave, which made everyone hesitate. Suddenly, another big brand appeared on the battlefield. It was all the money of the antique mecha, and the challenge again. Fuck. Is this crazy? Continue to challenge. Maybe he just won, but now he is so arrogant. The Uncle Bozy looked at the antique mecha with surprise on his face. This was an opportunity. The Uncle Bozy had fought thousands of times, and his qualifications were already very sharp. He could see that this antique mecha was not what everyone saw, but a master. Bozy immediately started to act and directly applied for the huge advertising sign outside the square. That square sign is used to play some advanced battle video screens to attract some audiences, and even these audiences can start gambling in private. As soon as the video on the billboard was played, it instantly attracted the mechas gathered in the square waiting to bet against each other. Isn't that the antique mecha that I haven't learned to walk just now? It ruined the Gorify-N's phone armor. It's true, it's so amazing. In room 33378, I want to go in and take a look, walk around and see how powerful this antique mecha is. More and more people entered the room, and Yitan's battle began again. After Yitan won the game just now, he pushed up all the universe coins. Dear viewers, what you have seen is the new intra-level antique mesh. This Class B mesh, in the last battle, actually destroyed the hand of the Gorify-N. Of course, this battle will more intense. And this battle, everyone will not regret it, because this time the arrogant antique mecha is brought down. The Lightning Mecha, Oz, the Lightning Mecha he drove, fought a total of 1,638 battles, with only 3 losses. Moreover, Oz himself is even an A-class fighter. Please, our lightning mecha. Ulbozi was excited about the anchor, because the number of people entering the room today is the first time his anchor has exploded in such a long time. Already nearly 30,000 people. What a terrible number this is. With the voice of Ulbozi, a bolt of lightning suddenly came to the battlefield in the empty area. Oz, Oz. The overwhelming whistling sound made the entire audience stand buzzing. Oz is a famous fighter master in this Starfighter mesh, and many people know it. I also like to watch him fight. That speed, tearing the enemy to pieces in an instant, is simply the feeling of a big battle, very refreshing. In this Star Wars mesh game, many people feel that kind of violence inside, because only when driving meshs to fight, the wildness of men will burst out. On the battlefield, there was a bright red light in the eyes of the lightning mecha. Before the battle, I have 3 tricks for you. The lightning mecha pilot Oz stood not far from Ethan in disdain. In an instant, this passage directly made the audience crazy. Is this the style of a great god? Let 3 tricks, ha ha ha. Even if you give 3 antique mechas, the antique mecha can't kill the lightning mecha. This is the difference between the strong and the weak. The audience was boiling, and all the audience went crazy. But Ethan's face was gloomy and arrogant in the mecha. This was Kaiguoguo's face. Red Dragon, can 3 tricks solve him? Master, 3 moves are definitely possible. The lightning mesh makes good use of speed, so on his mecha, the weight must be the lightest, so his armor is basically very fragile. But these 3 moves, he will dodge, and finally solve us with the fastest speed. But 3 tricks are enough, the Red Dragon said gloomily in the mecha, making Ethan's heart a little bit cold. The battle begins. As the intellectual brain inside the mecha said, Ethan's mecha rushed towards the lightning mecha madly. Oz in the lightning mesh gave a sneer. This antique mesh can attack. It's a foolish dream. Boy, mecha is not something natives like you can play. Before the antique mecha rushed to the lightning mecha suddenly said coldly. The Red Dragon exploded as soon as it heard it, and insulted the ruler. There was only one dead end. Chapter 283 Chapter 281, The Defeat of the 3 Moves. With the rampant voice of the lightning mecha, all the audience raised their minds and stared at it nervously. There are still some people who disdain to watch the battlefield, because the victory or defeat is certain. This antique mesh will definitely fail, and some even are ready to leave the room. There is nothing to see. When Ulbozi saw the antique mecha rushing to the front, his hands clenched tightly. He didn't want the lightning mecha to win, because everything he did was wasted. If the antique mecha wins, this is unprecedented. At that time, the number of people in the room will increase sharply, and by then, you will be able to make a full basket. Arrived. Everyone felt tight. The antique mecha has rushed in front of the lightning mecha. When the mecha driven by Ethan rushed in front of the lightning mecha, he punched it directly and grabbed it toward his head. But the lightning mecha flashed suddenly, and the speed was super fast, leaving an afterimage directly in the air, and Ethan's mecha was empty. One move. Leng Sheng said the moment the lightning mecha flashed. But Honglong didn't answer him. He didn't withdraw his empty hand, but grabbed it directly below. The lightning mecha sneered, but his mecha was full of eyes. Can't you see your movements? It's ridiculous. The natives are natives. The lightning mesh flashed aside. 2 tricks. The lightning mecha sneered again. Oz smiled disdainfully. It was too simple. It was as simple as playing house. The audience in the audience also saw that the heavy antique mesh couldn't catch the lightning mesh for a long time, and everyone laughed. Their blockade had already begun, and no one bet the antique mesh to win, because if the antique mesh can win, it would be a joke. And when everyone thought that the antique mecha was about to fail, the antique mecha suddenly moved again and grabbed it in the direction of the lightning mecha. Are you coming? What a spicy chicken. Do you really think you can catch yourself this way? Oz in the lightning mecha said disdainfully. Then he fanned to the right, and at the moment he fanned to the right. When I just wanted to talk about the 3rd trick. The antique mecha didn't know when, the left-handed artillery had been charged, and it shot directly at the lightning mecha. Boom, The lightning mesh was hit directly, and a large hole appeared directly on the surface of the fluent mecha of the lightning mesh. The mesh is damaged, the mesh is damaged. Hearing Wisdom's prompt, Oz looked crazy. How long has it been that he has never been attacked by anyone? Apart from those 3 failures, he has never failed and injured again, but now, Oz was already angry, and he immediately started charging and accelerating. In his legs, countless small energy jets were directly extended. These jets are the source of the speed of the mecha. After the antique mecha shot the shot, the right hand directly grabbed the arm of the lightning mecha, and violently pulled the lightning mecha, suddenly losing its balance. Then the antique mecha seemed to be playing Tai Chi, and easily pulled the lightning mecha down to one side, and then kicked hard towards the charging jet of the lightning mecha. Boom! The thighs of the mecha were instantly kicked into 2 sections by the antique mecha, becoming a F-shaped existence, and the lightning mecha directly knelt on the ground. And all this is not over. The lightning mesh without the ejector is like a dead thing, fragile. The antique mecha fist fiercely at the head of the mighty and domineering lightning mecha. Boom! With another punch, the fragments of the lightning mecha's head floated directly in the air, and the entire mecha was suddenly broken and the lightning mecha could no longer move. Oz in the lightning mesh was horrified at this moment. He knew that he had lost. He didn't expect to lose so thoroughly. Who is this person? How can he know so clearly the shortcomings of his mecha's legs? Just at the joints of the legs, there is the biggest weakness of the mecha. If there is a breach, his mecha will be completely useless. Boom! After the antique mecha's cannon was charged, it shot directly at the chest of the lightning mecha. In an instant, the chest of the entire lightning mecha broke a big hole, and the ores inside became a pile of piles. Rotten meat exists. This is the case in the third world. In order to ensure the realism of the game, their game company also set the realness of the entire game to 100%. Even the pain and the feeling of driving a mecha are exactly the same. This also makes people feel the real scene. Seeing that the antique mecha destroyed the lightning mecha like this with only 5 moves, everyone's mouth was opened into a Type 0. It's incredible. In just these 2 times, the lightning mecha was directly abolished. Don't be kidding, that's the lightning mesh, and it's also a platinum player, so it's scrapped. And Lbosi was already shocked and speechless at the moment. Although he felt that the antique mecha could destroy the lightning mecha, he did not expect it to be so powerful. 5 strokes ruined a platinum player. After destroying the lightning mecha, the antique mecha continued to stand in the field. This time the antique mecha didn't suffer any injuries, so he directly asked to continue fighting again. Master, someone asked for a call. At this time, Hong Long said suddenly. Yi Tan was taken aback. He didn't know anyone here yet, and someone came to him. Take it. As he said, a man appeared on the screen, wearing glasses. Anchor? Yi Tan questioned. Hi, yes. I am the anchor of your battle. Can we cooperate? Nalbozi said respectfully in the video screen, because he saw something. Saw a young man, and he looked for this young man. I discovered something even more incredible, that is, this young man turned out to be a first-class citizen. It's not the kind of natives who just entered the Star Wars mesh game as he imagined. Yi Tan was amused when he heard it. Anyone else would cooperate with him? What cooperation is there? Sir, I see that you seem to be in a hurry for money. I can lend you 2 million cosmic coins. When Yi Tan heard this, his eyes shrank. 2 million universe coins, if this one goes down, it will double a lot. What do you want? When Lbosi listened to the game, he hurriedly said, Sir, I only hope that you can fight in my room every time you fight. Lbo said. His eyes were full of energy. This is his ambition. He is an anchor. For so many years, there has not been a strong mecha player stationed in his room. If there is a strong player stationed in his room, then he will not have to worry in his life. Chapter 284 Chapter 202 the god of war Mesh appears. Hearing that Lil Bozy turned out to have this idea, Yi Tan smiled immediately and agreed directly. He is now idle and earning less money. Now someone directly subsidizes so much money. It doubles as soon as it gets down. It only takes a few more games to make Yi Tan's money soar. At that time, Yi Tan can easily earn the next 100 million. Okay, I promise you, Yi Tan said with a smile. Lil Bozy suddenly became excited and succeeded. This is a first-class citizen, even if he is not a powerful mecha player, but the title of a first-class citizen is placed in his room. Countless people will come here to fawn. Lil Bozy quit, and directly transferred the 2 million cosmic coins he had worked so hard in his life to Yi Tan. He was not worried that Yi Tan would run away, because he could appeal to the Starfighter mecha to get back the 2 million cosmic coins. Moreover, Lil Bozy also believes in Yi Tan, because such a young man is a first-class citizen. He will definitely not lose. This is a feeling of trust. If you don't know why, you are very trusting. As Lil Bozy transferred 2 million universe coins to Yi Tan directly raised his bet to 2 million. Fuck it, 2 million cosmic coins. I wanted to go up and try it out. It's over. This antique mecha is going to be a big one. Yeah, I didn't expect to directly rise to 2 million universe coins, which is terrible. I don't know who this driver is. As the bet rose to 2 million cosmic coins, the audience below directly exploded. Although they can't afford to bet now, they can watch a terrifying battle, which is not bad. When Boziel saw this scene, he was immediately satisfied. What he wanted was this kind of momentum, so that people would remember his room deeply. Moreover, Boziel continued to promote the Antiquities Mecha's 5 tricks to destroy the lightning mecha in the square outside, and more people entered the room. And 3 minutes later, and yet no one came to the stage. Yi Tan frowned. Is 2 million too high? This is no way to continue. Some people must be irritated and let them come up. With that, Yi Tan took over the control of the mecha and turned into a drunk again. He shook his body, pointed at the audience stage outside, and said coldly, "Is there no one? Don't let me underestimate you. Do I scare you with an antique mecha?" Following Yi Tan's arrogant words, countless audiences in the audience were directly angry. Fucking, so arrogant. If it weren't for the uncle, I had no money, I would have gone up to shoot this stuff. It's arrogant, but I like it. However, Boziel smiled with satisfaction. This guy is simply his God-given teammate. He is so powerful that he wants to be so arrogant. In this case, the room will be famous. I come. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted loudly. Then the figure disappeared. When Bozy saw the news in the background, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Audience, someone has challenged. But this person, you would never think of it. Don't talk nonsense. Please invite our top 10 Machine Kings. Oops. Wow. The whole stage went straight away. What? Our boss is here? Damn, that's a Class B fighter. And the mecha he drives is even stronger than the lightning mecha. My god of war, god of war, god of war. Mars. The whole audience shouted, all shouting the god of war, thinking that this was the top 10 Machine King. His own level was a Bleevil fighter, and he was also a mecha fighter that King Free liked. Following the howling of the crowd, there was a sudden footstepping sound on the stage. It was very heavy, and the whole ground was shaken. Come yet? Everyone was shocked, and the God of War was about to appear. Under everyone's attention, the mecha of the God of War came to the battlefield, the huge shield, and the huge battle axe. The battle axe was very huge, almost the size of the door of the room. Boy, are you innocent? Have the ability to pick me up? The God of War shouted in a thick voice. Yi Tan looked at him with biting eyes. Master, this man's mecha is a tank type, armor and the like, very powerful. According to our mecha weapons, it is impossible to break his defenses. In the 5th level of civilization, this mecha is the thickest. The kind of mecha is also the most difficult to deal with. Is there a way to deal with him? Yi Tan questioned. The red dragon paused, and then said, Master, if you want to deal with him, You need to open the hook. I can invade the Star Wars mesh game to manage the brain. Let him change all the things in our mesh, from the outside. Ours is an antique mecha, but all the internal devices and instruments are the top ones. This is also a modification I made with reference to the antique mecha. When Yitan heard this, his eyes lit up. If Red Dragon could make changes, wouldn't it be possible for the base to produce it? Yes, Master. This time we have the technology, we can produce a modified mecha. Wow, Yitan's heart rolled over, it was incredible. This kind of thing can be upgraded without a scientist. Dominate. But although this mecha is strong internally, it is very strict with the players. Some fighters cannot achieve this level. They need to cooperate with the Earth's Chinese martial arts. What the hell? Yitan's eyes widened, and he needed to cooperate with the Chinese martial arts moves. Isn't this definitely teasing me, Master? Huaxia's martial arts moves. I also discovered in the last battle, as long as China's martial arts moves cooperate with mechas, they can emit huge power, and they are not physical collision moves at all. I guess this kind of move it is also handed down from the ancient times when someone entered the ruins. Generally speaking, only advanced civilizations can possess ancient martial arts mechas. So, the Earth has a lot of origin, it's not what we see at all. Hearing the Red Dragon say this, Yitan's heart became a little wary. Yes, there are too many secrets on the Earth, such as the mysterious Bermuda. Until now, Yitan school scientists have not been able to enter it, and they don't know Bermuda. What's in it? Yitan didn't know what the ruins in his base were. All of this means that some big things have happened on the Earth, and these big things seem to have been cut off by some people. Even if it has all the materials of Atlantis civilization, it means that they have never entered Bermuda, as long as go in and disappear. Red Dragon, do you mean that Huaxia's martial arts moves were found in the super ruins before the Earth? Yes, Master. These martial arts moves must be used with mecha. Chapter 285 Chapter 283, Chinese Kung Fu. After reconfirmation, Yitan's heart seemed to be severely grabbed. I didn't expect it to be like this. It's strange that China used to use these martial arts cheats to defeat many countries. It turns out that these moves are combined with some weapons. If they are equipped with mechas, it will be a sky-shaking attack power. It seems that going back, it is necessary to collect all the martial arts moves on the Earth, and also need to create a mecha academy, and destroy all the martial arts moves and other materials on the Earth. Yitan made up his mind in his heart. And the god of war saw that Yitan ignored him, which made him very shameless. He is the top 10 master of the Freal civilization. He was even despised by a junior, which simply made him lose any face and slapped his face. The audience in the audience was screaming with excitement by Up's rough and powerful voice. Boy, die. Just as the countdown reached 0, Ubs drove his heavy mesh directly towards the antique mesh. And all the decorations in the antique mecha have changed at this moment. Even the aluminium alloy-like iron has become an unknown material, very similar to the base wall. Master, you are ready. Just look at the shit god of war, kneel down completely. As soon as the Red Dragon's voice fell, the antique mecha suddenly burst out of immense power, and stepped towards the god of war mecha. I'm going, is this antique mecha crazy? I even rushed towards the mecha. Are you looking for death? Ha ha ha, it's good to lose. This time I was overwhelmed by the god of war, who will never fail. And the driver of god of war, Ubs, also has a look of iron, or if you rush over, let you be completely scrapped. Thinking about it, their warrior mecha sprinted, holding a huge and heavy shield and slammed directly towards the antique mecha. Of course, the antique mecha saw this ferocious charge, and immediately slipped gently under his feet into a horse-astride state, and then the mecha either turned around and avoided the Ares mecha. Ubs narrowed his eyes. His horsepower was already at its maximum. How could this antique mesh escape? Boom! Ubs saw that the antique mecha had grabbed his shoulders, and at this moment, their warrior mecha shook, and the huge and heavy mecha was directly dragged forward by the antique mecha. Wow! All the mecha spectators, sitting in the mecha, stood up and looked at the Ares mecha constantly moving on the battlefield in shock. How is this possible? The god of war mesh. The heaviest mesh in our empire, in our star field, no other mesh can pull it. How could this happen? It's incredible. This is the god of war mecha. Everyone looked in stunned horror, with an unbelievable look, because it was so terrible. This mesh could actually pull the god of war, which is simply unbelievable, but that's how it appeared in front of them. Bang bang bang. Red Dragon used Tai-Kai soft force to pull the warrior mecha back and forth, and the thigh of the mecha kicked directly towards the forehead of the god of war mecha. That posture was simply the whip leg of the earth, kicked by the tremendous force. The heavy plate armor of the god of war mesh was sunken a lot. Death. Arbus, the god of war, roared, and then the huge battle axe slashed directly at the antique mecha. God of war is angry. Everyone's hearts are tight. The giant slashed directly towards the head of the antique mecha, and when the tomahawk was about to hit the middle, the arm of the antique mecha slammed into the depths, lightly and fiercely towards the side of the giant tomahawk. Knock. The direction of the huge battle axe immediately changed, and it slashed directly towards the body of the god of war mecha. Banka. The body of the god of war mecha was directly hit by the giant axe. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? The power of the god of war mesh is the most powerful, and there are many nuclear fusion reactors inside. So with one hand, you can crush the lightning mecha into slag. And now, the axe was slashed by the weak power of the antique mecha. Is this kidding me? But the fact is like this. The war god mesh was smashed by his own axe, and Ab's whole body was not good. His eyes were bloodshot. He stared so big, as if he hadn't slept for more than 10 days. And his heart is surging crazily now. How is this possible? How can this person achieve such a precise state? The power of the giant axe passing through the air is almost faster than a high-speed sonic fighter, and the antique mecha did it. At the moment when everyone was stunned, the antique mecha moved again, and fisted directly at the tomahawk hammer that was inserted in, directly hitting the tomahawk in. The mecha was half crippled. Bang bang bang. Along with a dull sound, there was a constant reminder from the brain. Abs went crazy and directly abandoned the battle axe and hammered towards the head of the antique mecha. At the moment when the god of war mesh hammered towards the head, the antique mesh moved, and two huge manipulators directly entangled the mesh, and then pulled it back. Come again? Abs ran away. Just come here just now, now again. When I am a fool. Ab's huge shield slammed into the arm of the antique mecha. Want to knock off the arm while ruining the head of the antique mecha? Then the eyes of this antique mecha will disappear. The red dragon in the antique mesh smiled disdainfully. If you throw it away like this, is it still called Huixia Kung Fu? The antique mecha leapt sharply and kicked the shield, and then the huge mecha body sat down directly toward the head of the god of war mecha. Boom. The antique mesh rides directly on the god of war. This scene directly left countless audiences in the audience speechless. It's so exciting. The armor can still fight like this, riding directly on the body. Fucking, it's just beeping. The antique mecha began to attack the head of the god of war mesh frantically, punch after punch. Every part of the mecha is useful. For example, the head of this mecha is the place where the first visual instrument is installed. As long as it is destroyed, that Ares mecha seemed to have lost his eyes. Even if there are camera eyes elsewhere in the mecha, it is impossible to see all the contents of the mecha, only the contents of the head. Boy, you forced me. The war god mesh suddenly roared frantically, and then drew something from behind. Yeaton's eyes shrank when he saw something. Chapter 286. Chapter 284, Build a Mecha Factory. On the huge back of the god of war mesh, a huge artillery appeared, convex and concave. Hiss. Everyone was shocked. This was a small particle acceleration cannon. Unexpectedly, the god of war, Abs, would even put this kind of thing on the mecha. If it hits a person, what will it be like? Will instantly become the existence of debris. The back of the huge mecha, the huge barrel, began to charge up frantically. The god of war, Abs, was full of red light in his eyes. He wanted to kill this antique mecha pilot of unknown origin in one shot, and he could not lose his identity as the god of war. Yi Tan sneered in the cockpit. Just when the ion accelerator was charged and ready to be launched, the mecha driven by the Red Dragon directly grabbed the knife behind it, and slid towards the Ares mecha. Can you stop it? This is a particle accelerator. Instant. Everyone was worried. They felt that the antique mecha would not be able to destroy the particle accelerator of the Ares mecha. Want to stop me? Go to hell. The war god Mesh roared, saying, the red light charged by the particle accelerator is getting stronger and stronger, as if it will be launched soon. Just at the moment when the particle accelerator is about to fire, the antique mecha has come to the front of the god of war mecha, and the huge knife has been inserted into the huge barrel. Boom! The particle acceleration cannon of the god of war Mesh was suddenly given by the flame of the explosion from the antique mecha, which directly swallowed the entire god of war Mesh. In an instant, the entire god of war Mesh became a pile of broken scrap iron. All the audience were dumbfounded, their foreheads were numb. How could this be so finished? This is the god of war mecha. The top 10 most powerful mechas in the empire were so destroyed. None of them spoke. They all looked dumbfounded in the battlefield. On the battlefield, Yi Tan sneered after seeing the destruction of the god of war Mesh, but then felt that he was a waste here, because there is enough Red Dragon alone. Red Dragon, I let a soldier enter. Can you direct the soldier to bet here? Master, it is absolutely possible. Only one fighter is needed. I only need to allocate a secondary system to earn bets in this Star Wars Mesh. When Yi Tan heard this, his eyes brightened. Very good. He has too many things to do now, and he can't waste all his time on this. Red Dragon, remember to be measured. Don't let people discover it. Yi Tan said before leaving, because he plundered cosmic coins like this, it was too scary. If someone with a heart finds out, then there will be big trouble. Yi Tan took off the virtual helmet and let out a sigh of satisfaction. Although this third world operates with the brain and spirit, the body is asleep, and Yi Tan is an A-class fighter, so mental weakness has no effect on him. Back to the main base, the Red Dragon was back at this moment. It had sent a soldier to the third world and installed a secondary system. The soldiers used everything, as long as the secondary system was operated. Master, the imperial capital has come over Russia. Red Dragon stood behind Yi Tan and said, the imperial capital is also the city of the sky and the capital of the Tamron Empire. Okay, just stop in the sky, and contact all the spies and the Chinese bosses. We need to have a meeting. Yes, dominate. Following Yi Tan's order, all the powers of all countries on the earth immediately put down their work, came to a secret meeting room, put on a virtual helmet, and entered the virtual room created by Yi Tan. In the room, there are still 48 middle-end power countries left in the world, and other small countries have been swallowed by these big countries, and all people have been moved to a safe environment to survive. Even some poor countries are migrating. Now the world is beautiful, and more people like this kind of life. Why? Because according to Yi Tan's request, every country must supply 1,000 Grandpa Mao to the people on and off the earth every month. In addition, all the coins on the entire planet are headed by Grandpa Mao. Of course, there is no such regional difference. All prices are the same. This allowed all the global economy to ease and stabilize at once, which made many people living in poor countries thank Yi Tan. Because all this was brought by Yi Tan. In the virtual world conference room, Yi Tan sat in the first place with majesty and calmness. Talk about all the current situation in the world. As Yi Tan just finished speaking, a spy disguised as the president of Germany stood up. He is now the second in command of the Earth Federation. Master, all the armed forces of all countries have to pay. In addition, anti-gravity sports cars, enhanced potions, and Tamron mobile phones have all been sold in various countries. In addition, according to the survey, more and more people have begun to integrate into their current lives, and very few people have begun to parade. Yi Tan nodded his head with satisfaction. What he was saying is also a human being on Earth. The Earth is now a big family. In any case, The strength of the earth should be improved. Chief, when you go back this time, all the ancient martial arts schools in the country are strictly prohibited. In addition, all citizens are prohibited from learning Tai Chi and other martial arts. The head of Huaxia was taken aback. Isn't this just martial arts for fitness? Why should it be banned? Well, now the people don't need to contact that. In China, the evolution potion is in short supply every day. It is estimated that the whole country is taking it, and the body is so good. No one will learn this. Yi Tan nodded, and continued, even if the people don't learn, all martial arts moves, etc., must be collected, and all the information is destroyed. This martial arts move, etc., has a great background in the universe. The warships of the real civilization empire are coming soon, so you must do it beforehand. In addition, I will build a large garbage collector in various countries. This large garbage collector can absorb as long as it is garbage and some nuclear bomb waste. All the spies nodded. They knew what this was, a mineral base, and it seemed that the master wanted to build a global empire. Yi Tan built the base in the air for a reason. Because the base is built on the ground, it is impossible to build things everywhere, because the area covered is limited. But with this floating city, think about where you want to build it, just fly there, build it, and then go. It can still be used. Which country has fewer personnel now? Yi Tan asked coldly. Dominated by a country with few people. It is a black African country. The living conditions there are not good. Now it has become an empty country, and people have immigrated to other countries. Okay, just build a mecha factory in an African country. Chapter 287 Chapter 285, Expedition Exploded Asteroid. Okay, just build a mecha factory in Africa. At this point, the head of China's eyes narrowed. Yi Tan, is the mecha the kind of mecha we researched? Yi Tan shook his head and said, it's not that kind of mecha. The mechas you find from the ruins are all the first-class mechas, and they don't have any combat effectiveness in the universe. With that said, in this virtual world, a screen appeared, and inside it was the screen where Yi Tan and the Ares mecha battled. When the head of China saw this mesh, his heart was immediately hot. This is the cosmic mecha. In the universe, humans are the largest race, but there are also many other races that are unknown. We have not touched the deepest part of the universe. The only other hostile races known now are the Zerg and the Machine Alliance race. These two races are the great enemies of mankind, and although we humans have powerful warships and super weapons, it is difficult for civilizations to build. So mecha is the greatest advantage of the human race. Everyone can drive one. Of course, human enhancement is also very important, so this mecha factory must be established. After Yi Tan finished speaking, the screen disappeared. Then Yi Tan clenched his fists and looked at the spies and said, in addition, everyone on the earth must give me a potion. Even if it's a fetus, it's fine. Only good. All the spies nodded. After Yi Tan gave a series of orders, even if the meeting was over, the whole world began to take action again. Because Yi Tan wants to do a big thing. In the main base of the Tamron Empire. Master, all the materials for transforming Mars are ready. In addition, the 10 expeditions that have been built can completely transform Mars. Okay. Yi Tan turned his head and said excitedly, Mars has been transformed successfully. He has 2 natural planets, and there are a lot of minerals on Mars. At that time, Mars was the real imperial base. Master, there are 3 plans to transform Mars. First of all, the first plan. We need to heat Mars. We have to build a huge space mirror. This mirror will be more than 120 kilometers in diameter and will orbit 21 kilometers above the surface of Mars. This mirror will bring sunlight reflect to a designated area of Mars to release the atmosphere and water below the frozen surface. The second plan requires an asteroid impact. Many asteroids in space are made of frozen ammonia, and ammonia is an important greenhouse gas. Our plan is to make an asteroid about 2.5 kilometers in diameter. Asteroids to hit Mars. The huge energy generated by the impact will melt 1 trillion tons of ice on Mars into water, and the ammonia released after the asteroid impact can also make Mars significantly heat up. 40 such impacts can make Mars has reached a level suitable for human habitation. The third plan is to artificially produce greenhouse gases on Mars. This is considered the most feasible solution. Scientists believe that carbon tetrafluoride is the most effective greenhouse gas. Several chemical plants are planned to be built on Mars. Continuous production of carbon tetrafluoride. According to calculations, if 1,000 tons of this gas are emitted per hour, the average temperature of Mars will rise by 27.8 degrees Celsius in 30 years. This process is expected to consume 5,000 megawatts of energy, which can be met by 5 nuclear power plants. These energy needs. Ye Tan frowned when he heard these 3 plans. Except for the second plan, other plans would require a lot of time to build. Implement the second plan. Yes, dominate. As for Ye Tan's order, it spread to the bottom, and immediately began to move. At the bottom of that huge sky city, the huge bottom plate started to separate slowly. Then a huge expedition ship flew out. These expeditionary ships are the same as the ships that went to Mars last time. 10 huge ships flew towards space. The Russians below were not surprised at all, because they have calmed down a lot about what happened to the Tamron technology empire. Red Dragon. The mecha factory must be perfected as soon as possible. Before the arrival of the 4th level of civilization, we must accelerate the improvement of the strength of the Earth. Point but super high mecha. Yes, dominate. In addition, you collect a little more information in the third world. When our mechas start mass production, that's when our technology company enters the universe. I believe that this mecha must be a 4th level civilization. The necessary mecha. By then, will our base upgradability be not small? Ye Tan knew that if he wanted to gain a foothold in the universe, he had to start with technology first, and then devour other civilizations step by step. On Mars, the 10 huge expeditions have come to Mars, which is a full 56 million kilometers, of course, the shortest distance, but the speed of the 10 warships is still super fast, and it only took less than a day. Just arrived. This is also the use of energy injection. Full horsepower. Coming to Mars, all the space warships began to stand in the air, waiting quietly. The master expedition has arrived. The mission begins. Ye Tan said majestically. On Mars, the 10 expeditions received the order and immediately began to move. The 10 expeditions began to disperse, each flying towards the rest of the universe. They were to capture asteroids. The machine's nest. An asteroid has been discovered, moving forward at a speed of 1 million kilometers per second. The machine nest understands and immediately starts to catch it. In the distance, a small asteroid is flying madly towards the expedition. This asteroid is still a small asteroid with a diameter of about 130 meters. If it hits the area, it will be powerful. But it is very powerful, equivalent to the explosive power of 150 million tons of TNT, or 10,000 times the power of the Hiroshima atomic bomb in Sun Country. The capture begins. Following the expedition's command, the huge-shaped electromagnetic orbit immediately began to recharge under the remote. According to scientists, it is necessary to use mass bombs to change the asteroid's orbit and hit it towards Mars. Of course, scientists have replaced all mass ammunition with ordinary ammunition. It is impossible to break the asteroid. The electromagnetic railgun was launched, and a blue light shot directly towards the asteroid's right foot. In an instant, the blue light hit, and even the asteroid rushed directly towards Mars. The goal has deviated and is rushing towards the final location. And when Ye Tan was transforming Mars, more than a dozen huge warships were leaping towards such a crazy distance, 300 million kilometers away from Mars. Chapter 288. Chapter 286. Space Pirates. Asteroids to capture are heading towards Mars orbit. Hearing that they were following the procedures, Ye Tan was very satisfied. It won't take long for Mars to become the second base. At that time, all the border defenses on the Earth will be armed, so there is no fear that the Zerg will attack in the future. In the Freel Empire, The huge golden blue planet had a radius more than twice that of the Earth, and its entire area was 4 times that of the Earth. Outside that empire, countless golden warships and some civilian warships are flying around. Very prosperous. This is also the only 4th level civilization in this star field, in charge of the most powerful existence in this star field. Not far from this huge golden planet, there are a group of black and white Super Sci-Fi warships parked. On these warships, there is a huge symbol, and the people of the Friel civilization know this logo. This is an advanced civilization warship that is hundreds of billions of stars from here, the 5th level civilization Osman Empire. In a huge battleship, there are countless small operation consoles in the magnificent operation hall, and there are many staff members neatly dressed and sitting on them to operate something. In the first place of the ship's captain, a man with blonde hair and grim face was watching all the messages on the huge screen. No, the blonde man suddenly roared with a grim expression. In an instant, the surrounding scene changed, and it was in an isolated room. In the room, there are several men kneeling below, trembling. Emperor, all the information is true, Miss Avril. It's no longer complete, a man said in a trembling voice. The blonde man, the Emperor, raised his head abruptly. His eyes were crazy, and he looked at the man with a grim expression and shouted, "Who is it? Who is it? Who is it?" With this huge roar, everyone's shaking became more intense. The Emperor, according to the investigation, is a new civilization that belongs to the border of the Friel Star territory. Their civilization is at the peak of the 2nd level civilization. Avril Lavigne is the person in charge there, the man named Yitan. Enough, the Emperor roared, and then looked at a young man on the big screen. The raging anger in his heart was even more fierce. The man in the screen was Yitan. Call me the Cosmic Pirates. I want the Earth to disappear completely. Emperor, Freya's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already gone to the Earth. If we send cosmic pirates, I am afraid we will not be able to destroy the Earth. If Miss Avril knows about it, then our trouble will be big. The Emperor gave a cold bloodthirsty smile. Intercept the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for me and let them come back to me. If they don't obey, then they will die with the Earth. Yes. Feeling the endless anger on the Emperor's body, everyone hurriedly bowed their heads and agreed. And in every mysterious corner of this star field, there is a huge warship that is stopping on a planet, plundering all resources and women. Many humans were directly killed by these pirates. Inside that unique and hideous warship, the leader, there is a task. Someone is offering a reward of 100 million cosmic coins to destroy the Tamron civilization. What? A bald-headed knife-scarred face suddenly stood up with white light in his eyes, and roared in surprise. Ha ha ha, well, it's been a long time since I took up the task. Tell me what level of civilization the Tamron civilization is. The Scarface shouted loudly. Boss, Tamron civilization is just a newly registered civilization. Only a 2nd level peak. As soon as Scarface heard it, the smile on the corner of his mouth cracked even more. It was too easy to deal with a mere 2nd class civilization, and 100 million universe coins could be easily afforded. Ha ha ha, let's go. Leave this aboriginal planet alone, go to the coordinates of Tamron civilization. The huge ferocious battleship took off and headed towards the Tamron civilization Earth. And this civilization that had just been slaughtered by pirates. At this moment, the entire planet, no living beings can be seen, and the entire planet is full of ruins and blood. On Earth, Yitan saw the asteroids on the screen crashing towards Mars, and the mecha factory was being built step by step. Yitan's heart was full of solidity. According to this progress, all the strength of the Earth will rise, and if it comes down, The Earth will enter a state of subversion sooner or later. Master, after receiving the news, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs suddenly did not know why, and has returned to the Freel Empire. Suddenly, the Red Dragon said. Yi Tan's heart twitched, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs suddenly returned to the Freya Empire. This was a bit unexpected. Although Yi Tan wanted to make the Ministry of Foreign Affairs come later, it was news of the sudden return to the Empire. It made Yi Tan feel a little suspicious, because this kind of thing shouldn't happen. Did you find any abnormalities? Master, did not find any abnormalities. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs seems to have received some mission, so it returned to the Empire. The feedback from the Third World did not take any major actions. Yi Tan thought and held his chin. The Foreign Ministry suddenly returned to the Empire, which still felt very strange in Yi Tan's heart. Now that you return, Yi Tan thought, and said to the Red Dragon, start to increase the military strength of all countries, and build a few more expeditions to guard outside the Earth. I think something big has happened. It's the Master. In accordance with Yi Tan's order, the expedition ships ascended to the sky again, and this was also Yi Tan's all warships. But even so, Yi Tan's heart is still full of that indescribable feeling, always feeling that something big is happening. In outer space, the 10 expeditions are still searching for asteroids and hitting Mars. At this moment, a huge battleship appeared in the dark universe, and the entire battleship could be more than 2 Atlantis civilization. The leader has arrived at the Tamron civilization. The blue planet in front of us is the Earth. The task we have received is to kill everyone and bring back the leader of the Tamron civilization. The Scarfist leader smiled slightly. Notify the headquarters and tell them that the mission begins. Yes, boss. After that, the huge and ferocious battleship suddenly emitted a blue light, which shot directly towards the entire Milky Way star field on Earth. The blue light exploded in the dark universe, and the invisible blue light directly swallowed all the cosmic signal nodes of the entire Earth. At this moment, the Red Dragon suddenly woke up. Master, a powerful enemy came to the outside of the Earth, and the signal nodes were all destroyed. We have lost contact with the universe. Chapter 289. Chapter 208. I see even the fragility of the expedition. Master, a powerful enemy came to the outside of the Earth, and the signal nodes were all destroyed. We have lost contact with the universe. Boom! Yi Tan stood up abruptly, his eyes flashing with lingering light. What? Someone came to the Earth and destroyed the signal node. This is for us. Let the expeditionary detect it immediately. If the enemy rushes into the Earth, attack me. Yes. Dominate. The Red Dragon hurriedly returned to Dao. The situation is very urgent now, and the war is about to break out. Outside of the Earth, the 10 huge expeditions have given up the mission to transform Mars, and they are now lost towards the Earth. Outside the Earth, there are also several expeditions waiting to be called. The Nest have seen 10 expeditions. The Lair understands. Prepare for battle immediately, and closely monitor the entire planet outside. Understand. More than a dozen expeditions have been ordered at this moment, and then several expeditions have been separated and monitored continuously in circles toward the Earth. A dozen expeditions looked very small and weak in front of the huge Earth. From a distance, it looks like a small black dot. Not far from Mars, the huge ferocious pirate battleship was slowly rushing towards the Earth at this moment. Chief, we will be close to the Earth soon. What shall we do? In that command hall, there have been a lot of men wearing black armor. All of them look terrifying. All of them are famous killers and criminals in the universe. Hearing what everyone said, the scarred face looked at the azure blue Earth on the big screen and suddenly sneered. The task is to explain that we must catch the man and destroy the Earth, but such a beautiful Earth, there must be a lot of resources inside. Hearing the bloodthirsty and gloomy voice of Scarface, everyone smiled horribly. Yes, there must be a lot of resources inside this azure blue Earth. If it can occupy this Earth, it is not a good way. It is better than bombing. Strong. We rushed into the Earth. I don't believe that. In a mere pinnacle of second-level civilization, What powerful weapon could destroy my warship? Scarface said with disdain and arrogance. The target, the Earth, is accelerating and is expected to arrive in 3 minutes. As soon as the scarred face's voice fell, the light brain inside the huge battleship began to execute orders. The entire huge battleship began to rush towards the Earth like wind, and the speed has exceeded the sound wave by dozens of times. It's faster than the expedition, it's so fast. Lair, find the enemy, find the enemy. As soon as the huge ferocious battleship arrived outside the Earth, their dozen expeditions were discovered from a distance, and they all began to gather and flew toward the ferocious battleship. The leader is the battleship of Tamron civilization. The scarred face looked even more disdainful. What use is it that there is only an ancient electromagnetic gun? If it is the third-level civilization, it may still be a little more daunting, but their battleships are made of light alloy. What kind of electromagnetic guns can't move at all? Boom! Scarface hadn't spoken yet, and his battleship was shaking for a while. Alarm, alarm, the enemy warship starts to attack. The shield loss is 0.01. Ha ha ha. Scarface only lost that little shield as soon as he heard it, and burst into laughter. This weapon is so fragile that it didn't even hit 1% of the shield. What's so terrible about it? More than a dozen expeditions have now gathered, and of course they are not all surrounded, but scattered. More than a dozen expeditions are constantly attacking, one shot after another. This is also the command of the Master. No matter who it is, they will destroy the cosmic signal. This is for him. It must be before the enemy attacks. Attack. The huge bottom of the expedition no longer swayed back and forth, because underneath them is a huge electromagnetic railgun, and the black light that is ejected is very inconspicuous in the universe. Even if it is not observed carefully, it is invisible at all. And the universe is also very strange, and the speed of the mass projectile has increased a lot. Prepare to tell iron cannon, aim at those dozen or so warships, and fight fiercely. Scarface gave an order. Those dozen warships couldn't break the armor of his warship, but it was super annoying. If these dozen warships are not destroyed, they may still be hindered from entering the Earth. These dozen warships are probably all the remaining warships of the Tamron civilization. After charging, do you want to launch? The Gwingman voice interrupted Scarface's "Ye." Scarface saw that many battleships had been locked, and suddenly smiled and ordered, "Launch." Among the many operators sitting in the command hall, one of them directly pressed the button. In an instant, the fierce battleship, the circle of artillery, shot out countless blue light, and directly rushed towards the battleship not far away. Avoid. Avoid? A dozen expeditions immediately began to disperse, but the speed of the blue light was almost the speed of light, and it was still such a short distance. In an instant, many expeditions were directly hit by the blue light, and directly turned into a ball of fire, with countless iron pieces floating in the universe. Yi Tan saw that a few dozen signal points on the screen had disappeared, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Master, the enemy warship belongs to the warship of level 4 civilization, and the weapons worn are also sophisticated. Do you know which battleship it is? Yi Tan asked with a cold face. Master, according to the stored information, this battleship seems to be a pirate battleship. Pirate? Yi Tan's eyes froze suddenly. He asked the Red Dragon at the beginning. Their Earth is very remote, which can be said to be the edge of the star field. Generally speaking, it is impossible to have any colonization stars and living stars here. There will be no civilization, and this is also the place where pirates are least willing to come. Nothing, they certainly don't want to come. But Yi Tan's eyes sank slightly. The pirates came to the Earth so accurately. Someone must have given them the coordinates of the Earth. Even someone sent them. Otherwise, one's own first-class citizenship can make the pirates unable to eat. These pirates will not be so crazy. It seems that some people want to die by themselves. Yi Tanlin smiled coldly. If you find out who it is, it will be broken into pieces. Red Dragon, How about the expedition's attack? Master, the expedition's attack can't break the armor of the pirate warship at all. It seems that we need to activate the ultimate weapon. Chapter 290 Chapter 288 The power of the ultimate weapon. Master, it seems we need to activate the ultimate weapon. The fierce light in Yitan's eyes lit up. Start up. The ultimate weapon that Hong Long said was the successful transformation of the electromagnetic railgun in the countries of the earth. That is, the countries facing the direction of the pirate warships, in a remote city in their country, in a hidden place. Huge circular barrels are slowly protruding from the ground. This round barrel is simply a huge pillar. That's right, it's huge. The entire Tongshan pillar is about the size of Monkey King's golden cudgel in Journey to the West. Of course it's not that big, but it's not too small. Asphyxia. There are many countries in this area, and there are more than a dozen such huge pillars. People in various countries were a little panicked when they saw the pillars that opened up to the sky. When did they have such a big pillar in their country? What are they going to do? As soon as the target is locked, it is charging. In Yitan's base, Hong Long said calmly. After that, the outer body of the dozen or so huge pillars began to charge up frantically, and the pillar directly became a blue electric rod. The city where the pillar was located was suddenly covered with dark clouds and lightning everywhere. Charging is in progress and is expected to be completed in 1 minute. And the pirate battleship outside the universe, at this moment, the command hall is full of red light. What's the matter? The Scarface boss shouted angrily. Attention, attention, locked by an unknown weapon. Locked by an unknown weapon. The light brain sounds and red lights flickered constantly, making Scar's face full of atmosphere. Hundreds of operators sitting on the console are constantly investigating with sweat on their faces. I found it, the leader. It is an unknown weapon on the Earth. According to the scan, the principle of the unknown weapon seems to be the same as the electromagnetic gun. But the Earth race seems to have amplified this weapon. So once the weapon is fired, our warship will definitely be damaged. An operator yelled nervously, and the scarred leader suddenly became angry. Impossible. This electromagnetic gun weapon would be impossible to build without thousands of level 3 scientists. Even if it was built, it would be an unstable existence. Even level 4 civilization would not dare to build such a weapon. Well, the burst of energy contained will swallow the entire planet. The Scarface roared frantically. The operators around were nervous. They didn't know the consequences of this weapon, but the Earth race was built, and he was beeping the dog. If it was launched, this battleship would definitely come out. Can you get rid of their lock? Scarface shouted frantically. Several operators were pressing some symbols on the screen at super fast speed, while shouting nervously, the leader can't get rid of their lock. Their brain system seems to be above our brain. The operators had just finished speaking, and the screen in front of them suddenly appeared again, and giant dragons with golden red eyes appeared, looking at everyone on the ship in anger. You guys, die. The dragon roared. Then the golden dragon disappeared suddenly, and several operators looked horrified. Leader, the Earth light brain must be above level 6 civilization. Several operators shouted in horror. The scarred face was also a look of horror. After all, this Earth race is a human, and it has such a powerful intellectual brain. Instantly cracked the entire battleship's light brain, and instantly urged all the energy systems in the entire battleship. Boss, we have been completely locked down. The operators continued to prompt. Scarface began to fear constantly in his heart. If this is attacked, will their battleship survive? On the Earth, the huge electromagnetic guns and the blue light of the outer body began to circulate wildly, becoming more and more dense. And Yitan saw that the huge pirate battleship in the video was still locked. So what was he preparing for? Yitan felt his chin and thought. He still doesn't know that Red Dragon is a light brain above level 8 civilization. I didn't even know that the Red Dragon had destroyed the intellectual brain in the pirate battleship, and also destroyed all the energy systems of the entire battleship. The energy charge is over. Whether to launch? Yitan smiled gloomily. Is it me? Launch. Yitan said solemnly and calmly. In an instant, those dozen or so huge pillars. The blue light began to buzz in the sky, the sound was huge, the entire sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, rumbling. The roar became louder and louder, and the condensed blue light became brighter and brighter. Boom, boom, dot. The huge sky-reaching pillars in the surrounding countries were all shaken, the ground shook, the mountains, and then a series of blue light beams with a huge black projectile shot towards the universe. This horrible scene was directly seen by everyone in this country, and everyone panicked. What happened? Are there aliens attacking the Earth? For Yi Tan's weapon, all humans in the world don't know what happened. All I know is that the atmosphere in the entire air has become crisis, making everyone's heart start to worry, because things have become unusual. The blue electro-optical beam carried a huge black projectile, as if it were a blue galaxy, dragging the black projectile towards the huge ferocious battleship. Boss, Tamron civilization has been launched, and it is expected to arrive in 20 seconds. Scar's face looked crazy and horrified, and his eyes were scared. Quickly, set it manually for me to move the battleship. Boss, the warship has resumed its movement and began to evade. The huge battleship began to move, and moved slowly to the side. But they set it manually, and the speed can't keep up. The blue light beam has already arrived in front of their battleship. Wow! In the universe, the blue light of daylight shines directly in this dark universe. More than a dozen huge black projectiles directly penetrated the huge ferocious battleship. As soon as they passed through, they were too powerful, so it became such a situation. In addition, the battleship was moved manually when it was most critical. In order to understand the direction, I just punched through some unimportant places. But those unimportant places are also quite important, because some of those places are frozen warehouses, but inside are frozen soldiers. Now that he has been hit by more than a dozen projectiles, at least several frozen warehouses have been lost. Ha ha ha, Earth, here we are, I want you all to die. The pirate leader roared with a crazy look. His back is now wet. If he hit the warship head just now, it is estimated that they are all dead now. But now they passed by, this is the end of their Earth. Note: the quality of this ultimate weapon is hundreds of tons. It is so powerful that the author can evaporate directly after one shot. Chapter 291. Chapter 289. The American Emperor is extinct. The pirate warship began to rush toward the Earth at an accelerated rate, and the remaining expeditionary ship, as if not afraid of sacrifice, directly slammed into the tattered space pirate warship. They want to block the pirate warship for some time and give time to charge their weapons. On the Earth, Yi Tan saw that the weapon had only pierced a few huge holes in the space battleship, and his face suddenly became gloomy. This is no way to continue. Once this pirate battleship enters the Earth, it will be the end of mankind. Continue to charge me, Yi Tan said coldly. The red dragon is also crazy on the face. It knows that every battleship has emergency measures, that is, manual driving, because there is a race in the universe that is a mechanical race, and their leader is a powerful brain. Human civilization fights against this mechanical race all the year round, and the losses are very great, because they always rely on the intellectual brain to control the battleship, but their intellectual brain is far less powerful than the mechanical leader, and directly controls the battleship against humans. Since then, human civilization has changed all warships to brain-assisted, human-operated systems. In this way, there is no need to fear that the leader of mechanical civilization invades and controls the warship. In the universe, the expedition is heading towards the pirate warship. The scarred face in the pirate battleship, with a hideous look, suddenly smiled when the expedition hit it. Even a skinny camel can make ants bigger. Hit me. Afterwards, the huge pirate warship slammed into several very weak warships. In an instant, a strong light broke out in the universe, and the light from these warships directly swallowed the entire pirate warship. Yi Tan stood in the base gloomily and watched. He knew why this happened, because the expedition was hit by a nuclear bomb. All the nuclear bombs in the world, originally, Yi Tan wanted to use nuclear bombs to bomb asteroids, and wanted to destroy all the nuclear bombs on Earth. But unexpectedly, the space pirates came. The fire swallowed the pirate battleship, and the huge power suddenly caused many people in the pirate ship to pass out, and many people were directly evaporated into piles of white and red by the high heat. Bones. Inside the pirate battleship, the scarred face looked frantically at the message on the video screen. The entire battleship's appearance had been damaged, and oxygen was leaking crazily. "Get up all for me and accelerate toward the Earth." Scarface kicked some unconscious operators frantically, while roaring. Although this nuclear bomb is no longer comparable to some high-tech weapons, the radiation capability of the nuclear bomb is super powerful, especially after being modified by Yi Tan's scientists. The entire nuclear bomb has become more corrosive. The iron sheet on the exterior of the pirate battleship began to corrode. The pirate battleship became even more dilapidated at this moment. The huge pirate warship began to rush towards the Earth again. This time they learned to be smart, because according to the operator's response, the huge weapons on the Earth needed time to recharge, and they changed their direction to attack the Earth. So those weapons still need to be recharged. In this way, the huge pirate warship began to rush towards the Earth in another direction. Seeing this situation, Yi Tan suddenly became gloomy. It seems that the Earth's civilization and technology are still backward. It is so troublesome to deal with a pirate warship. What about 10 ships and 100 ships in the future? Yi Tan was fierce in his heart. If we get rid of the pirates this time, we must speed up the upgrade of all the technological weapons of the Earth's civilization. This barracks must be upgraded. By passing the other side of the Earth, it was impossible for Yi Tan to activate the weapons on this side at this time. The pirate battleship seemed to be aphrodisiac and rushed toward the Earth desperately, into the atmosphere. The place where the pirates entered is exactly on the American side. The huge battleship came in abruptly from the atmosphere, and the whole sky suddenly became brighter, because the huge firelight illuminated the whole sky. What's the situation? Have aliens attacked the Earth? I don't want to die. People in the US Empire area have already started to run away from the US Empire. Since Yi Tan unified the Earth, he has been selling evolution potions and anti-gravity sports cars and anti-gravity skateboards. In this case, if outsiders attack on the Earth, they will also have the ability to escape. More and more Mutagen drove this anti-gravity sports car toward the outside, because the huge battleship had already landed frantically toward the Earth at this moment. In the air, it was simply a huge object, making the entire sky above the American Emperor that huge battleship. That huge battleship is not small. It is estimated that the entire US imperial region can be covered. In just a few minutes, surrounding countries also launched anti-gravity sports car rescue operations. The countless American emperors were drawn out one by one. The Earth no longer opposed Yi Tan, and Yi Tan didn't need to be so cruel. Boom! The huge pirate warship fell directly uncontrollably, covered the entire scope of the American Empire. In an instant, the entire American Emperor was crushed into piles of fragments by that huge ferocious battleship. Hiss! People in the surrounding countries saw that the US Emperor was in ruins in an instant, and everyone was terrified. Is this a warship of cosmic civilization? The backs of people from all countries were wet, because if this were to land in their country, would it be the same in their country? And then I thought, isn't this nonsense? This huge battleship can be seen clearly by the country on the other side. This is simply a beeping dog. Why did this huge battleship come to Earth? The Sky City floating above the Russian Earth received the pirate warship landing on the US imperialism, and the entire Sky City flew in the direction of the American imperialism. Take advantage of Sumion's illness and kill him. Master, the entire country of the US has been crushed into ruins, and no survivors survived. Fortunately, when the countries received the order from the Master, they began to arrange the evacuation of the US people. At least withdrawing from the US, hundreds of millions of humans can be considered to have saved the American race. Yi Tan took a deep breath. In an instant, Hundreds of millions of human beings died. What a terrifying number! Then Ethan gave a bloodthirsty smile. This hatred must be reported. Space pirates, let you be buried in the earth forever. Ethan sternly pointed in his heart. His clenched fists creaked. The pirate warship that landed on the American imperialism was still flaming, and the radiation that had been bombed by nuclear bombs had been washed away by the sun. So when landing on the American warship, only some radiation exists. Yeaton's Sky City began to fly frantically towards the pirate warship. Before he left, many modified anti-gravity Gwingling tanks had already come to the battleship, and the countless Gwingling carved barrels were facing this huge pirate battleship. Chapter 292 Chapter 290 The war begins. Countless Gwingling tanks are floating densely next to the pirate ship at this time. The laser weapon is locked on the huge pirate warship. As long as there is any disturbance, the countless Gwingling tanks will immediately attack and fire at the pirate warship. Next to the pirate ship, there are countless anti-gravity sports cars floating, all of which have been modified. They are all called from various countries. Master has reached the destination. In the City of the Sky, the Red Dragon stood behind Yeaton. Yeaton looked at the huge battleship lying in the ruined city on the screen. His eyes were full of endless horror. Is this a pirate battleship? Suddenly, the huge battleship made a dull and huge sound. Suddenly, all Gwingling tanks were directly charged. Haha, is this the Earth? Suddenly, I don't know when, in the ruins under the huge battleship, there were thousands of weird men standing, all of them holding some weird weapons. The man who was speaking had long red hair all over his head, all in pigtails, and his eyes were still white, as if he had no pupils. Standing under the ruins, the man took a deep breath, his expression extremely wretched. Afterwards, the man looked at the countless black and red Gwingling tanks floating in the air and the armed anti-gravity sports car with contemptuous eyes. Is this the technology of Tamron civilization? It's so backward, ha ha ha. The man laughed wildly, and then made a gesture with his right hand. The huge battleship began to hum, as if it were operating normally. No, the master pirates are operating warships, and their arms are awakening. Yeaton's eyes shrank, and he couldn't wake the pirates. In this frozen warehouse, pirates usually only need the pilot, while the soldiers need to sleep in the frozen warehouse. So they don't need to have that long and boring wait. Moreover, they are such a huge battleship, generally no one dared to shoot, at least in this star field. Give me an attack, Yeaton said coldly. Bang. Countless Gwingling tanks and anti-gravity sports cars are attacking frantically. The pirates below saw the weapon and started attacking without saying a word, and the pirates were caught off guard. Their faces were sullen. They have always been pirates attacking others. When have they been attacked? This way is wrong. The pirates shrank back into the battleship. The Gwingling tanks were still attacking frantically. The laser bar hit the pirate battleship, constantly shining blue light. Earth Thrace, Tamron civilization. Do you want to die? The huge battleship suddenly made a loud roar, and the sound directly overwhelmed the sound of the Gwingling tank attack. Over the huge battleship, a huge figure was projected directly, just like the scarred face. The wound on Scarface's face, especially when he roared, looked even more hideous. It seemed like a monster. Following that huge roar, the countless people on Earth around him couldn't understand it at all. But seeing the hideous scarred face made everyone feel a little bit afraid. And at this moment, in front of the pirate battleship, a huge projection appeared. The projection was Yeaton, and Yeaton stared at the Scarface with cold eyes. Well said ... you bastards in the universe. Do you ... want to die ? Yeaton said, finally, roared fiercely. Kill, kill, kill. With Yeaton's roar, all around the pirate ship were the screams of warriors and crazy roars. Scar's face narrowed. These soldiers, Earth people, it seems that you really want to die, Scarface said gloomily. Yeaton looked at him with a sneer. This scarred face was pretending. It is estimated that all his troops have awakened. Earth people, You have angered the great me. You are ready to meet my anger next." The Scarface roared wildly, and there was some crazy look on his face. "Shut up," Yi Tan said coldly. "Master, the electromagnetic gun force has arrived." As soon as Yi Tan finished speaking, the Red Dragon said in his ear. Yi Tan was bloodthirsty, and it was time for the pirates to see how powerful the people on Earth were. The scarred face looked at Yi Tan, the second-level pinnacle civilization. What powerful force could there be against their pirate troops? Swish swish. Suddenly, on the pirate ship, numerous small battle armors flew out suddenly. These battleships were 5 meters tall. Each mesh wears a variety of weapons. "Mecha," Yi Tan muttered to himself in a low voice. The scarred face saw the subtle expression on Yi Tan's face, and he was immediately happy. It seems that the people on Earth still know that they are mechas, and they must have no chance to produce. Otherwise, why didn't they send mechas earlier? What about attacking warships? Ha ha ha, Earthlings, are you scared? Next is the day your Earth perishes. The Scarface roared madly. Then the projection disappeared, and Yi Tan also turned off the projection. If he didn't agree, let's do it. The pirate warship is still spraying countless small black mechas. Boom, boom, the Gwingling tank began to attack, like an airplane, attacking rapidly in the air. There are countless anti-gravity sports cars are also attacking. But those mechas, it seems that everybody has this energy defense cover, those lasers, bullets, etc. hit the mechas, and they have no effect. Many reporters risked their lives to broadcast this battle from a distance. This live broadcast, people all over the world know. They clenched their fists and prayed that this is an alien attack on the Earth, and the biggest force on the Earth, weapons, have no effect on these weird mechas. This had to make them feel a little nervous. But they believed that Yi Tan would definitely drive away the alien. On the battlefield, more and more mechas flew out, and black mechas were flying everywhere in the sky. Those mechas, to deal with these light-ribbed tanks, etc., is nothing short of devastating, knocking the barrel of a light-lenting tank crooked with one punch, and can split the anti-gravity sports car in half with a single knife. More and more light beam tanks fell down. The entire battlefield was in chaos, with artillery roaring everywhere. While they were fighting, they didn't know that a miniature electromagnetic railgun had begun to slowly approach them. The enemy has 30 seconds to reach the battlefield. Please be prepared for suicide. Brothers who don't want to die can join this group. The number is in the previous chapter. Chapter 293. Chapter 209. Ghost Man. Master, the electromagnetic railgun has entered the battlefield. Is it starting to attack? Over the country not far from the US, the Sky City is floating on it. Let all the participating troops retreat. Remember, when they retreat near the electromagnetic railgun, I will attack. Yi Tan said coldly. Yes, Master. Feeling the anger of the Master, the aura floating in the entire Sky City is the kind of feeling that is about to explode. Inside the pirate warship, many people stood in the huge command hall at this moment. Among these people, the scarred face was standing aside in a consensual way, lowering his head and looking at the person in front in fear. That man is the king of the entire battleship. The man sitting in the first place now looks very much like the demonized Wise Wang in Qin Shi Ming Yu, very ghostly, and also looks very powerful. Who can tell me how did we get here? How did the battleship become like this? The ghostly man said gloomily. The scarred face trembled. He originally thought that the boss woke up when the Earth was over. At that time, the Earth had been conquered long ago, and even the 100 million cosmic coins had been taken. In this way, the boss would not blame it. But I didn't expect that the boss would wake up so quickly. As the ghostly man finished speaking, the whole surrounding people looked at the Scarface, and their eyes were filled with pity. Because this Scarface is about to end, the boss is very angry now. The scarred face trembled, and he walked slowly towards the man sitting in the first ghost. The ghostly man lowered his head and raised his head abruptly. There was a cold light in his eyes, cold eyes, and he stared at Scar's face coldly and said, "Let's talk. What is going on?" After being stared at by the death of the boss, Scarface's whole person was not good, and his legs began to tremble crazily. This is the boss. His own level is such a powerful existence. How could he beat him? Moreover, the boss is really angry. Scarface now regrets very much in his heart. Why did he take this mission? If he didn't have this mission, he would still spend his days on that planet with good food and drink. Boss, I took a task, Scar said with a trembling face, and swallowed. The ghostly man smiled unconsciously, sat up abruptly, grabbed Scarface's neck, and slid up fiercely. With a hideous face and a sloppy neck, he said coldly, a mission and a second-level civilization have destroyed the battleship like this. Old boss, it's not like that. This second-level civilization has a powerful intellectual presence, and it is already above the sixth-level civilization. The Scar blushed and blushed, holding his breath a little bit. The ghostly man's eyes shrank suddenly. How could the intellectual brain above the level 6 civilization possess this level 2 civilization? Could there be more powerful relics on this earth? This intellectual brain above level 6 must be obtained. The ghostly man showed a look of greed on his face, and his heart is now hot. If he acquires this intellectual brain, wouldn't his spacecraft become stronger? And if it is sold to some advanced civilizations, he will have as much evolution fluid as he wants. How much evolution fluid? Ha ha ha, the ghostly man smiled frantically, and the pinched Scarface's hand became more vigorous, and the Scarface was almost choked to death. Boss, this mission is 100 million universe coins. Huh? The ghostly man looked at Scarface with bitter eyes, and stared firmly. 100 million cosmic coins, is there any problem with this mission? The ghost man asked. Who would spend 100 million cosmic coins to destroy a second-level civilization? Even if the second-level civilization is at its peak, it is just entering the stage of the universe. Large battleships can be destroyed. But now someone has given out 100 million cosmic coins. Is this something related to that brain? Boss, there is no problem. That person seems to be in control of this civilization. That person just wants to destroy the planet, and then take the master back. Scarface suffocated his breath and slowly said, he felt that the lack of oxygen in his brain was getting worse. In 30 seconds, he will return to the West completely. The ghostly man smiled, but he didn't expect so many good things happened when he woke up. Toward, the ghostly man put the Scarface down, and then looked at him grimly. This time the battleship was damaged, and many brothers were killed by your improper command. Do you know your fault? Scarface saw that the ghostly man hadn't killed him, and he was immediately excited. Generally speaking, the boss would kill with one blow on the spot. If he didn't kill him, he would only be punished. Does not matter. Boss, I know I was wrong, I really know it. Well, knowing that you are wrong will be punished, and this punishment is to take something from you. Are you willing? The ghostly man said coldly. Scarface swallowed his saliva. Nowadays, science and technology are advanced. Those who lack arms and legs are replaced by machines, and they can even be repaired. After 10 years, he is still a good guy. Boss, I am willing to accept this. Before Scarface said anything, he stopped abruptly. He only felt a sudden cold in his heart, as if there was something in his heart that was taken away. What is it? Scarface looked at the ghostly man, and found that the ghostly man was holding a beating heart in his hand, holding it tightly, and the ghostly man had a grin on his face. Boss. Scarface's voice was faint, and then his eyes were filled with ashes, and he fell to the ground without any breath. The ghostly man sneered, then fiercely squeezed the beating heart in his hands. Boom! The heart was directly crushed by the ghostly man and splashed in all directions. The blood in the heart also splashed the ghostly man's face red. In an instant, a bloody smell permeated the room directly. The people with fierce physiques on the side didn't dare to make any noise from beginning to end. The boss always did this before every time he killed, and looking at the boss' current expression, it should be even more angry and crazy. Earth people. The ghostly man stood in front of the big screen, looking at the huge picture in the screen, which was exactly the picture of Yitan. Earth Evil Trio. Suddenly, 3 huge men walked out of the crowd, and their urns responded. Drive your mecha to Tenglong civilization, and capture Yitan. I want to see how second-level civilization has a powerful brain. Yes, Wang. The 3 bearded men walked outside, and the ghostly man's eyes were full of strange looks. Chapter 294. Chapter 292. Dead Men. 3 people. And outside the pirate battleship, the countless ridged tanks flew toward the outer battlefield at the moment, preparing to evacuate the battlefield. The mechas of the pirates hovered in the air, raging in pursuit of killing. Countless ridged tanks just flew over the border of the US imperialism. Just then, in that place, there suddenly appeared countless anti-gravity sports cars mounted on electromagnetic rail guns. The gloomy barrel, glowing with cold light, direct all the mechas of the pirates. Emission. In the war channel, Yitan gave an order. The countless electromagnetic guns began to attack frantically. Boom, boom. The countless black projectiles rushed towards the pirate mechas. The power of the electromagnetic cannon is comparable to the power of the electromagnetic cannon in the universe, so this is an enhanced version. The black projectile pierced through a mecha without stopping, and then pierced fiercely into the other mecha. Boom, boom. In an instant, the mecha in the sky that day exploded directly in the air, turning into piles of broken copper and iron falling from the sky. Inside the pirate battleship, the ghostly man got angry. This scarred face was simply stupid. He sent combat troops out to fight against the local civilization. Is this looking for death? Tanu. Yes. An old man with long hair stood up respectfully. He was a senior war commander, and his mind contained the memories of many senior commanders in the universe. He is transforming people and is also a slave. Of course, his lifespan is very short. A counterattack against this local civilization, the ghostly man said coldly. Yes, King. The long-haired old man walked directly to the command platform of the pirate giant ship. Send all the small assault ships immediately. In addition, all the mechas are hiding behind the battleship in a straight line and attacking the entire Earth. No grass will be left wherever they pass. Understand? Below the podium, all the operators responded. Then, the entire huge battleship made a huge buzzing noise. On the left and right sides of the pirate battleship, a huge iron plate was raised unexpectedly. Within that iron plate, 10 battleships the size of the expedition flew out suddenly. And on that battleship, there were many huge attacks. Arms. As soon as the 10 battleships came out, the panicked mechas that were hit by electromagnetic guns all flew towards the back of the battleship. This huge battleship can withstand the power of all the electromagnetic guns in front, and when the battleship flies over, the mecha will burst out and kill all the electromagnetic guns. Yitan weighed it in his heart. He could see the way the pirates fight. But if this battleship is destroyed, it is not an ordinary thing. There are no more expeditionary battleships on the Earth. Even if there is, it is still a sight. If all are sent out, it will be the opposite's plan. They are now forcing themselves to send all the warships out so as to destroy all their powerful forces. Yitan looked at the battleship in the screen with cold eyes, without a trace. And everywhere in this area of the American Emperor, huge sky cannons have begun to slowly rise. The huge sky, this phenomenon, the pirate warship knew all at once. What's this? The ghostly man asked with gloomy eyes looking at the huge sky cannon. Wang, visually, it can be seen that this is a super powerful electromagnetic gun, which uses electricity to generate electricity and fires compressed projectiles, which can cause huge damage. A gentle-looking man said. Now that the light brain in the pirate battleship is destroyed by the Red Dragon, the entire battleship has no brains, so you need to ask the people around you if you have any questions, and this ghostly man is not stupid. Every battleship has a powerful team. There are everyone in this team. Diddy, the battleship is locked, and cannot be rid of it. Cannot be rid of it. Suddenly, the detection equipment in the battleship issued a warning. In an instant, all the people in the field looked back. This is a super powerful cannon, If it is hit, their battleship needs to exist. The ghostly man's face turned blue. I didn't expect that a mere second-level peak civilization could have such a high-power warship. If the warship is not damaged, what can this giant gun count? If this civilization did not have that super-intellectual brain, their Earth would have disappeared completely. The ghostly man had a grim expression. Send me a dead soldier. And be sure to capture that Yetan. Only Yetan can resolve this crisis. The situation is advanced. The pirate battleship flew out of a battleship like a fighter jet. However, the shape of this fighter jet is more futuristic. The speed is almost faster than the anti-gravity speed, and it flies out in an instant. The entire battle circle. A pirate fighter roared in the air and flew towards Yetan's Sky City. The moment the fighter jet flew out, Yetan's base issued an alarm. Master, unknown fighter jets are flying towards us. They are expected to arrive in 10 seconds. They are coming to dominate. Red Dragon stood aside and said, "Let the base get ready." Yetan said coldly. The entire Sky City suddenly rose sharply, and all the houses above the Sky City began to spin frantically, more like a Tai-Chi diagram. When the pirate fighter came to the City of the Sky, he saw that the City of the Sky was spinning crazily, and suddenly he didn't know where to start. But as dead men, they cannot have any hesitation at all. The fighter jet suddenly sent out blue electric lights, shooting towards the entire huge Sky City. But the electric light was rushing into the Sky City, and suddenly a blue mask appeared in the Sky City, blocking all the electric light. The fighter's attack has no effect at all. All the dead men sitting in the fighter jet looked at each other, then nodded without any fluctuations in their eyes, and attacked frantically towards the blue mask. Yetan in the Sky City, seeing such a crazy attack, suddenly his eyes fell slightly. This is no way to continue. If this continues, his blue mask will be broken by the fighters sooner or later. In this case, there will be nothing. The meaning of it. Red Dragon, can you invade those fighters? Yetan asked tentatively. The Red Dragon's eyes glowed with red light, and then nodded. Yetan's eyes lit up, and Honglong could do it. Then the Red Dragon disappeared, and waves of electric waves headed towards the fighter in the sky. And when the Red Dragon invaded the fighter jets, under the Sky City, there were 3 black hideous mechas, lying firmly under the Sky City, seemingly waiting for some opportunity. But at this moment, they moved. Their black eyes suddenly lit up with red light, and began to attack towards the bottom of the Sky City. Chapter 295. Chapter 293, Arrogant Ghost Man. Several black mechas lying under the Sky City, using the high-risk electric drills on their mecha arms, began to drill into the Sky City. In the base, the Red Dragon now controlled the Death Warrior fighter jet and fell towards the ground. Alarm alert, unknown enemy sneaks in, unknown enemy sneaks in. In the room, the alarm buzzed. Yetan didn't know. He smiled sharply. Are the pirates driven crazy? Is the dog jumping the wall? Don't worry about the intruders, they won't be able to make waves. It's the master. Yetan sneered. In that case, let the artillery fire be more violent. Those huge sky cannons had already begun to tilt up at this moment, falling toward the US Empire's home. Inside the pirate battleship, the ghostly man turned blue at this moment, and the entire battleship was locked tightly by the sky cannon. If the sky cannon is fired, everyone in the battleship will not survive. Wang, let's retreat. It will take some time for them to launch that super weapon. This time is enough for us to escape. The guard who guarded the ghost man's safety said coldly. The endless unwillingness in the eyes of the ghostly man. If the battleship is destroyed here, then they may not be able to get out of the Earth and the central universe in their lives. This time it's not a fight with the Earth race to the end, it is their death. Therefore, by then, perhaps there will be no technological weapons on the entire Earth, let alone rebuilding warships and flying out of the universe. Even if you fly out of the universe, it will take hundreds of years to reach it. The ghostly man weighed in his heart. There must be a solution to this matter. At this moment, on the big screen, all the video screens of the Sky City suddenly appeared. This was passed back from the Death Fighter. The ghostly man squinted his eyes and looked at him with cold light. If this city in the sky is destroyed, will all the hearts of the Earth civilization panic? Will the entire crisis be completely resolved? The helmsman, the ghostly man shouted coldly, and everyone sitting in the command hall turned their heads to look at him. Immediately activate the ultimate weapon and launch it at the Sky City. In addition, tell Danu not to let mesh warriors guard the mothership, and destroy the sky cannon for me, the ghostly man said with a cold voice. The people around hurriedly took orders and began to perform the mission. On the back of the huge pirate battleship, the hideous spikes began to rotate and moved away from both sides, slowly extending a huge blue transparent cannon barrel from the back. The signal light above the barrel flickered twice, and then a ray of yellow light suddenly appeared inside the transparent blue barrel, and it began to cycle back and forth crazily. It seems to be gathering energy. Wang, do you want the dead men to evacuate? Tan Yu stood aside and said. The ghostly man looked at the dead fighter on the screen, and didn't know what kind of look was revealed in his eyes. This dead fighter was weird. Why didn't he execute his order to bomb the entire Sky City, but floated quietly in the air? Could it be that the city in the sky is the existence of that super brain? The ghostly man actually had doubts about the existence of that intellectual brain system in his mind. But the man had already been killed, so he couldn't be caught from hell, and asked. But for such a long time, that intellectual brain didn't act, which made the ghostly man suspicious. But seeing these dead fighters, the ghostly man's heart was hot, and the greed in his heart made his eyes red. The Death Fighter's fighter jet is worth half the price of a battleship. Even if it is a Tier 4 civilization, this battleship is only so swift, which shows how precious this battleship is. But now, that powerful fighter must be controlled by that brain, so it won't move. After charging, do you want to launch? The ghostly man smiled. The look on his face was sickly red. He was too excited. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, that is, to get that super brain. Wait, connect me with the highest person in charge of the Earth's civilization. I want to say a few words to him. By the way, delay a little time. The ghostly man squinted his eyes and believed. Several helmsmen immediately began to act. The signal went directly to the Sky City. Seeing the pirate warship sending out this invitation signal, Yi Tan suddenly smiled sharply. Did he come to beg for mercy? It just happens that the sky cannon needs charging time, so delay it first. Yi Tan directly received the signal, and a ghost-looking man appeared directly on the screen. Tenglong civilization? Yi Tan? The ghostly man looked at Yi Tan in his eyes. Is it the man in front of him who turned his space battleship into this broken man? Facing the death-like stare of the ghost man, Yi Tan sneered. This sneer suddenly made the ghostly man feel very shameless. He was the biggest king of Freya civilization, the king of pirates, and was even despised by an aboriginal pawn. Suddenly his heart was very irritable. Earth indigenous civilization, stop struggling. You no longer have any means of attack. Is our warship really that fragile? This is a level 4 civilization space warship. What do you natives of Earth use to resist? With your sky cannon? Ha ha, in the next second, you will see your sky cannon completely disappear. The ghostly man's hideous face uttered a long speech. Yi Tan looked at the ghostly man unmovedly. But some scientists on the side immediately investigated all the video screens in the Tongshan Cannon base. See if someone will actually invade. At first glance, it was really not wrong. In every Sky Cannon base, there were black mechas everywhere, and the attackers started to move towards the energy center of the huge Sky Cannon. Every cannon began to falter. Ha ha ha, Earth natives. Have you seen it? This is the weapon you look up to. In my eyes, it is just a spicy chicken. You are even more ants. I have 1,000,000 mechas, and you are all a group aboriginal. Aboriginal who just started the interstellar age. Yi Tan's eyes were cold, staring at the ghostly man. Hand over the intellectual brains you have, and I can spare your lives. The ghostly man suddenly said coldly. Yi Tan was taken aback. Zinao, could it be Red Dragon? After Yi Tan figured out everything, he smiled unclearly. This ghostly man even wanted to use the divorce scheme to make the soldiers feel defiant and live uprising to rely on him. What a joke. Seeing Ethan's confident and ironic smile, the ghostly man deeply hurt the dignity of a strong man, making the ghostly man's heart angry. Aboriginals, do you really want to die? Have you seen it? This is the most powerful weapon in our battleship. The Sky City you are in will soon become a ruin. The ghostly man roared like a madwoman. Seeing the huge, shining barrel in the screen, Yeaton's eyes lit up. Indigenous people, hand over your brains and spare you not to die. Shut up. Yeaton suddenly shouted coldly. Chapter 296 Chapter 294 Only I dominate the tyrant's life. Blood kills you. Yeaton stared at the ghostly man with violent eyes. The ghostly man was coldly shouted by Yeaton, and the look on his face became even more uncontrollable. Indigenous people, do you really want to die? The ghost looked at Yeaton with crazy eyes and roared. Yeaton sneered, and did not speak. In outer space, the day-based weapons and dozens of huge-shaped electromagnetic guns are flying towards the U.S. Imperial orbit. And all this, the pirate warship knows nothing. It takes time, Yeaton thought in his heart. And the ghostly man is also waiting anxiously in his heart, because this ultimate weapon needs a huge amount of energy to buffer. Boom, the Sky City shook suddenly, and the expression on Yeaton's face changed. Master, no. The base is under attack by 3 powerful mechas. Suddenly, Red Dragon appeared, standing behind Yeaton. When the ghostly man saw the Red Dragon, his eyes shrank suddenly, and he roared in shock. Virtual reality, this is above the real level 6 civilization. Maybe there is no level 6 civilization. The color of greed in the ghostly man's heart is getting stronger and stronger. Seeing the change on Yeaton's face, the ghostly man looked at him. He ridiculed and said, "Are you afraid? Give me the brain of your side if you are afraid, and surrender to me, otherwise, your Earth will disappear completely." Shut up. Red Dragon shouted coldly. Domination is not something you can insult. Hong Long's red eyes, no matter how they look, are like a terrifying blood fog, making people feel scalp numb when they look at them. The ghostly man looked at him with a disdainful expression, but his heart had already turned up against the storm. This intellectual brain is simply a person. I did not expect to have evolved to this degree. It seems that this intellectual brain is in the hands of Yeaton. If Yeaton is captured and tortured, then Yeaton will take the intellectual brain. Leave it to yourself. The ghostly man was recklessly ecstatic in his heart. He felt that all this was simply a dream that made him happy. Seeing the evil smile on the evil man's face, Yeaton smiled disdainfully. He knew what the evil man was thinking. The red police product must be a fine product, but can this kind of fine product be obtained by a pirate in a small area? Aboriginals, don't you still surrender? My soldiers have already reached where you are. I believe that it will not be long before your heads will be taken off by the soldiers. Ha 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 ha. The ghostly man said arrogantly. Yeaton didn't speak, but the base is the place where those people want to come in and go out. When all the soldiers are nothing in the base, all the buildings are spinning like Tai-Kai at this moment. In the Tai-Kai circle, there is a huge open space. In the open space, the 3 huge black mechas are running wildly. Is this the main base of the indigenous civilization? There is no defense at all, just a little better. The indigenous people are the indigenous people. The 3 black mechas were discussing disdainfully on the channel. These 3 mechas were the Earth Shack trio sent by ghost men. Enough, we must be careful. This indigenous civilization can produce such powerful weapons. Presumably this base is also set up. We better be cautious. The agility mecha that rushed to the front said coldly, "Brother, the king has issued a new order. Must capture the man in charge of the indigenous civilization and take him home. Understand?" 3 black mechas are rushing towards the center of the huge building nest at the very center, and the target is displayed here. Ha ha ha. brother, what am I talking about? Their indigenous civilization is just an ant. I suspect that their radio waves have not discovered our existence at this moment. The black mecha headed by him was a bit hesitant. Didn't the Earth natives really find them? The movement just made was very big. The headed mecha wondered. And at this moment, suddenly, there was a voice that suppressed and contained crazy killing intent. Only I am in charge of the tyrant's life, and the blood will kill you. The bloodthirsty voice in the air rang loudly. The whole sky was that kind of voice. Only I am in charge of the tyrant's life, and the blood will kill you. Only I am in charge of the tyrant's life, and the blood will kill you. Blood kills you. A loud sound rang through the sky, and the voice of suppressed madness echoed continuously in this place. The three pirate mechas looked around in horror, and slowly they huddled together. The heart was chilling. The voice was terrible. It was like a hell-like voice. What is it? Boom, boom. A deep and powerful footstep sounded around, and the three mechas looked around. Suddenly their eyes shrank and swallowed. There are already golden and red steel warriors all around. The red light in the eyes of their helmets is very bright. They look like monster eyes. Boss, what do you do? The three mechas surrounded each other back to back, and their hearts were disturbed. What else can I do? These are just the armors of the pinnacle of the first-class civilization, fragile, and we all use the strongest mechas, afraid that they will fail. A quick fight, find Yetan as soon as possible, and capture us. It succeeded. The headed burly man looked grim. The other two younger brothers both lighted their heads in agreement. Then they showed their hideous and peaceful fangs, and the arm of the mecha slammed out laser swords, and looked around vigilantly. Kill! The leading mecha roared, and rushed towards the Iron Legion, while the remaining two mechas followed closely. Inside the pirate ship, the ghostly man looked at with a sullen smile. Is the steel suit developed by a small indigenous civilization like a mecha blocking his own? What a joke. But the next second, his eyes almost came out. In the Sky City, when the three black mechas rushed to the Iron Legion, it could all come to mind that these iron warriors would be crushed to death by them one by one. But they just arrived. Suddenly, the steel warriors in the front suddenly jumped up and pounced directly on the black mecha. Boom bang bang. The order of the tyrant ruler, kill you with blood. You can keep you. The mecha warriors sent out a powerful killing intent while madly hammering at the head of the mecha headed. The headed black mecha smiled disdainfully. The material used in this mecha is the most powerful. You guys want to hammer it away too? It's too weird. It's time for us to play. The mecha man headed coldly said. The two mecha fighters next to him were also bloodthirsty and cold. At the moment when they were about to do it, suddenly, the iron warriors lying on their bodies broke their mecha chests. Coming. The three pilots looked horrified, and stared at the mecha fighters who walked in dumbfounded. How can that be? Chapter 297 Chapter 295 The Horror of the Ghost Man. The three black mecha pilots watched the golden-eared warrior walk in with horror. On the warrior's arm, there was a trace of green blood flowing, and the green smoke was still smeared. Zerg blood? The driver yelled in horror, staring dumbfounded. There were blood-red lines in his eyes, which was terrifying. Step by step, the steel warrior walked towards the bearded driver. At this moment, the driver directly took off the operating instruments of the pilot mesh, took out the weapon, looked at the iron warrior with biting eyes. He must leave here to escape, and tell the king all this. Seeing the action of the mecha warrior, the steel warrior snorted in the helmet. The speed under my feet increased. They didn't break this mesh by brute force, but the special mecha modified by the base. The arm of this mesh is made of energy stones and can be loaded with a large amount of corrosive Zerg blood, but Zerg blood requires a lot of the creature's go to feed, otherwise within 30 minutes, the Zerg blood will have no effect. This Zerg blood was also reserved by Yetan for future battles. I didn't expect it to be used so soon. Come on, M&F class fighter. The pilot said coldly and fiercely. The Iron Warrior smiled disdainfully. F-class fighter, dare to be so arrogant? With a smile, the Iron Warrior rushed forward, using a speed that the pilot could not see clearly. He grabbed his neck and held it in the air fiercely. Being pinched by the steel warrior of great strength, The driver's face turned red in an instant, his eyes were staring, he waved his fist, trying to break free. But this steel warrior was so powerful that he pinched so fiercely that he couldn't use any strength. "Dare you? I belong to the pirate group, you kill me, the king will not let it go." The pirate pilot didn't say anything, but the Iron Warrior made a sudden move. The hand that had been free was instantly clasped against the talking pirate's chin, grabbed it, and pulled it fiercely. Crack! The chin was directly pulled down by the soldier. In an instant, the blood splashed out directly. The pirate's mouth was missing the chin. Only the teeth of the upper jaw were left in that mouth. Even the tongue was also pulled. "Come out." The whole mouth became a puddle of rotten meat, and the blood just flowed out. The whole face is very hideous and crazy. The miserable behavior of the pirate pilot is even more shocking. Roar! The driver was pinched and couldn't make any sound, so he could only whisper in a low voice. The sound was simply a draft box. To provoke the ruler, there is only a dead end. Remember that in the next life, you must miss the ruler. Then, the steel warrior ignored the pleading look of the pirate pilot. The bloody palm of his hand directly pressed the pirate pilot's head on. The mecha made of steel was very powerful, and the pirate pilot's head began to slowly deform as it was squeezed with constant force. The squeezing force became stronger and bigger, and the face of the head and the eyeballs began to sink downward. Boom! With a muffled sound, a small hole appeared on the top of the pirate pilot's skull. It seemed that the blood was squeezed and directly squeezed the skull into a hole, and that mouth also spit out a column of blood. And there was some ground meat flowing out of that mouth, which was strange in shape, and there were some granular fleshy things. These things seemed to be the brain of the driver, and the driver's entire head was squeezed into a meatloaf by the steel warrior, and the bloody ones couldn't see at all. Seeing that the driver had completely lost his breath of life, the Iron Warrior smiled disdainfully, and then a hand of it was still on the ground, and one foot slammed toward his head. Snapped. The driver's head was completely muddy, and the whole body was very loose. The ghostly man in the pirate battleship, he looked horrified at this moment, because their whole thing passed through him from the end. But I didn't expect that Yitan still had this class of army. There was a look of fear in the ghostly man, and it would not work if it continued like this. If it continued like this, it would be their death date. At this moment, Yitan, who was still in the conversation, sneered harshly. The ghostly man's face suddenly twitched. "Is this a mockery of being despised?" The ghostly man closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened his murderous eyes, looked at Yitan, cold and bloodthirsty. "Give you a chance, you don't cherish it, don't blame me for ruining your earth." After the ghostly man finished speaking, he was ready to shoot at the button on the side. But, no matter how the ghostly man shoots, the button seems to be dead, and there is no movement at all. The ghostly man showed some horror on his face. "It's you. It's you. What did you do?" What the ghostly man said was the red dragon, and the red dragon looked at the ghostly man with disdain, without the slightest desire to speak. "Just a stray dog, what big waves can it make? Aren't you talking about taking our heads? Just put them here, come on." Yitan said coldly. "This pirate is almost 2 to 5 or 80,000, is it because he has been bullying the weak for a long time? His head has been weakened, and he is so arrogant." "Yitan, do you think there is nothing I can do with this?" "I tell you, you will die miserably," the ghostly man said gloomily. "Don't think that you can sit back and relax by destroying the attack device. You will die miserably." "Ha ha ha!" The ghostly man screamed like crazy. He was a crazy person. And Yitan didn't know. He smiled sharply. The pirate warship had other means, but did Yitan have no means? Think about the time coming soon. In outer space, the dozen or so huge electromagnetic rail guns and space-based weapons have slowly arrived over the pirate warship. The blue light appeared very dazzling in the universe. From a distance, it is a blue light spot. Suddenly, all the electromagnetic guns slammed into black projectiles, rushing directly in the direction of the Emperor of the Earth. The black projectile entered the Earth and began to accelerate wildly again, which was caused by the gravity of the Earth. Alarms, sirens, and dangerous weapons are being fired toward the warship, and the backup settings are activated. The backup setting is turned on, and the defense cover is full of energy. The ghostly man lowered his head and laughed horribly. Do you really think he has no defenses? Do electromagnetic weapons also want to break the shield? It's just a joke. Yi Tan smiled coldly when he heard the strange laugh of the ghostly man. Is it really an electromagnetic cannon? What? The ghostly man raised his head and looked at Yi Tan in horror. Could it be? Chapter 298 Chapter 296 The Sky Cannon on Mars. Am I really firing an electromagnetic cannon? Yi Tan asked with a gloomy smile. When the ghostly man heard it, his mind tightened and his head suddenly looked up in horror. It was not the quality bullet of the electromagnetic cannon, but what was it? The ghostly man strode to the console, looked at the huge red dot over the battleship, and clicked. Suddenly laughed. Looking at the red dot missile in the sky, the ghostly man smiled disdainfully. He thought it was a powerful weapon. Just these impulse mixed mass bombs to underestimate the battleship, right? The ghostly man smiled grimly. But Yi Tan didn't speak, but quietly watched the red light in the video screen, constantly looking down and rushing towards the pirate warship superfast. Boom. The dozens of black projectiles and a few pulse missiles exploded directly on the shield, but there was no effect at all. It only darkened the shield, and then the color of the shield became bright again. Ha ha ha, natives, what else do you have? My battleship, but a tier 4 battleship in the universe. You want to use a mere pulse to destroy the shield net? Too wishful thinking. Ha ha ha, the ghostly man sneered. Yi Tan just looked at him with a sneer. This was not over yet. At this moment, in the hall of the pirate battleship that had already lifted the alarm, suddenly it started to go mad again. What's the situation? The ghostly man roared angrily. Wang, we are locked again. What? The ghostly man roared. What weapon is this time? The ghostly man hurriedly walked to the command platform and saw that there was only a locked signal in the video screen, but did not find any missile approaching. Did it blow me up? The ghostly man thought inside. Indigenous people, your careful play will not have any effect. You will eventually perish. The ghostly man stood up, shook his whole body, exuded domineering, arrogantly pointing at Yi Tan in the screen with disdain. Do you really think we are playing tricks? Yi Tan raised the corner of his mouth and asked sarcastically. The ghostly man slapped his heart. He is very irritable now, because the battleship has not been repaired and cannot move at all. Even if all the high-risk weapons are destroyed by the intellectual brain of the indigenous civilization, they need to be operated manually, but artificial. Beat the dog. Because of the dead knife scar, most of the operators in the freezer are dead, and it is not enough to endure it. What? The ghostly man suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, venting the endless suffocation in his heart. The roar also frightened Yi Tan. Shabi, how about your sister? I will let you taste despair in a while. Yi Tan said coldly. He wouldn't give this ghostly man a little bit of face now. Peeping the dog. From the beginning to the present, he has been arrogant, and has always been disdainful of aboriginals and aborigines. Anyone who listens to it for a long time can't hold back and do it. Now that the ghostly man is so restless, Yi Tan's heart is so refreshed that he came to the earth to bully the people on earth. Who gave you the courage? Ho ho ho. Suddenly, the ghostly man was crazy, lowered his head and smiled grimly. Yi Tan narrowed his eyes and looked at him coldly. Aboriginals, that's an aboriginal. Do you really think that you can hit me like this? Have you heard of Mecha? The ghostly man said gloomily. He now wants to start his escape plan and can only abandon the mothership. As long as you leave the mothership, the earth is so big, there is always a place to be accommodated. Even if it can't be accommodated, can't millions of mechas still raise the indigenous civilization? What if they have powerful weapons? Are they rushing to launch in densely populated cities? Destroying the foundations of the empire is something that no civilization can do. Unless it is a last resort. The ghostly man weighed in his mind all things that would harm others. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, the sirens in the hall were getting louder and louder, and the ghostly man walked directly to an operator and saw the video screen, which was viewed by a large telescope to see all the targets in appearance. Above them, Mars, I don't know when, has already corresponded with their American emperor. Could it be? The ghostly man was clever in his heart, and hurriedly pushed the telescope forward, looking towards Mars. This look, it doesn't matter. The scared ghostly man almost stared out. Giant cannon. The ghostly man shouted that Mars doesn't know when, corresponding to the direction of their American emperor, there are already 10 large cannons in the sky, and they are charging crazy. I understand. That's the case. Why didn't I think that every civilization has something to do? Especially this new civilization. Once it can start collecting resources in the universe, it will use civilization's various super weapons to pave the way for the solar system. The surrounding Death Star serves as the second military base, which is also an entry point for the third civilization. That second-class civilized Earth will also be built. Why is it only now? The ghostly man is holding his golden hair and his face is very hideous. All this is to blame on the damn Scarface. If the Scarface is still there, the ghostly man will whip the body 10,000 times, right? Seeing the look of the ghostly man, Yetan suddenly sneered. When he was bombing Mars, he began to secretly build that huge sky-reaching artillery array. The universe is endless darkness. When warships travel in the universe, they will always get lost. And a planet as a military firepower strike, there will certainly be many benefits. But unfortunately, the scientists who built the sky cannon are now dead with the expedition. There was only a base vehicle set up there, and these things happened before it started. The internal fear in Yetan's heart is called to boil. If the anger can be released, it will be completely burned by this anger for these 9 days. Alert! Alert! The enemy's unknown weapon to launch, to launch. The sirens continued to sound, and the ghostly man who listened to it was more like a fire. Everyone, abandon the mothership and head towards other cities in the indigenous civilization. The ghostly man shouted into a unique-looking microphone, but there was no report from the microphone. Wang, our communication equipment has been cut off, and all the doors have been locked. We can't get out at all. Several operators who ran out came back and shouted urgently. Yetan, if you don't die today, it must be your death date. The ghostly man snarled frantically towards the screen. After that, the video screen suddenly went black, and Yetan's video screen was also cut off. Yetan sneered. It seems that they activated the power-off method to open all the doors in the mothership, which is a bit interesting. But can you really stop it? Chapter 299. Chapter 297. Reformed corrosion cannon. Yetan sneered and looked at the black screen ironically. Master, the charge has been completed and can be launched at any time. In addition, there are some other gifts, which are also ready. Red Dragon stood behind Yetan. A smile suddenly appeared on Yetan's face, and the charge was over. It was time to give them a great gift. In other words, this great gift has never been used since the Sun Nation used it. But now, aliens have to taste this taste. Emission. Yetan Lengxing ordered. Following Yetan's order, the Red Dragon immediately disappeared and went to execute the order. The dozen or so super cannons on the back of Mars are still flashing blue, and the huge black projectile has been loaded. Under this giant artillery, there is a huge base, but the base is still empty, because the scientists have not had time to install the oxygen supply device. But at this time, the Red Dragon suddenly appeared here. Standing around countless steel suits, their eyes lit up, and they walked towards some operation rooms. They were all operated by Red Dragon, because they wanted to bring a great gift to the pirates. Then, less than 30 seconds later, there was a sudden shock under the giant cannon, and some dust was continuously scattered on the house, and the Red Dragon gave a bloodthirsty smile. In the universe, dozens of huge cannonballs fired by that giant gun are rushing towards the Earth madly. In the friction along the way, the black shells burned with bluish-green light up and down, and flew towards the direction of the Earth's American Emperor faster than the speed of light. The reason why this Mars can oppose the Earth's direction is that Yetan's card is good, and it's specially set by scientists. Let's say that both the Earth and Mars are rotating, and every hour, the rotation of Mars and the Earth are rotating. The laws will be synchronized. In this way, within an hour, according to the giant artillery array, one of the countries on the Earth can be locked. And the country becomes a pair of sites in the universe. And everything that Yetan did before was to delay time. What he waited for was that the giant artillery array could lock onto the sky above the American Empire. If it weren't for the pirate warship to directly cover the American Empire's home, it might be difficult if it were a small warship. Locking. The huge burning mass bomb has already rushed into the Earth. Entering the Earth, the speed is even faster. The pirate battleship, when the burning mass bomb rushed into the Earth, they just rushed out of the battleship and stood outside. Originally, they wanted to ask where they were going. I saw that the super-fast light ball in the sky had already rushed. Boom! More than a dozen huge mass bombs exploded directly on the entire pirate mothership. The pirate warship suddenly lit up, and the shield with full energy value could not withstand the impact of the mass bomb. The entire pirate warship was directly exposed to a huge hole. The battleship that suppressed the American Imperial Nation was full of flames at this moment, and there was no alive. All the people affected by the shockwave became piles of chopped meat, and bones and scum were scattered on the ground. Seeing the destruction of the pirate battleship, Yetan suddenly sneered. Now he doesn't believe that the pirate battleship is seriously damaged. Can you continue to have trouble? Continue to launch the gift we gave to the pirate warship, Yetan said by the side. Over the US Emperor, the dozen or so electromagnetic railguns began to recharge. This time, what is placed in the middle of the electromagnetic railgun type is not a mass projectile, but a huge black iron ball. The electromagnetic orbital run instantly launched the black iron ball. A dozen black iron balls rushed directly into the Earth and shot into the huge hole exploded by the pirate warship. Here again, run for your life. Many survivors in the pirate battleship discovered the scene in the air, all driving the mecha to the bottom of the battleship. This pirate battleship is extremely hard. Even if the sky cannon is fired and destroyed, it will only put the entire pirate battleship on board. Once the hard surface was destroyed, many people were killed. But at the bottom, there is no problem. The ghostly man had gathered at the bottom with many pirates who had run out of the frozen warehouse. The ghostly man listened to the movement above with a hideous look. Boom! The pirate battleship was shaking again, and the operators were holding a transparent instrument, like a mobile phone, and were constantly observing something. Wang, this is the second attack. In addition, the giant cannon base on Mars has been turned over, and no giant cannon was found on the other side. An operator cautiously said, he felt the crazy killing intent on the king. If one is not good, he might be killed by the king. Asshole. As expected, when Wang heard the news, he slammed a fist against the person beside him, and the person's cheek collapsed in an instant, and the flesh and blood became blurred. The operator backed away without a trace. Yetan, don't kill you, swear not to be human. The ghostly man lowered his head, bloodthirstily. Time passed very slowly, 10 minutes passed slowly, and there was no sound on the deck, which made the people on the bottom breathe a sigh of relief. At least the indigenous Earth civilization did not continue to fire the sky cannon. And at this moment, the deck above the bottom layer actually started to sneer. This voice appeared very loud in this silent bottom, and the ghostly man's heart tightened. Did the indigenous civilization begin to attack? Suddenly, on the top deck of the deck, holes were corroded by something, and then the corrosive liquid began to rain like rain, and began to shower densely toward the bottom. What? A man standing not far from the ghostly man was dripped by the green liquid, and then the whole person began to decay crazily, and the rate of decay was super fast. I saw the man starting from his head, and the flesh began to disappear little by little, becoming a pool of red and green blood. Then it started with brain plasma, eyeballs, mouth, neck, body, etc. Even the bones were corroded by the green liquid and turned into aging wood, and they scattered at the touch of a touch. The ghostly man saw the entire bottom layer start to panic, and there were painful wailing and howlings of pirates everywhere. The frost on his face darkened even more. "This is the blood of the Zerg." The ghostly man roared in his heart, cruel and inhumane, and actually used the blood of the Zerg as a weapon. This is a weapon prohibited by the Universe Federation, and an indigenous person violated the rules of the Universe Federation. He may have forgotten at this moment that he is a pirate and is not qualified to talk about Yitan. The corrosive liquid became more and more severe, and the number of dead pirates also increased. The ghostly man and some loyal subordinates came to a secret and safe room. The ghostly man breathed a sigh of relief. This room was built for the Zerg liquid target. The exterior was built with energy stones, so the Zerg blood, it is impossible to corrode in. This is also due to the ghostly man's usual vigilance. He spent a lot of money to set up such a room, otherwise he would be corroded into slag like some fighters. And at this moment, a faint foul smell began to permeate the entire battleship. Chapter 300 Chapter 298. The filthy shells reappear in the world. People flooded with excrement and urine. Despair. Those pirates who avoided the corrosive liquid and hid somewhere also smelled it. They immediately covered their mouths to prevent them from breathing these filthy smells, fearing that they might be poisonous bombs emitted by indigenous civilizations. But the smell was getting stronger and stronger, and it made their tears sore. The ghostly man also asked, "This room is not sealed? At least there is the respiratory tract, but this smell." "Wang, look, something has come in." A bodyguard protecting the ghostly man shouted, and the ghostly man looked at it, and indeed, some liquid began to flow in the entire room. The liquid looks very disgusting. This is definitely not the blood of the Zerg. The blood of the Zerg cannot enter it at all. If it is not the blood of the Zerg, what is it? Come and see what it is," the ghost man ordered gloomily. His body level is the highest among pirates, so his body will immediately perceive toxic substances, but when he smells this smell, a little bit it doesn't feel like. When the lifeguard heard what the king said, he could only bite the bullet and go forward to see what it was. The filthy things that flowed in would choke the eyes too much. After the lifeguard pressed a few buttons on the optical brain on his wrist, the optical brain on the wrist began to detect Didi, non-toxic, mixed with human excrement. Yitan, hearing Gwingno's words, the ghostly man looked up to the sky and shouted frantically. His heart has broken at this moment. Who would use human excrement as a weapon? This is purely an insult to his dignity as a pirate. "Quick, let's get out," the ghostly man shouted. He doesn't want to stay on the beloved battleship he has worked hard in his life for a moment, because if he takes it along, it will really kill people. "As soon as I got out of this safe house, I saw many pirates rushing around, wearing gas masks, but such masks are very rare in the universe. Sitting in battleships, with intellectual brain supervision, will not let them. Anything poisonous enters the battleship. So this kind of thing is rarely worn by pirates. But this time, it was a beeping dog. Vomit. Many pirates who did not wear gas masks were lying on the ground, vomiting frantically. At the bottom layer that had just been corroded by the blood of the Zerg, a lot of dirty liquid was left in many holes. On this deck, the dirty liquid has already overflowed their heels. All the pirates, trampled on their shit and urine, rushed towards the mothership gate. No longer alive, the entire mothership is full of dirty liquids. In the city of the sky, Yitan looked at the entire pirate mothership with a sneer. The black shells fired from the outer sky were good things. The human crystallization cannot be wasted. Master, the entire pirate warship is beginning to overflow at this moment. Red Dragon stood aside and said expressionlessly. Yitan squinted his eyes, and they all began to overflow. Why didn't those pirates come out yet? Waiting to give them a big gift. Are they not afraid of poop? Swimming in it? Yitan was right. In just a few minutes, the entire pirate armor was overflowing with dirty liquid at this moment. The crystallization of human beings. Those pirates seemed to be swimming in the sea, but as the bottom layer, but the top layer was already filled with the liquid. It was not a simple matter to rush out. The ghostly man looked collapsed and swam towards the battleship gate with a mask as if his heart is already crazy. He must kill Yi Tan when he goes out this time. No matter what method is used, he must be killed. Kill him. Time passed slowly. 10 minutes passed. Tens of millions of anti-gravity sports cars guarding the pirate warships are slowly turning their modified weapons, waiting for the pirates to come out. Let them taste despair. Come out. We are out. Ha ha ha. Come out. Come out. Countless pirates ran out from the huge pirate battleship. This huge battleship is a battleship that covers the entire US empire. This dung and urine shell was exchanged by Yi Tan from the base. One can contain 3 million tons of dung and urine, let alone how many Yi Tan fired. These pirates have never experienced such a terrible and disgusting incident. They can breathe air, which is simply happiness from the so-called existence. Just when the pirates were happy to forget, the anti-gravity sports cars and light-trim tanks surrounding the gates of the pirate warships attacked. That crazy attack was simply terrifying. In an instant, the pirates who hadn't reacted directly turned into a pool of black powder and lived into pieces of bloodshot flesh. Yi Tan, you can't die so hard. Suddenly, at the gate, a black mecha appeared, led by a golden and majestic mecha, which looked very cool, but the fly in the ointment was that the mecha was showing urine. That's right, it's like a car fished out of the sea, with liquid spilled everywhere. Can this keep the ghost man in it going crazy? The ghostly man feels like 100,000 rushing past. There was a tendency to commit suicide on the spot. His dignified cosmic pirate king made all civilizations frightened. The king who trembled when he met, is now broken in the hands of an indigenous civilization, and still use this disgusting, scumbag way to make them so embarrassed. What is the difference between eating xiang and drinking urine? If everyone in the universe knew that the king of pirates ate xiang and drank pee, how could his face exist? Now he has no face. In the ghostly man's heart, he just wanted to find Yi Tan and hack to death. Bang bang bang. The roar of the ghostly man, the anti-gravity sports car and the light-ribbed tanks directly surrounding here madly attacked, becoming the first target. Yi Tan looked at the violent ghost man in the video, and suddenly curled his lips. Isn't it just to make you feel desperate? Is it necessary? Besides, that is the crystallization of human beings on our planet. If you don't enjoy it, you are still so arrogant, it seems that you won't be able to keep you. Kill. Don't leave one. The ghostly man roared bloodthirsty in the mecha. The pirates who can rush out of the pirate battleship are all driving mechas, and their mechas are all the same, and some liquid is poured out from the crevices of the mechas everywhere. The whole mecha room was also stinking, and tears flowed. The two armies charged. The pirate mechas rushed frantically towards the anti-gravity sports car suspended in the air. On the way, they opened the hatch on their chests, breathing in the atmosphere, blowing away the evil smell of their bodies. Let all the soldiers activate the corrosive liquid cannon, and give me a few more shots toward the mecha. Yi Tan stood coldly in the base,